and your host for the event. Today's conclave is very special as it celebrates 5 decades since the Himalayan kingdom's merger with the Indian Union. This event is also a commemoration of Sikkim's growth story and its role in shaping India with its natural beauty, strategic strength, and cultural richness. Today's session will explore Sikkim's key role owing to its strategic location in the northeast and the transformative progress it has made in education, governance, and infrastructure. To this end, the event has brought together policymakers, diplomats, officials, entrepreneurs, changemakers, and industry experts from across sectors to deep dive into the milestones of Sikkim's development and the road ahead. Before we begin, I would like to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors who made this event possible. Supported by Department of Information and Public Relations and associate sponsors, Government of Sikkim. To our esteemed audience, thank you for taking the time out to be with us today. Now, without further delay, let me invite onto the stage the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim, Mr. Prem Singh Tamang, or as he's fondly called by everyone, Gole Sir. Everyone, let's give him a warm round of applause. Along with Mr. Tamang, we also have India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chengappa. Raj, I would like to request you to kickstart this event with introductory remarks and also introduce our esteemed chief guest. Alongside, I would also like to invite our special correspondent, Arkomoy Datta, to come on stage to moderate the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonal, and good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this special edition of the India Today State of the States Conclave to celebrate something which is rare, remarkable, and still unfolding, Sikkim's 50th year as part of the Indian Union. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim, Mr. Prem Singh Tamang. In fact, the India Today Group has twice recognized him as the most popular chief minister in the country. Another round of applause for that. And along with Sikkim, Chief Minister, we also celebrate our 50th anniversary in December. Arun Puri, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman and Founder of India Today is here. Tamangji, Sikkim's Golden Jubilee marks a very powerful chapter in India's democracy. In 1975, just to go a bit back into history, through a referendum, Sikkim then was a Himalayan kingdom, made a bold and peaceful choice. Its citizens voted not just for integration, but also for transformation. Sikkim chose democracy, and in doing so, it didn't just redraw a map, it reimagined what its future could be. The transition was smooth, the intent was clear, and the result, historic. Sikkim hasn't just caught up with the rest of India, it has often sprinted ahead. Over the past 50 years, Sikkim has quietly scripted one of India's best and most inspiring development stories, which is green, grounded, and global in its relevance. And let me just give you a few examples. Way back in 2003, Sikkim was among the first states in India to go green. It banned chemical fertilizers altogether to protect its soil, its streams, and its future. And if you fast forward to 2016, Sikkim again became the first state in India to go 100% organic. That's not just a policy, it's a conviction with the people of Sikkim. And if you look and you go to Sikkim today, over 66,000 farming families have benefited from this vision of growing healthier crops, earning better prices, and reconnecting with their land. And not just India, the world has taken notice of you all. The United Nations awarded Sikkim the Future Policy Gold Award, often dubbed the Oscar of Best Policies. Let's give them a very warm round of applause for that. And so Sikkim has become the global poster child for sustainable agriculture. It now exports organic rice, vegetables, spices, and fruits, and it leads India in cardamom production, second only to Guatemala globally. Chief Minister, I come from Kodagu, Coorg, which is also a great cardamom producer, and you told me my name also has some similarities, that Chengapa for some reason also happens to be a Sikkimese name, and therefore maybe we have some connections that's there, but we don't know about it. But carrying on with the success story of Sikkim, I'd like to point out a few other things before we come to discussing with the Chief Minister. And I told you about its sustainability. If you take a look at its forest, and that's one of the big things that's happened over there. Sorry, there's a little bit of glitch with my system. I think the connection is jumping. Yeah. Sikkim's sustainability doesn't stop at the farm gate itself. It's forests. It's recognized for its pristine forests, its fabulous rivers and streams. And in fact, tourism is one of the big things that's happened in Sikkim. You've seen a great boom that is there. And if you look ahead at some of the things that it's done, one of the big things I think you've done is that the human capital investment that you've got has begun to pay off. You have one of the highest literacy rates in the country. Sikkim has built schools in the most remotest of valleys and ensured that every child, even in the most far-flung district, gets access to education, scholarships, and multilingual teaching. And if you go ahead and look at some of the things that it has got in terms of sorry, one second. If you take a look at the politics of the state, and I think that's where you come in, Chief Minister, you have in many senses looked ahead with a lot of ambitious goals that is there. And as it celebrates its Golden Jubilee, it's very fortunate that the state has you as its head. Just to give you a brief, just to give you a brief background about the Chief Minister. He started his life as a teacher. He studied Bachelor's of Education and says he enjoyed teaching children at that time. That's not where you got your surname, I think, in terms of the Sir part that is there. And then joined politics in 1994, very principled in terms of the fact that he said, I would never put down anybody. If I had to grow, I had to grow above them. Became a minister straight away in Pawan Chamling's government at that time, and held human resources and other portfolios. And then in 2013, he took a really big risk. He founded the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha and pushed for major change. And to this day, he says that he's close friends with Pawan Chamling, and he regards him as his guru. I mean, that's the kind of politics we need. He doesn't sort of... Well, the Shishya then overtakes the guru. That's the story. By 2019, he gets elected with a majority and becomes Sikkim's chief minister after Pawan Changling served for 25 years and was one of the longest serving chief ministers of the country at that time. Under your leadership, Mr. Tawang, Sikkim has witnessed, as I said, a new momentum for youth development. That's been one of your big focuses. Decentralized governance, women's empowerment, and green economy initiatives. And in recognition of your performance, we saw last year in the elections that was there, his party won with a massive, massive majority, I think getting 31 of the 32 seats that Sikkim has. And one thing he's very proud about is that he has no Congress leanings, unlike, as he says, many of the Northeastern chief ministers that's there. He just believes in his ideology and has not leaned on any others. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in applauding Mr. Prem Singh Tawang for his achievements. And he has kindly agreed to have a little chat with both of us, my colleague and Arkamai and myself. So let's begin the discussions on that. Chief Minister Prem Singh Tawang, thank you for speaking to India today in a candid fashion as we are sitting here. And one of the things is that you've completed now 6 years as Chief Minister. This is your second term. What is the priorities you've set for Sikkim now? It's 50 years. We could probably look at 75 years of Sikkim. What is the direction you're sending Sikkim in? And what did you do in the previous 5 years to enable this direction or foundation that you laid?
सबसे पहले तो मैं इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। और इस साल सिक्किम का ऐतिहासिक साल है। सिक्किम इज़ नाउ कंप्लीटिंग आवर्स 50 years of Golden Jubilee as a 22nd state of India। इसी अवसर पर मैं सबसे पहले तो मैं अपना राज्यवासियों को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ और आगे के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामना व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ। और मैं संपूर्ण भारतवासी को भी एक बार मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि पूरा भारतवर्ष ही अभी खुशी का लहर छा रहा कि एक छोटा सा राज्य ने 50 साल पूरा किया है। हम लोग बहुत खुश हूँ और इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि अपने व्यस्त समय को छोड़ के निकाल के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 29 को इसी महीने का 29 तारीख को सिक्किम पधारे आशीर्वाद देने के लिए। और इसी अवसर पर मैं इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप को और अति आदरणीय पुरी साहब को भी मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ कि इंडिया टुडे का भी इस 50 साल गिरा है कि 1975 से शुरू होके इट्स 2025 इज़ 50 years of इज़ अ लॉन्ग जर्नी। और मैं पूरा सारे सिक्किम के जनता की तरफ से मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ और आगे के लिए शुभकामना व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ। तो आज इस साल सिक्किम के एक ऐतिहासिक साल है, एक स्वर्ण जयंती समारोह हम गोल्डन जुबली मना रहे हैं। इससे सुनहरा अवसर कभी नहीं आएंगे। तो इसी गोल्डन जुबली के अवसर पर मेरे को ऐसा अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला, मेरे को सिक्किम का जनता ने मेरे को भरोसा करके इसी अवसर पर मैं अभी सिक्किम का 6th चीफ मिनिस्टर हूँ। तो मेरा दिस इज़ माय 6th टर्म। तो 19 में पूरा सारे सिक्किम में जनता के आशीर्वाद और भरोसे के कारण मैं हम लोग सरकार में आए, उसके बाद काम किया। और पहले 5 साल में थोड़ा सा हमारा हर्डल्स आया, आपको मालूम है 19 में हम लोग ने सरकार बनाया, उसके बाद फिर 2021 तो कोविड-19 के कारण मतलब पूरा विश्व ही थब रहा वैश्विक महामारी के कारण। उसके बावजूद भी हम लोग ने जो समय मिला 2022, 2023, 24 में तो चुनाव हुआ, तो हम लोग ने जो भी सिक्किम के लिए करना था, जो भी जैसा हेल्थ सेक्टर में, एजुकेशन सेक्टर में, कनेक्टिविटी सेक्टर में हम लोग ने पूरा काम किया। और सिक्किम का सबसे प्रायोरिटी है हमारा नेशनल सिक्योरिटी और प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर इस नेशनल। हम लोग ने देश को रक्षा के हित में काम करते हुए नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को ध्यान देते हुए हम लोग ने ये डेवलपमेंट किया। उसके बाद 2022, 2023 और 2024 में चुनाव आया, वो इसी की परिणाम हम लोग ने सेकेंड टर्म में जो हम गए जो 2024 का चुनाव, आम चुनाव में सिक्किम का सारा जनता ने भरोसा करके और हमारा पिछले काम को देख के 32 में से 31 सीट में हम लोग ने विजय प्राप्त किया। और एक सीट जो जीता ओपोनेंट ने, डेमोक्रेसी में होता है, तो वो एक सीट में जो जीतने वाला वर्तमान एमएलए है वो भी हमारा पार्टी से था, जिस चुनाव से आगे पार्टी से था, तो वो जीत भी हमारा ही था। तो बाद में फिर हम लोग अभी साढ़े नाउ वी आर नाउ आउट ऑफ 32 में, अब नाउ इज वी हैव 32 एमएलएस। तो जो हम लोग ने 5 साल का समय मिला, हम लोग ने बहुत से, जैसा हम लोग ने प्रायोरिटी एजुकेशन, हेल्थ एंड कनेक्टिविटी एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट में हम लोग ने बहुत ध्यान दिया। तो मैं सबसे पहले तो ये बताना चाहता हूँ पूरा सारे दर्शकों को कि 1975 से 2025 तक जो सिक्किम का ये 50 साल का ये समय है, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण समय है। सिक्किम में उसी समय 1975 बाय रेफरेंडम तो सिक्किम का जनता ने पूरा मन बनाया कि हम लोग विशाल देश भारत के साथ जोड़ेंगे। तो जोड़ने के बाद जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ अभी सिक्किम में, वो एक बेमिसाल एक उदाहरण है। इसके लिए मैं पूरा सिक्किम की तरफ से मैं भारत सरकार को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। तो आगे हम लोग सिक्किम के प्रगति के लिए जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो परिकल्पना है विकसित भारत 2047, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। आगे सिक्किम को बढ़ाने के लिए, सिक्किम भारत के एक छोटा सा राज्य होने के बावजूद भी एक उत्तम राज्य सर्वश्रेष्ठ राज्य बनाने के लिए हम लोग काम करेंगे। हमारा सबसे प्रायोरिटी इज कनेक्टिविटी। कनेक्टिविटी सबसे मतलब प्रायोरिटी में है, इसमें हम काम करेंगे। तो अभी मैं भारत सरकार को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की, कि जो NS10 था वो पहला केंद्र सरकार के अधीनस्थ नहीं था, तो राज्य सरकार के, पश्चिम बंगाल के सरकार के अधीनस्थ था। तो दिक्कतें, बहुत सारी दिक्कतें होती, लेकिन जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये जो रोड NS10 भारत सरकार का अधीनस्थ NSIDSL को देने का काम किया है, जो डिसीजन किया, उसके कारण अभी हमारा कनेक्टिविटी अभी बहुत सुधर रहा है, बहुत ठीक हो रहा है। उसके बाद अगले साल से तो 2026 के बाद तो हमारा ट्रेन भी शुरू हो जाएंगे। तो ऐसा होने से क्या होगा, हमारा राज्य एक सुंदर राज्य है, ऐसा ही सुंदर राज्य है। बहुत से ऐसे जगह है जो अनएक्सप्लोर है, उनको हमको एक्सप्लोर करेंगे तो टूरिज़्म बूम हो जाएगा। तो हमारा एक मेन रिसोर्स है टूरिज़्म, रेवेन्यू रिसोर्स टूरिज़्म है। उसके बाद हम चाहते हैं कि सिक्किम में ऐसा एक हेल्थ सेक्टर में काम करेंगे, तो हम लोग ने कर चुका है, बहुत आगे बढ़ चुका है। पहला हम जो 2019 से पहले तो वहाँ पर डायलिसिस सेंटर भी नहीं था, एक भी डायलिसिस सेंटर नहीं था, और कैंसर का ट्रीटमेंट नहीं होता था। लेकिन हम सरकार में आने से तुरंत हम लोग ने डायलिसिस सेंटर हर जिला अस्पताल में शुरू किया, और कैंसर का ट्रीटमेंट वहीं हो रहा है। और अभी हर जिला में हम लोग हमारा हॉस्पिटल अपग्रेड हो रहा है। अभी 29 को 500 बेडेड हॉस्पिटल इन नाम से हमारा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का बहोली से, कर कमल से उनका उद्घाटन भी हम लोग कर रहा है। और एक नया हॉस्पिटल पाकिंग जिला के लिए एक नया हॉस्पिटल का फाउंडेशन स्टोन पे हम लोग कर रहा है। तो हम हेल्थ सेक्टर में अब आगे हम ऐसा हेल्थ सेक्टर बनाएंगे ताकि वर्ल्ड क्लास हेल्थ फैसिलिटी सिक्किम को, जनता को मिले। और उसके अलावा हम एजुकेशन में काम करेंगे। अभी एजुकेशन, न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में हम लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं, अब सिक्किम 1 नंबर में है एज पर दी न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी। तो एजुकेशन ऐसा मिले, वर्ल्ड क्लास एजुकेशन मिले, इसी लाइन में काम करते हुए हम लोग ने हर कंस्टिट्यूंसी में, हर निर्वाचन क्षेत्र में कम से कम एक यूनिवर्सिटी हो ताकि उनको फैसिलिटी मिले। हमारा सिक्किम का जितना भी विद्यार्थी है, जो स्टूडेंट, वो बाहर जाना न पड़े, तब बाहर से आए। तो हम ऐसा करके हम एजुकेशन को बढ़ावा देंगे और कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देंगे, और एग्रीकल्चर एंड हमारे एम्प्लॉयमेंट को हम लोग बढ़ावा देंगे। ताकि अभी आपको मालूम होगा कि हमारा जीडीपी अपना जीडीपी है कि 52,555 करोड़, एंड पर कैपिटा इनकम इज 7,07,181 है, इज हाईएस्ट इन इंडिया। नाउ ऐसा काम कर 50 साल में, तो हम भारत सरकार का आशीर्वाद लेते हुए हम आगे बहुत काम करेंगे, ताकि ऐसा बने कि उदाहरण बने कि छोटा स्टेट भी अगर चाहे तो काम कर सकता है। तो सिक्किम में करके दिखाएंगे। और हमारा टारगेट है, अभी भी हमारा जो लिटरेसी रेट है इसे 90% अबव है, तो हम 2027 तक हम फुल्ली लिटरेट स्टेट हम बनाएंगे पूरा। तो हमारा बीपीएल में बीपीएल में है, हम अभी फोर्थ स्टेट में है, 4th पोजीशन में है। हमारा जो गरीबी निवारण करने में हम 4th स्टेट है। तो इसमें भी हम लोग पूरा हमारा गरीबी मुक्त सिक्किम राज्य बनाने में काम करेंगे। इसी अवसर में ऐसे में काम करेंगे।
और को
सर नमस्ते, कास्तो हुनुंचा सर।
ठीक है दत्ता साहब, यस, लॉट ऑफ थैंक्स
सर। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ढेरे शुभकामना for completing 50 years of your integration with India.
धन्यवाद
सर। मैं आपसे एक चीज़ पूछना चाहता हूँ। आपने अभी जो बोला, we all know that last year out of 32 seats you won 31 seats, and एक जो थे वो भी आप ही के थे, वापस भी
अपना
आप ही
वाइस प्रेसिडेंट था। चुनाव से पहले अपना वाइस प्रेसिडेंट था, पंचायत सेल का वाइस प्रेसिडेंट था, बस
फिर वो वापस आपके पास आ गए। सर, ऐसा डेमोक्रेसी में हम कहते हैं कि अगर इफ़ वन पार्टी हैज़ अ ब्रूट मेजॉरिटी तो उनको काम करने में आसान रहता है, पर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी तो बढ़ता है ना सर। अगर पूरा जो सिक्किम के लोग हैं उन्होंने आपको इतना सपोर्ट किया है, आपको लगता है कि आपके ऊपर बहुत ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी आ गया है?
जरूर, क्योंकि एक मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते और सरकार में होने के नाते बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। लेकिन जैसा देखो, गए चुनाव में हम लोग को 32 में से 31 में हम लोग ने जीत हासिल किया, ये जनता का आशीर्वाद है। लेकिन पब्लिक ने मतलब उनको सरकार में नहीं बैठा, लेकिन पार्टी तो है वहाँ पर, पार्टी तो है, हर पार्टी है, सब पार्टी है, देयर इज फ्रीडम इन द पार्टी, डेमोक्रेसी है। तो हम लोग सबको सम्मान करते हैं, क्योंकि डेमोक्रेसी का अपोजिशन इज़ द सोल ऑफ द डेमोक्रेसी, अपोजिशन तो डेमोक्रेसी का सोल है। इसलिए मैं उनको रेस्पेक्ट करते हुए जो भी काम करना हम करेंगे, और रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो उसी रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को देखते हुए मैं सिक्किम के लिए जो काम कर पाएंगे वो काम करेंगे ज़रूर।
One of the points in your development agenda that you outlined is that you plan to give or have given already collateral free loans of up to rupees 50 lakhs to 25,000 entrepreneurs.
Definitely.
Right? Now, in that you have a scheme called One Family, One Entrepreneur, and almost 30,000 people are targeted for that and have got 240 crore rupees worth of funding. That's
yes,
the figures
definitely.
that's there. Now, one of the things is that how will you ensure that these entrepreneurs get market access? Because you've given them capital, but market access is very important. And are you planning any mentorships in businesses that you should be doing with these entrepreneurs so that not only they get the capital, but they're able to flourish and do business well?
डेफिनेटली हम लोग ने ये जो शुरू किया है, हम लोग ने सरकार आने के बाद 2019 में सरकार बनने के बाद हम लोग ने शुरू किया कि ताकि एक घर में एक एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हो, वन फैमिली वन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स उद्यमी हो। उसके लिए हम लोग ने नॉट ओनली हम लोग ने घोषणा ही नहीं किया, बस जस्ट अनाउंसमेंट नहीं है ये, हम लोग ने काम करके देखा है कि हम लोग ने सारे जो भी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में आने चाहते हो, वाइट कलर जॉब को छोड़ के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स में उद्यमी बनने चाहते हो, उनको हम लोग ने पूरा सपोर्ट किया विद द कोलैबोरेशन विद द बैंक्स। we have our own bank, Sikkim State Bank of Sikkim, and the nationalized bank is are there, so many banks. तो उनके साथ मिलके हम लोग ने उनको सब्सिडाइज लोन दिया। तो बहुत सारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बहुत आगे आ गए और अभी उन लोग काम भी कर रहा है और अभी इसका रिजल्ट आने शुरू हो गया है। तो उनके लिए जो मार्केटिंग को एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए सबसे पहला तो हमारा कनेक्टिविटी है। तो कनेक्टिविटी ठीक होने के बाद मार्केटिंग ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी मार्केटिंग के ज़माना क्या है, ऑनलाइन सिस्टम है। तो ऑनलाइन सिस्टम में अगर आएंगे तो सब मार्केटिंग हो जाएगा और इसमें हम लोग पूरा और भी आगे काम करेंगे। और इसके अलावा जो हमारा वन फैमिली वन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के स्कीम है, उसके साथ हमारा सिक्किम स्टार्टअप स्कीम है हमारा, उसके मार्फत हम लोग को उनको सब्सिडी देता है। लेकिन अभी हम लोग ने एक शुरू किया स्कीम कि चीफ मिनिस्टर सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट असिस्टेंट स्कीम, चीफ मिनिस्टर सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट असिस्टेंट स्कीम। छोटा छोटा जो भी उद्यमी हो उनको हम लोग ले 100% उनको ग्रांट देंगे। तो उनको हम लोग एक्सप्लोर करेंगे आगे बढ़ने के लिए, ताकि वो कहीं इनको हर्डल्स ना हो कि डायरेक्टली उनको मिले। ये स्कीम में हम लोग शुरू किया है और मार्केट के लिए हम लोग काम करेंगे और हम लोग मेंटर भी रखेंगे।
सर आपका और एक भी स्कीम है विच इज़ प्रोबेबली वन ऑफ योर ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट्स, मारो रुख मारो संतति। आपने उसको लेके बहुत सोचा है एंड इट्स वन ऑफ योर ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट्स। इफ यू कुड टेल अस अबाउट इट, लाइक एंड हाउ डू यू थिंक दैट द स्टेट एंड द पीपल ऑफ द स्टेट विल फाइनली बेनिफिट आउट ऑफ दिस स्कीम?
डेफिनेटली, थैंक यू दादा, आपको मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। मेरो रुख मेरो संतति, आपने ऐसा अच्छा प्रोनाउंसिएशन किया ना, आपका लॉट ऑफ थैंक्स। मेरो रुख मेरो रुख मेरो संतति में इज इन नेपाली, मतलब इज माई ट्री इज माई फैमिली इज मीन्स माई। तो हम लोग ने इसको शुरू किया ये देख के कि एनवायरनमेंट को प्रिजर्व कर सके। तो हम जितना भी पब्लिक है उनको कैसा हम एनवायरनमेंट के साथ जोड़ सके, उनको कनेक्ट कर सके। जैसा फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट है, एक समस्या भी है कहीं स्टेट में ऐसा है कि डिफॉरेस्टेशन हो रहा है, फॉरेस्ट कवर एरिया घट रहा है। तो हम कैसा करेंगे? और फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट अकेले तो ये कर नहीं पाएंगे, जब तक उनको सेंटिमेंटल अटैचमेंट नहीं होगा तो प्रिजर्वेशन नहीं होगा। तो हम शुरू कर दिया कि मेरो रुख मेरो संतति, माई ट्री इज माई ट्री। तो हमने अनाउंस किया कि जो भी इसके साथ जोड़ेंगे और वन विभाग अंतर्गत वो रजिस्ट्रेशन करेंगे फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के साथ, तो आपको कंपलसरी 108 ट्री आप प्लांट करना पड़ेगा आपका बेबी का नाम में। आपका बेटा हो या बेटी के नाम में, न्यू वन बेबी के नाम में आप यू हैव टू प्लांट। अगर आपके पास अगर लैंड है आपके ज़मीन में आप प्लांट करो, अगर आपके पास ज़मीन नहीं है तो आप यू कैन प्लांट इन द फॉरेस्ट एरिया। और जितना भी प्लांट्स है वो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट अरेंज करेंगे, पूरा मुहैया करेंगे, फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट करेंगे। लेकिन ये भी सोचेंगे अरे अगर कोई बच्चा का जन्म होगा दिसंबर इज़ नॉट अ प्लांटिंग सीजन, और कोई बच्चा होगा जनवरी में उनका बर्थ होगा, वो तो डज नॉट अ प्लांट। हम लोग प्लांटिंग सीजन में करते हैं, जैसे अब नाउ स्टार्टिंग इस जून जुलाई में शुरू होगा, उसी समय हम लोग उनको रजिस्टर करेंगे, और रजिस्टर होने के बाद उनको हम सर्टिफिकेट देंगे। तो क्या हम लोग बता रहा है कि आप इसको आप यू हैव टू प्रिजर्व दिस। आपका बच्चा का नाम में अगर कनेक्ट हो गया तो वो नहीं काटेंगे खुद को, तो अरे मैंने प्लांट किया हुआ ट्री को हम कैसे काटेंगे, उसको प्यार बढ़ेंगे और इन्वायरमेंट के साथ एक बॉन्ड हो जाएंगे। तो हम लोग बोला कि आपका बेबी का बर्थडे यहीं मनाओ, यहाँ आओ, जंगल में आओ, इनके साथ मनाओ, सेलिब्रेट करो। क्यों होटल में जाएंगे, यू सेलिब्रेट इन विद द इन्वायरमेंट और फॉरेस्ट के साथ करो, तो ऑटोमेटिकली प्रोटेक्ट हो जाएंगे। वहाँ पर फॉरेस्ट गार्ड का कोई ज़रूरत नहीं। तो इसके साथ फिर हम लोग जोड़ दिया कि नहीं ठीक है, अगर आप लोग ये करेंगे और फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के साथ रजिस्टर करेंगे, आप 180 आप प्लांट करेंगे, तो हम शिशु समृद्धि योजना हमने शुरू किया है। शिशु समृद्धि योजना जो 108 ट्रीज प्लांट करने के बाद उनको हम 10,800 रुपीज़ हम लोग उनका बैंक खाता में डिपॉजिट कर देंगे बेबी का नाम में, और टिल फॉर फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट अप टू द 18 ईयर्स तक उनका फिक्स डिपॉजिट होगा। तो क्यों 18 ईयर्स रखा, क्योंकि 18 ईयर्स तक वो स्कूल कंप्लीट करेंगे और कॉलेज जाने में उनको पूरा मदद मिलेंगे। तो इसी हिसाब से हम लोग ने काम किया। अभी देखो जो हमारा फॉरेस्ट एरिया इज़ ओनली 47.33%। तो हमारा दूसरे स्टेट में कहीं स्टेट में घट रहा है, लेकिन हमारा बढ़ रहा है। 5.19 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर अभी बढ़ा है। इज अ गुड साइनिंग। तो डिफॉरेस्टेशन के बगैर हम लोग एफोरेस्टेशन कर रहा है, और उसके साथ साथ हम लोग ने एक शुरू किया है, मेरो बाटो मेरो बोट, माई रोड एंड माई ट्री। तो हम लोग जितना भी रोड साइड में हम लोग प्लांट करेंगे, अच्छा ऑर्नामेंटल प्लांट करेंगे, उसको प्रिजर्व करने के लिए हम लोग ने फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट एंड द PWD डिपार्टमेंट, पब्लिक वर्क्स डिपार्टमेंट को जोड़ दिया है। तो आपकी फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट प्लांट करेंगे, इसको मतलब इसको संरक्षण करने की जिम्मेदारी PWD भी। ऐसा करने से हमारा इन्वायरमेंट बढ़ रहा है। तो जितना इन्वायरमेंट बढ़ेगा उतना ही अच्छा रहेंगे, कार्बन क्रेडिट बढ़ेंगे, सब करेंगे, इन्वायरमेंट ठीक रहेंगे। तो इसी हिसाब से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं।
Mukhyamantri, we've got about 6 minutes left. I know you have to rush for another meeting that's there. But let's, since you said that Prime Minister Modi is coming or has come, will come for your 50th year celebration. What is it that you want the center to do for Sikkim now? Has it done enough for you? And what more would you want if you have to meet the Prime Minister and say, yeah, this is my wish list? क्या होगा?
50 साल में सिक्किम के लिए केंद्र सरकार में बहुत काम किया है। जो भी अभी यहाँ तक है सिक्किम, तो बिकॉज ऑफ द सपोर्ट ऑफ द भारत सरकार। और 2014 से तो बहुत सपोर्ट मिला है। मैंने पहला भी बोल चुका हूँ कि 2014 से पहले नॉर्थ ईस्ट इज़ लाइक ऑफ पॉलिटिकल प्लेटफॉर्म, बट आफ्टर द 2014 के बाद जब मोदी साहब आ गया केंद्र सरकार में एज ए प्राइम मिनिस्टर के रूप में, उसके बाद नॉर्थ ईस्ट इज़ लाइक ए डेवलपमेंटल प्लेटफॉर्म। अभी देखिए, और मोदी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री साहब ने इतना ध्यान दे रहा है, हर 15 दिन में केंद्र सरकार का माननीय मंत्री लोग विजिट करता है, पूरा मॉनिटरिंग। और बहुत काफ़ी सिक्किम को तो काफ़ी मदद मिला है हर क्षेत्र में, कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में हो, जैसा कमिंग ईयर 2026 से तो रेल ट्रेन शुरू हो जाएंगे, एंड रिगार्डिंग द ऑल द प्रोजेक्ट केंद्र सरकार शुरू हो जाएंगे। डिमांड तो कभी पूरा नहीं होता, तो डिमांड तो है, तो लेकिन जो केंद्र सरकार ने सिक्किम राज्य के लिए किया, एक
डिमांड बता दीजिए क्या चाहिए आपको।
मैंने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से मिलने का अवसर मिला डे बिफोर, तो उनसे मेरा बात भी हुआ। बहुत सा हमारा पॉलिटिकल डिमांड भी है और हमारा बहुत सारे काम किया है, तो हम इतना काफ़ी डिमांड नहीं करेंगे। बस इसी गोल्डन जुबली के दौरान में प्रधानमंत्री का आना है सबसे बड़ा आशीर्वाद है, बस।
वंडरफुल।
हम डिमांड नहीं करेंगे। और 50 साल 1975 से लेकर 2025 तक सिक्किम के लिए इतना क्या, ये छोटा राज्य, आबादी भी कम, लेकिन इतना डेवलप स्टेट हो गया, तो हम क्या मांगना है, बस। आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है, आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है, पूरा आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है, मांगने का कोई जरूरत नहीं है ना। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री का हमारे 5 मिनट काफ़ी है बस। प्रधानमंत्री आके बस हमें सिक्किम वासियों को बधाई दे दे, बस वही काफ़ी है, हम कुछ नहीं मांगेंगे।
वंडरफुल, वंडरफुल। अर्को
सर 16 मई को पालजोर स्टेडियम में द आईपीआर डिपार्टमेंट that it brought down it introduced a capsule, a time capsule.
Yeah, time
उसमें आपने और ऑनरेबल गवर्नर सर ने मैसेजेस भी डाला था, which the IPR department wants to open like 50 years from now when Sikkim completes 100 years.
100 years.
Sir, I just wanted to know what your message was for posterity.
अगर मैंने आज इसी अवसर पर अगर मैंने ये डिस्क्लोज किया तो टाइम कैप्सूल का वैल्यू नहीं होगा ना। तो उस समय इन 2075 में कंप्लीट होगा 100 इयर्स ऑफ सिक्किम। तो उसी समय जो मैंने मैसेज दिया वो उसी समय पढ़ेंगे। हम लोग तो नहीं रहेंगे, शायद नहीं रहेंगे।
We wish you to live to 100 years.
लेकिन अभी अगर वो अभी डिस्क्लोज किया तो फिर क्या होगा? पिक्चर मतलब खत्म होने से पहले डिस्क्लोज हो जाएगा ना। I don't want to disclose that message.
Suspense होना चाहिए।
Suspense for up to the 50 years.
But let's not keep the other thing a suspense, which is if you've done 6 years as chief minister, certainly you'll complete your second term and hopefully you'll get a third term. What is the kind of chief minister you'd like to be remembered for? What is the legacy you'd like to leave? And if someone had to say something about you or you yourself, what would you like to be remembered for most?
मेरा अपना रिमेंबर तो मैं जो डेवलपमेंट हमारा सरकार ने हेल्थ सेक्टर में किया है, जो ज़रूरतमंद को हम लोग ने सपोर्ट कर रहा है, वो मेरा एक रिमेम्बरेंस रहेंगे वो वहाँ पर जो हम लोग ने काम कर रहा है बस।
And you gave up teaching as a profession to join politics. Which do you enjoy more?
मेरा रियली अगर मैं यहाँ बताऊँ तो मतलब कोई विश्वास तो नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन मेरा एम्बिशन पॉलिटिक्स में आने के लिए नहीं था। तो मैं जब 94 में पॉलिटिक्स में आ गया और पवन चामलिंग साहब का जो पार्टी सिक्किम डेमोक्रेटिक फ्रंट ने जब मेरे को उम्मीदवार बनाया या टिकट डिक्लेयर किया, उसी समय मैंने टिकट वापस करने के लिए गया था। मैं खड़ा नहीं हूँगा, मैं पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं आऊँगा। तो मैंने बताया भी था मेरे को बस मैं आपको सपोर्ट करूँगा, आप मैं गवर्नमेंट बनने के बाद मेरे को इंस्पेक्टर बनाओ। आई डोंट वांट टू कम टू पॉलिटिक्स। मैंने बताया था ये, मैं पॉलिटिक्स में आना नहीं चाहता। आई वांट टू स्टॉप विद द पब्लिक बट आई डोंट वांट टू कम विद इन द पॉलिटिक्स। लेकिन ऐसा ही आ गया, कोइंसिडेंस था, आ गया। ऐसा आने के बाद फिर मैंने इसी को एक प्रोफेशन बना दिया। इसको मैं पब्लिक सेवा के लिए मैं काम करूँ। मैंने डेडिकेट किया, मेरा जो जितना भी समय ऑलमोस्ट 30 इयर्स क्रॉस हो गया, मैंने डेडिकेट किया, सिंसियरली काम किया, एज ए MLA काम किया, एज ए मिनिस्टर काम किया। उसके बावजूद फिर आ गया। फिर
Prem Singh Tamang, you're really an unusual chief minister, very humble and yet achieved plenty. The state is in very good hands. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. A lot of thanks.
Thank you. Requesting you, sir, to please stay back on the stage for a few moments. We would like to thank you that you took time out of your busy schedule to be with us here today and sharing your forward-looking vision. Sir, I would like to share with you that we have prepared a special token of appreciation for you, which is a portrait which is taken by our group photo editor, Bandeep Singh. I would now like to request Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to join us on stage to present the memento to the esteemed Chief Minister of Sikkim. Can we have a round of applause for our chief guest, please? Moving on to our next session, we will explore Sikkim's geopolitical and strategic significance, especially in today's changing global landscape. Joining us for this session, Sikkim, a strategic vantage point for India, is Ambassador Harshvardhan Shringla, a seasoned diplomat and a former foreign secretary who brings years of experience in foreign policy and national security. Sir, requesting you to please come up on stage. Also requesting Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director for Publishing India Today, to please come back on stage and moderate this discussion. Over to you, Raj.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Harsh Shringla, one of India's most distinguished diplomats. He served as India's Foreign Secretary, apart from being Ambassador to the United States for India and Thailand as well, and High Commissioner of Bangladesh. There's a whole long list. I'm not going to read that out but clearly one of India's best-known diplomats. He does have a link, in some senses, to Sikkim. He says he's just a hill away. He comes from Darjeeling, and his parents do have some ancestry, I'm told, to Sikkim in particular. And one of the things that we're going to look at in this is looking at the geopolitical positioning of Sikkim. And it does have neighbors right across, whether Tibet, Bhutan, China sitting somewhere around that side. What is your sense of the importance of Sikkim, and how can it prosper because of this particular geopolitical positioning that it has?
Well, thank you, Raj. And first of all, I want to congratulate the Honorable Chief Minister, people of Sikkim, for achieving this remarkable milestone of 50 years of the state's integration into India. And that achievement is not measured by time alone. I think that achievement, as we have understood also from the first session that you had with the Honorable Chief Minister himself, that achievement is born out of real results that the state has achieved in those 50 years. I also want to thank the India Today group for actually hosting this conclave on this special occasion. I think it's very important to be able to project what are best practices in our country, and I think Sikkim is definitely a case study of the success of our federal system. Right. Coming to your question, of course, I think Sikkim is definitely on the geopolitical crossroads. It shares a border with China on its north and northeast. It also has a tri-junction with Bhutan and China on its east, and with Nepal and China on its west. So from a certain point of view, it's very, very much a part of the old trade routes that existed. It's also a part of the exchange of culture and ideas. And today, it is a vital link between mainland India and the northeast, because Sikkim is your sentinel in the Himalayas.
Right.
That part of India that is so strategically important for maintaining contiguity between different parts of our country. So I think Sikkim is very well placed from that point of view, and Sikkim's success also, I think, can be linked in part to the fact that it is on this very important crossroads. I mean, you are at the point of trade, you're at the point of connectivity, you're at the point of infrastructure development, and you're at the point of, as I said, the exchange of cultures, ideas, and innovation.
Now, if you look at Sikkim's export potential, and given the fact that you have the other seven sisters sitting over there, if Sikkim considers itself as the brother of these seven sisters, the northeastern states, and of course you've served in Bangladesh. Of course, our relations with Bangladesh ain't that good as when you were there, and we've actually had their chief administrator, whatever Mohammed Yunus calls himself, talk about landlocked northeast and the importance. How does Sikkim therefore provide the gateway, as you call it, for not only its own exports but also funneling the northeastern states and becoming a conduit towards its growth and development?
So there are two aspects to this. One, of course, is infrastructure development. And I think infrastructure development is linked to Sikkim's own strategic importance. I mean, the fact that you have a huge investment in recent years, and I think the Honorable Chief Minister referred to that, in terms of road construction, in terms of infrastructure by way of the railways, and I want to elaborate a bit more on that Sivok-Rangpur line, which is now coming up. You have an infrastructure in terms of airfields, infrastructure in terms of basically ensuring that the supply lines that are there from the rest of India into the Himalayas represented by Sikkim is kept intact. So that's one part of it. And Sikkim, I think, has benefited greatly from that investment in our strategic priority.
Right.
But the other is that the people of Sikkim, under very able leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister and the political leadership, has been able to institute unique, I would say, initiatives that have made Sikkim the most prosperous state in India in per capita terms. I mean, the Chief Minister spoke about 7 lakhs per capita income.
Right.
That's an extraordinary achievement considering that you're a state which is not only landlocked, but you're a small state which is also in the Himalayan region. And I do recall one of the Chief Ministers of Uttarakhand telling me, former Chief Minister, that unless a Himalayan area, a hilly area has with it a plains with it, it does not have commercial viability. And Sikkim has proved that that is not correct. Despite not having plains attached to the hilly terrain that Sikkim represents, it's been very successful. And why has it been successful?
Right.
It has instituted unique scheme like organic farming. I think Sikkim is one of the few states that is 100% organic. Pesticides and fertilizers are not allowed. Farmers are actually getting far more income because the state is organic. They have perfected the art of high altitude floriculture. They have instituted ecotourism and sustainable tourism, which is the backbone of Sikkim's economy. They have hydroelectric power plants, I think, which you have a certain potential now, but the capacity is huge, and that's being, has not been exploited. It's in the process of being exploited. So I think Sikkim itself has taken steps, and innovation, sorry, that's very important. The young people in Sikkim, I think, have taken to innovation like nobody else. You recall in the G20, we actually scheduled a special meeting of the startup working group because of the innovation in Sikkim. You have startups in Sikkim that have actually made many, let's say, momentous developments in the areas of technology, digital communications, providing services. And I think from that point of view, it's also a state that has actually nurtured innovation. And some of the innovators are also here, so I think that's a great thing.
And let's not forget that Harsh Shringla was also the chief coordinator of the G20. Is that the designation that was there? Did a wonderful job, and let's give him a very warm round of applause for making India proud on this one. One of the things, Harsh, is India has an Act East policy. Earlier it was Look East, and under Prime Minister Modi it's become Act East. How can Sikkim benefit from this? What does it need to do to leverage its strengths, not only to act east, but if you take a look at its neighbors, Nepal, Bhutan, what can it do to really use that and leverage it and grow?
Well, the Act East policy is designed to allow us to focus on our neighbors, obviously to the east of us. I mean, that starts from Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and then goes on to Southeast Asia, Myanmar and beyond. And I think Sikkim is well placed because it has 2 friendly neighbors to the west and east. It's got Nepal on one side and Bhutan on one side. And what you have in terms of advantage is common linguistic, use. You have a common culture. You have, the advantage of, a spiritual connect with both these places. And I think the sort of people-to-people ties that you see between Sikkim and Nepal and Bhutan can be expanded also to the economic realm. How can we expand our economic linkages? How can we open up connectivity to parts of Nepal and Bhutan? And I think that is something that we could work on. I remember being in some delegations when I was looking after Nepal earlier.
That's right.
And you always had some representative from the government of Sikkim. And that connectivity worked very well because there is always a common affinity. And we should, as a country, use that strength that Sikkim has to open up connectivity to our neighbors to the east and west. Obviously, we cannot do it to the north, but certainly east and west is something that we can do. And we should not forget Bangladesh. We are going through, you're right, it is a difficult phase in our relationship. But when I was in Bangladesh, I remember that I had said that Sikkim is on a prior approval list for visas. In other words, you will not, as a foreigner, get a visa for Sikkim. At least as a Bangladeshi, you will not get a visa for Sikkim because it was on the prior approval list. And when Rajnath Singh ji was Home Minister, when he visited, I told him, I said, this is something that we can easily do away with because Bangladesh at that time was a very friendly country. And the potential for tourism in our Himalayas, Sikkim, Arunachal, etc., is tremendous. And he agreed. And within 3 months, Sikkim and Bangladesh was removed from the list prior approval category. And I remember going to Sikkim University as Foreign Secretary in 2020. And when I addressed the audience, mainly students and younger people there, and I said, do you know why in 2019, tourism in Sikkim took a 90% upward swing? Not many students knew, but actually the reason was that we removed Sikkim from the restricted area list, and there was a surge of Bangladeshi tourists that went to Sikkim. So, you leverage economic potential wherever it is, and Sikkim can do it because Act East policy begins in Sikkim.
Wonderful. But let's also talk about the dragon in the room. Sikkim's big neighbor, the other side that's there. And what do you see as, as you look ahead? Of course, our relations have improved given the past 5 years and the problems they had with them. Is there anything we need to look at in terms of what Sikkim could do and what benefits it could possibly get out, and what are the challenges and things that they need to watch out for?
Well, I think Sikkim's role is very important because it is like a sentinel in the Himalayas. And it's also different from other Himalayan borders that we share with Sikkim. And I'll explain why. One, of course, is that it's a more compact state. There is much better connectivity.
Right.
You have all-weather roads that can reach the border areas of Sikkim very easily. Compared to Uttarakhand, compared to Himachal, compared to Ladakh, Sikkim is much better off. Secondly, and I think this is very important when we talk about Sikkim at 50, is that Sikkim has achieved a remarkable level of political and socio-economic cohesion.
That's true.
This is a state that lives in harmony. This is a state that has achieved a remarkable level of development, and a state which in many senses is a living proof that good governance, national integration, infrastructure can make a success out of a neighboring state. So it becomes a model of success and integration as opposed to a state which is of peripheral concern, or a peripheral, a state which has concerns, a peripheral state with concerns, let's put it that way. So take the case of, say, Manipur, for example, right, which has it's a neighbor, it's a state that is a border state, but it has political issues. Jammu and Kashmir has had political issues. It's had issues which are, has issues which are linked to peace and stability and law and order as well. But Sikkim has none of these issues. So it is unique both from a geographical and infrastructure point of view, and unique in terms of its setting, in terms of political and socio-economic cohesion. I think the dragon in the room cannot be ignored when you talk about Sikkim, because let me remind you of Doklam in 2017.
That's right.
When we found that the Chinese were actually coming steadily south, in Bhutan, of course, but steadily approaching a point where it would have been a serious strategic issue for us. And that is the time that we had to intervene. Many of us here would recall there was a standoff. We ultimately resolved the issue, but it reinforced to us the very, very important strategic nature of Sikkim, and that we needed to work to build our forward integration. And today you will find that a lot of effort is being spent on ensuring that you have stable supply chains, you have forward supply depots, you have the infrastructure necessary to equip our military in this area. And the railway which I mentioned, the Sevok-Rongpo railway, which is basically about 45 kilometers, but has 14 tunnels, which is very unique. I mean, 14 tunnels across the Himalayas, 22 bridges, These ensure that there is an assured supply to Sikkim and to our front lines, even when that road is washed away, even in times of conflict. And the value of 14 tunnels cannot be overemphasized at a time of conflict.
You have your ear to Delhi, and they have the ear to you as well, the advice that you give them, the Prime Minister and everybody else takes seriously. If you had to tell the center some of the things that, looking ahead, some of the sectors that the center must promote in this, they might be already doing it, but which are the 3 or 4 sectors that you would say, look, Sikkim is important, in terms of exports we need to focus here, in terms of relationships, say as we discussed earlier with the East and the neighbors there, what would you advise, suggest to the center do on some of these things?
Well, you can give advice, but it's a different thing.
It's free.
Whether that advice is, something which is relevant and useful.
But coming from you, it will be very important. Yeah.
But the important thing, I think, is that how do we reinforce much of what Sikkim itself is doing? And I think the Honorable Chief Minister was very candid in saying that the support from the center, especially from 2014, has been very, very important in terms of Sikkim's overall development and growth. I think that is critical, and the Prime Minister himself has always emphasized on the Northeast in terms of development, with 10% of allocated budgets being available to the Northeast for its development. And Sikkim, in technical terms, is part of the Northeast because of the Seven Sisters and Northeast Council includes Sikkim. So I think from that perspective, I think some integrated planning is important. Integrating Sikkim not only with our other states, I mean West Bengal of course to the south, but also Assam and beyond, and also to our neighboring countries of Bhutan, Nepal, and when the circumstances are correct, also to Bangladesh, because at the end of the day, Sikkim has tremendous hydropower potential. Today, you are exploiting a fraction of it, but the potential is about 8,000 megawatts. I think 5,000 megawatts worth of power projects are already in play. And that surplus power that is generated by Sikkim can flow through Bangladesh into the rest of India, because not only is that a much shorter route, but also Bangladesh can buy your power in a manner that is going to be of benefit to Sikkim. I mean, look at the Nepal example. When Nepal produces hydroelectric power, which is today being supplied to Bihar and UP, and Nepal has benefited enormously from that, and our states bordering Nepal have benefited also because of the fact that they are getting green power at a very, very reasonable rate. And that power is also going to Bangladesh. So how do you integrate the region? I mean, South Asia is one of the least integrated regions.
That's true.
And Sikkim is one of those points that you could use to integrate Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, maybe even Myanmar with our Northeast and the rest of India. So the potential is there. It's a question of how do you do that. And I think we've started with the railways, with the road infrastructure, with airports, additional bridges, etc. There is a bridge that connects Pakyong with Kalimpong district. And that bridge is supposed to be the longest road bridge, over 1,000 meters. Wow. So these are the sort of things that are going to help in that integration. And certainly, I think when you talk about Act East, this is the sort of advice that you could put across.
Okay, we've got about 7 minutes, and I want you to do a little crystal gazing, because, as you said, the geopolitical or the geography of Sikkim plays a very vital role in the geopolitics of that region. And if you take a look at what is happening in Bangladesh, for instance, China to some instance, and Bhutan, of course, and Nepal, and the East, if you can just give us your perspective of the way things are going. Maybe relations are a little strained in some of these things, but how do you see it move ahead, and therefore, what should Sikkim look for and the opportunities it look for?
Well, Sikkim, as I said, I mean, being on the geopolitical crossroads is not entirely, I would say, immune to developments in our neighborhood. So developments in Nepal, in Bhutan, in the Tibet Autonomous Region of China, and even Bangladesh will impact directly or indirectly on Sikkim. And I've already mentioned, the linkages in terms of tourism, people-to-people contacts, etc. The situation in our neighborhood is one which is dynamic and fluid. We have a world today in flux, right?
That's correct.
Nothing is what you would presume it to be. And if I were to do some crystal gazing, I would probably get it wrong as to what would happen next.
That's okay.
Right?
We were not recording it.
I'm talking about on a global basis.
That's right.
And that same applies to our own neighborhood. Our neighborhood today, I think, is not the same it was even 10 years ago. There is an enormous change. The change basically is that the larger powers are also getting more and more involved in your neighborhood. That great power game is coming to your immediate neighborhood, whether it is Nepal, whether it is Bangladesh, whether it's Sri Lanka or even Maldives. You see that playing out in your neighborhood. So nothing is what we would expect it to be, and things are changing very quickly. And I think we have to be able to take this in stride. In other words, we have to understand that there would be a constant process of changes in the dynamics. There is a situation where governments and dispensations are favorable to you.
Right.
They could be unfavorable to you suddenly. They could be back in favor. Take the case of Maldives.
That's true.
We were perceived to be close to the previous government of President Soli.
Right.
The next government that came on an anti-India, India outplank, led by Moizu. But today, that government is reasonably friendly towards us.
That's true.
So that dynamics can apply, and those dynamics, I think, are very important when you look at the neighborhood. The important thing for us is that foreign policy begins with your immediate neighborhood. That is why we call it neighborhood first policy. You cannot take your ball off your neighborhood. You need to focus on your neighborhood first, get it right first, and then get on with everything else that you have to work on.
Since you're here, how do you see developments proceeding in Bangladesh? They've been sort of troubling for us in many senses. What do you think would be, what do we need to look ahead for? Some of the challenges as well as the perceptions you feel?
Well, in Bangladesh, soon after the events that took place last year, in August last year, I'd written an op-ed piece in the Times of India in which I've said they've thrown the baby out of the bathwater.
Right.
So
good
essentially, you have basically jettisoned an entire, let's say, ideology, a pro-liberation 1971 ideology, an ideology that believes in a secular constitution with a more harmonious, let's say, coexistence between the majority community and the minorities that are there in Bangladesh. Today, I think, through the guise of what is seen as a student movement, the Islamists have come to power in Bangladesh, and they are the ones who are controlling the entire situation behind the scenes. I think Professor Yunus is the face of that particular dispensation, but you have a serious issue in the fact that these Islamists have an agenda which is not the same as yours, or in other words, it could even be inimical to your core security interests. Now, how you work on that and how you deal with that is very important, because Bangladesh is far more important than we allow ourselves to think it is.
Right.
And we share a 4,000-kilometer border with Bangladesh, the longest border we have with any country. It neighbors 5 of our very important states, including northeastern states. When Bangladesh is in ferment, it could really have an adverse impact on us from the point of view of ideologies, radicalism, and also terrorism. It could be, even as some of our seditious fear, a third front, which I think is the last thing that you want at this point of time. So you have to work on getting that sorted out. Nothing is beyond redemption, as I said, because in our neighborhood, things change very quickly. We don't have to have the same status quo that we are seeing now, but it needs a very urgent and careful attention to ensure that our, let's say, very, very important point geographically and strategically is not compromised in any manner to our detriment.
1 minute left. Quick word about Nepal and Bhutan, the same sort of perception.
Well, I mean, Nepal and Bhutan have been friendly states, traditionally friendly. We've had very special, a very special relationship with them that allows free movement of people, fairly free movement of goods. And I think in many senses, our countries, that's Nepal, Bhutan and India, are quite interlinked in many senses. People work in India, many of our people work in those countries. There is a lot of scope to, I think, continue relations as it is, but you have to find the synergies. I think that's very important. I mean, I think the real turning point in our relationship with Nepal is hydroelectric power. Earlier, our model was different, which meant the state intervened, you set up hydroelectric power, and that was the basis of our relationship with Bhutan. You set up the hydroelectric power, you bought the power, you paid Bhutan. That model did not work in Nepal, but there is a new paradigm, which is that our companies are investing in hydroelectric potential in Nepal, and we have today, we are already importing, I think, 1,500 megawatts, if not more, of power from Nepal. But we have, I think, already invested in 10,000 megawatts worth of power from Nepal. But think of it, if that investment were to fructify and we would be getting 10,000 megawatts of green energy from Nepal, what would it do for Nepal's budget? What would it do for development in Nepal? What would it do to create an interdependency and a synergy that is very, very difficult to break? And this is, I think, very important. You get the economics right, you get the people-to-people connect right, everything else falls into place. And I think Nepal is important from that point of view. Bhutan, of course, we are working with them on the Gelefu mindfulness city. I think this is a new concept of a city, a smart city, a tech city, right on our border with Assam. I think there is a possibility of synergizing between Sikkim and Bhutan as well.
That's right. You could have a twin city of like Gelefu or whatever.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So there are many ideas out there, and we have to see how to best bring them to a success.
Shringla, we could have gone on with such rich experience. You brought great insights and clarity, and I think Sikkim will benefit greatly, and we have benefited. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause for this. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Shringla, for sharing how political stability can go a long way in accelerating development and the critical role Sikkim can play in India's Act East policy. I would like to request you to please remain on stage. Mr. Chingappa, I would like to request you to please present a token of appreciation to Mr. Shringla. And now we shift our focus to education, a sector that has the power to transform societies. The session will delve into how Sikkim is preparing young minds in the hills for the world ahead and the opportunities present. Joining us for this discussion are a panel of experts. Please welcome them on stage. Raju Basnet, Minister of Education. Welcome, sir. Soni Virdi, founder of Zion Education Trust and chairman of CII, Sikkim State Council, and Professor Ashish Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Kanchenjunga State University, Sikkim. Moderating this session is Shelly Anand, Deputy Editor with India Today. Over to you, Shelly.
Thank you for taking our time today. Okay, fine. I'm going to start with you, sir. Sikkim follows model schools, the concept of model schools, right? Can you tell us briefly what's the idea behind these model schools and how do they actually help students learn better?
Thank you, Ms. Sally, and thank you, India Today, for having us here today. This model schools concept in Sikkim is a recent concept, actually. A residential model school, we've just started one in my own home constituency, that is right. Namchebong. Earlier, what we were doing was we were selecting around 60 odd students from our different government schools, okay, from remote villages. We had a selection test every year, and then we were selecting them and sending them to different schools outside Sikkim for studies from class 6 onwards. Right. But our experience showed that these children, when they came out, we were thinking that they would get exposure and then things would be very good for them. But because they came from very humble backgrounds, and these schools were very affluent kind of schools, and then that mixing, and there were some issues regarding that. So Honorable Chief Minister, he thought that we should have our own residential school, okay, where we could give them best of the education. So this is the first year we have started with the residential school, Chief Minister's model school in Sikkim, and then we have you've given chance to 60 students, first batch we have started, and this is a state-of-the-art school with smart classes, art rooms, music rooms, all facilities are there, and this is fully funded by the government and free for these children.
Okay, right. And the state saw exceptional CBSE results this year, right? So do you think that the idea of model schools has to play a role in that some way?
Not really, because this Chief Minister's mentorship program that we started last year, actually, it was on the Teachers' Day that our Honorable Chief Minister announced this program. Right. And like our CBSE results for class 10 used to be a little lower than the All India average, maybe because of many reasons. But that year, I mean, that was in 2024, we are just around 63% odd pass percentage for our class 10 results. So we thought we have to improve, and we set an ambitious target of around of 100% pass percentage. We did not achieve 100%, of course. That was not possible within a year. But starting from the Teachers' Day, we took everyone on board, the area MLAs, the ministers, the panchayats, the school management committees, the teachers, the headmasters, everyone came on board and mentored our class 10 students to achieve at least 80% odd pass percentage this year. So that was almost a jump of around 15% in the pass percentage, and that was the first year, and we hope to achieve 100% by another 2-3 years. 2-3 years. This will continue, and this year what we are going to do is broaden that base to class 9 also. We'll be including mentorship program for class 9 also, and by 2029 we will be including up to class 6. Okay. Children from 6 onwards, we will be included in this mentorship program, so that they learn early about this the class 10 board exams, CBSE pattern, the way it functions and everything, so that they plan for the exams well in advance.
Well in advance, okay. I'll move to Professor Ashish. You are the only state university in Sikkim, right? And at present you have 5 postgraduate programs focusing more on linguistics. So do you think the state is trying to focus more on the languages? What's the idea behind just having linguistic programs?
Good morning, everyone. See, the question what you stated is, this is only the initial phase of the university. Currently, the university in its full form is still under construction. So, I will not say that it is purely linguistic, because the languages what we are teaching at the moment in the university are the indigenous languages of the state of Sikkim.
Right.
And when you say something about the indigenous language, it also means there's a lot of work which needs to be done on the indigenous knowledge system also. So coming from the engineering background, initially when I took over the university, I thought, how am I going to fit in with my background and all? But it was amazing that, simply see, if you look at Sanskrit also, my university is offering a MA program in Sanskrit also. Currently, what we are talking about, the Indian knowledge system has a strong base in the development of Sanskrit language and the knowledge system embedded in the Sanskrit language. So on similar lines, I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to work on the indigenous languages. While teaching them, we can start working on the documentational aspect of the indigenous knowledge system also.
And language is always a deal breaker, right? So how do you think that students who are studying in Sikkim at present, they can be, let's say, world leaders tomorrow? So how are you preparing them for that?
By simply learning the languages, you want to say how they are going to become world leaders?
No, I'm just trying to understand that, because language is always the first step. Communication, when you're trying to talk to someone. So how do you think that the university is actually preparing the students for, let's say, for tomorrow, to lead the world, let's say, just trying to understand that?
So I think you must have heard the acronym, no? So stay global and being local at the same time.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of opportunity, and even the new education policy also talks a lot of teaching being imparted in the mother tongue.
Mother tongue, exactly.
So there's a lot of opportunity for our students to grow and evolve while learning the local languages.
And what do you think are the challenges of education in the hills?
If you look at challenges, I think our Honorable Chief Minister has stated that connectivity is a challenge, and the state is working actively on that front.
Right.
Once we have a all-weather airport coming up, the railways line coming up, I think when this connectivity thing goes off, I think there are lots and lots of opportunities for students from across the country to come to Sikkim. And it's no wonder the state is actively developing the state as an educational hub.
Okay, right. I'll come to you, Mr. Virdi. You are known to be a pioneer in a couple of initiatives you have started in the state, right? How do you think technology is changing the dynamics when we talk about Sikkim and education?
Thank you so much for this beautiful question. Technology, in fact, is the most powerful tool that we have today. If we look at the world, how fast the world is changing, how fast the world is moving, if we do not adapt to the technological study methodology right from the school level, we will not be able to prepare our children for the future. Let's think about year 2040, 45 and beyond. The jobs that are available today will no longer be available in the world. Unless our children are technologically sound, if our children are not technologically aware of what is happening around the world, then our children will be lagging behind. Therefore, what I feel, because I got many opportunity to sit down one-on-one with Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim, and we discuss about education. And when we discuss, we are on the same line of thinking that our children should be market ready by 2045 and beyond. Our children should not come to government seeking for job. because we do not know whether 2045 and beyond, 2050 and beyond, whether government job will remain or not, whether many corporate jobs will remain or not.
Yeah.
But if they are technologically driven, then surely there will be something for them to do in the world.
See, we all talk about flexible and digital learning these days, right? It's all, I mean, everybody is trying to adapt to that. Where does Sikkim stand when we talk about digital learning or flexible learning? How well prepared Sikkim is, the system?
I give you one example. Back in 2013, we started no book, no bag policies initially. But many did not understand. Like I only introduced tablet in the school and then no books system in the school. But of course, many rejected, many didn't like, and many came to me, Soni sir, aap to bacche ko bigar rahe hain, something like that. You see, but we tried, we failed. 2017, once again, we restarted. 17, 18, 19, and 2020 there was lockdown. 2021 lockdown. All these people started to say, did you know that there will be lockdown in the nation? You see, Sikkim and Sikkimese children, Sikkimese parents were aware of online and technological education system, you know. So today also, if you go to many of the government school also, we have the digital board. Our children knows how to use digital board. Our teacher knows how to use digital boards. You see, now no more those dusters and chalk and those powder, asthmatic problems in the classroom and teachers, you know. We have those digital platforms easily available. And as we were discussing, when I talk about this digital innovations in Sikkim, not only Gangtok, but entire Sikkim.
Entire Sikkim, yeah.
Entire Sikkim. Gangtok has more facility than many of our other districts, but still other district teachers are also working hard. Other district government officers are also working hard to bring our children to the mainstream education system. Okay.
I'll come to you, sir. Sikkim is committed to 100% literacy by 2027. What's the roadmap? How do you think you're going to achieve that?
Today our literacy rate is around 90.67%. We have actually identified, there are around 15,000 odd people between the age group of 15 to 40 who are, so to say, illiterate. I mean, who do not pass that benchmark for literacy. We have already identified them. We have already identified the volunteers for mentoring them. And then they will be, you know, giving their exams very soon for their passing that benchmark. So we won't take till 2027.
You won't?
We won't.
Okay, right.
By another year or so, we will surely be 100% literate state.
That's nice. That's great to know. Good. Yeah, that's nice. Okay.
Yeah. And staying at this higher education, I mean, you were asking him. You know, like, I'm also the Minister for Higher Education since we have a single education ministry in Sikkim. In higher education, in the past 6 years after the government took over, we've done a lot of work in this. In fact, Kanchenjunga State University, which was running from a very small, room, few rooms in a government college, has now a sprawling, I mean, it's on the verge of completion. Within this year, we'll be completing its campus. And it is in a sprawling around 15 acres of land. It has been, I mean, it's around more than 15 acres, right? So 17 acres odd land. I mean, state-of-the-art buildings have been brought. We'll have green buildings there. We'll have all sorts of facilities for our. We not only want our higher education to be, say Sikkim has to become a knowledge hub.
Right.
Okay. We are a fully organic state.
Yeah.
We want people to come to Sikkim for studying organic farming.
Yeah.
We have glaciers, we have mountains, steep mountains, we have, Sikkim is disaster prone, as everyone knows. We want people to come to Sikkim to learn disaster. It has to be a research center for, and since it is small and everything is the eco, there is this ecotourism. It has huge potential in Sikkim.
Yeah.
Okay. Our biodiversity is it is the largest, very broad-based biodiversity we have. So we want the world to come to Sikkim to learn all these things. So we want to make Sikkim a research hub, an education hub. So that is the direction our Honorable Chief Minister has given us. We are working in that direction.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, Professor, I'll ask you, Professor Ashish, how do you ensure that your students, they are holistically developed? So what steps do you think are being taken, or you plan to take such initiatives in future? So the holistical development of your students.
When I first looked at the topic, you talked about education in the foothills of the Himalayas. If you go back in time, I must tell you, if you talk about the Vedic times also, most of the Gurukuls were in the foothills of the Himalayas.
Yeah.
Then you cut to the British Raj. Most of the top schools were located in the hills. Unfortunately, somewhere along the way, we have lost the plot. Because education now has primarily being reflected in terms of numbers. Pass percentage, placement statistics. Nobody talks about the value system. If I have to give you an example of the holistic development, I'll just give you my own experience, because I was in the private sector for a long, long time. In Sikkim, we celebrate a festival called Dasera. The main purpose of that festival is to visit the elders, the relatives' place. They offer you rice tikka on your forehead and they bless you. So when we were in the private organization, maximum leave we were giving to the employees were only for 1 or 2 days. But, see, this festival will take you a minimum of a week. After 2 days, even if the leaves are off, the employees who never used to come to work, be it the sweepers, be it the attendants, we used to threaten them with suspension, with termination, with loss of pay. People were willing to forsake their work, their employability, but they had to ensure, they had to visit their elders' place to seek blessings. Right. So this is the holistic development what we are talking about. Today we are talking about eroding family values and all. So Sikkim is a living example where all these ties are there, and it's going to happen for a long foreseeable time. Thank you.
That's interesting. Okay. Mr. Virdi, I would like to ask you, if you have to talk about 3 or 4 initiatives which can be adopted, which can be taken to make Sikkim a global education hub, what will those be?
Number 1 is life skill, which Dr. Ashish just mentioned. The most important. More than the academics, we need to teach our children the value system, the morality. Life skill is very important. I have to be the better husband, better father, better friend, better citizen of the society. More than the better mind, but useless. You see, this is number 1. Number 2, once again, technology. We have blockchain technology, which we must teach our children, because everything is transforming into blockchain technology. Tomorrow's world is blockchain technology. This we need to teach our children. And we must teach our children to be self-dependent, not to be dependent on or be an employee. We must teach our children to be an employer or the provider. We must teach our children to sit on this side of the table, not the other side of the table where receivers end, but the givers end. These 3 are very important, and Sikkim is working on this.
Okay, that's nice. I'll come to you, sir. What would be your takeaways? Like, how do you think you are preparing to make Sikkim the global hub of education?
Like I said, we have to skill our people.
Right.
If you don't have a skill set, you stand nowhere in the world. You have to start skilling people very early. Because if you want someone to get into sports, he or she has to start at the age of 6 or 7.
Right.
Same is the case with skills. If you don't start early, you will not gather that kind of knowledge in that particular skill set you are trying to develop. The Honorable Chief Minister has also said that we will have, first of all, we'll have schools from 6 onwards. We will be having vocational, every school in Sikkim will have a proper functional workshop built,
right,
where children can try their hands on everything, from carpentry, pottery, to, everything. I mean, whatever life skills you need in life. From there, they can build on their own strength after that and follow a pathway which will lead them to employment. So that is our plan for the future.
Future, okay. And coming to you, sir, why is experiential learning or hands-on learning important, and how is the state working towards that?
I think it's very, very important in today's age, experiential learning. And if you look at what the state is doing, recently they have started the Chief Minister Internship scheme also, where the graduates are given hands-on experience. And likewise, I think the colleges and the universities are also following something known as the industrial internship scheme also. So basically what happens is in the final semester, they're sent to the industry to work on a project or on a live project. So I think that is very, very important, this hands-on experience. Because this is something like what sir also said, which will update you, which will skill you for the future ahead as well.
Okay, hard skills versus soft skills. There's always a debate. What is more important?
I think both should go hand in hand. You cannot isolate one and say this is much more important. So they are complementary in nature. They have to be brought forward together. So you cannot just escape one out of the two.
You can't. Yeah. And how is, what do you suggest that the state can work towards that, so that hard skills and soft skills complement each other?
It is for me?
Yes.
You see, we must start early, critical thinking, and we must, actually we have started in Sikkim, like less time in the, classroom, more time in the labs, but not science lab and maths lab anymore.
Okay.
The design thinking lab. In the design thinking lab, we discuss about all these matters only, where children must have or develop critical thinking abilities, and all these things has to be taught from the junior classes itself, and more of the time they must spend in the lab, design thinking lab.
Right. Okay, lastly, sir, I'll come to you before we wind up. You said that your target of 2027, you're going to achieve it maybe in a year, right? Can you give me 2 or 3 very specific examples, or like, let's say, initiatives, which you think will actually help you achieve that target much before 2027?
Like I said earlier, we have already identified the groups,
right,
okay, that we need to educate. We have already identified the mentors for them. So it is just a matter of bringing them together and giving them maybe 6 to 8 months time to educate them, and then give the exams. That's where it is.
And what about the challenges?
Of course, connectivity. There are few issues. But we will overcome all that.
You will?
Yes.
That's really nice. Okay, that's really good.
Optimistic about it.
Good. That was a very good panel. Thank you all of you for taking our time today. Thanks. I'll give it to my colleague. Thanks.
Thank you everyone for sharing the importance on the importance of holistic education in Sikkim. I would now like to request Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO of India Today, to come on stage to hand over token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Sikkim is one of India's smallest states, but it is developing rapidly, be it in organic farming, homegrown startups, or major pharmaceutical investments. It is quietly challenging the notion that people here prefer only government jobs. And much of that shift is thanks to policies that are promoting entrepreneurship in the hill state. To discuss how enterprises are being crafted in these Himalayan terrains, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists. Mr. M. Ravi Kumar, Director, MSME Commerce and Industries Department, Government of Sikkim. Dr. Kajal, Director at Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Dr. Raj Lama, Chief Coordinator, Sikkim Entrepreneurship and Economic Development Cell. Rivaz Chetri, Founder, Any Taxi, and Officer on Special Duty to the Honorable Chief Minister for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And Mr. Vipul Gupta, Vice President and Head Corporate Affairs and Policy, SIPLA. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll also be moderating this session. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, Mr. Gupta is just here. So, welcome, everyone. We have a set of distinguished speakers with us. A lot is being done in the state of Sikkim when it comes to entrepreneurship, whether it's the MSME sector or the new age startups. And let's hear from the experts themselves.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Kumar, we will start with you. Can you give us a lowdown on the MSME landscape in Sikkim, on what are the opportunities? So what are the areas where MSMEs are strong in the state, and what are the potential sectors where you see a lot of scope for growth?
Good morning, all. In MSME, Sikkim is now very vibrant. We can say that in 2019, the total MSME registered in portal around 600. But as of today, it is almost 15,000. So this is one of the main reason is Sikkim's policy, MSME policy, that the government of Sikkim launched Skilled Youth Startup Scheme in 2020. When COVID happened, people are returning from other countries, from other states. So just to provide employment to them, Government of Sikkim launched Skilled Youth Startup Scheme in 2020 in the severe COVID time. So that time this policy encouraged a lot of entrepreneurs to start the business. So that is the main reason now we are getting sizable MSME registered around 15,000. Now we are targeting around 30,000 by 2030. And they are working in multiple sectors like handicraft, handlooms, adventure tourism, food processing, organic farming, carpet manufacturing, spice sector, rooftop solar, homestays, restaurants, hotel, beauty and wellness, cottage industries, herbal cosmetics, tours and travel agencies, automobile, and the textile sector. And other sectors also emerging like 3D printing and animation, tanga. So we have so many emerging sectors also apart from this.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Dr. Kajal, policy plays a very important role, in promoting or accelerating the growth on the ground. Can you talk to us a bit about the scheme Unnati that was introduced last year, and how its uptake has been?
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today here. And thank you, India Today Group, for inviting me as a panelist. And thank you for your question. This is, I would say I come from DPIIT. I'm Dr. Kajal. I'm an IAS officer working with the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Our department is known to make those kind of changes, which I believe is like, it's a face of the country that we present everywhere. Our department looks after Startup India scheme. We have ease of doing business, Make in India, intellectual property rights, and then all these special, I would say, area schemes such as Jammu Kashmir, Northeast, industrial incentives are provided there. And to give you a little bit about Unnati, this is a scheme that we launched last year by the Honorable Prime Minister on 9th of March 2024. May I know how many people have heard about it? Can you just raise your hands, please? Well, that is not a good situation, I would say. A lot of you are not aware about the scheme, and let me tell you, it's really one of a kind. You are aware about NEEP and NEEDS, right? Are you guys aware about that? How many of you know about NEEP 2007 and then the NEEDS 2017? So not a lot. This is something I believe that is the major problem that we face with the Northeast and particularly Sikkim. I have been to Sikkim twice, and let me tell you, very beautiful place. You all belong to Sikkim and we love Sikkim. This is a scheme which has come after, I would say, a gap of 2 years. There was a break. NEEDS got over in 2022, and in 24 we launched this new scheme. Under this scheme, we have proposed an outlay of 10,000 crore, which is basically earlier schemes, if you are aware of it, we were not able to earmark it to the states, and most of the funds were like kind of consumed by Assam. This time, this has been taken care of, and let me tell you, you have 500 crores out of this, which is like what we have done is out of 10,000 crore, we have earmarked 60% of the budget. So 6,000 crore approximately is earmarked to all the 8 states in the Northeast, and for Sikkim, it is almost 514 crores. So if you want to take advantage, I think this is the time. And rest of the 40%, this will be based on the first in, first out. So whichever state goes first and comes first and has more, investment coming in, would be able to take the advantage of this scheme. This scheme has, 2 layers to it. We have divided your state into 2 zones, Zone A and Zone B. Zone B will be getting higher incentives than Zone A. So if you are putting your industry in Zone B, you will get slightly higher incentives than the Zone A, which is again, I would say, advantageous for you. There are 3 components to it. One is your capital linked incentive, like the capital incentive. So once your industry is up and running, you can come back and you can take 30%, and there is an upper cap to the incentive. So maximum of, I think, 5 CR in the Zone A and 7.5 CR in Zone B. correct, right? And in interest subvention, we will be giving you, again, there is zone A, zone B, and we will be giving you interest subvention on the loan that you have availed. And third will be your GST linked incentive, which is called MSLI, in which it is a kind of lump sum incentive. I know it's a difficult terrain, a lot of problems and challenges are there in the Northeast, and there was a lot of demand that we should be given transport incentive and GST reimbursements and all that. So what we have done is, we have just clubbed it into one incentive, and this is linked to your productivity. So if you are operational in these areas, and you are supposed to be operational for at least 5 years, which is a mandatory requirement under this scheme, and if you are doing production and operations there, we will be providing you this GST linked incentive. So it is not a GST reimbursement only, but it is taken care of as a lump sum incentive, which is, you know, earmarked and linked to your GST payments. And then you can use it for anything that you want. You can use it for your labor payments, you can use it for your transport. So we are not asking for, you know, different compliances. So you just have to, you know, come back for one incentive, and you can use it wherever you want. So I believe this scheme has been really great, and it can really change the shape of Sikkim in the coming times. What I want from all of you is to avail the benefits and come fast, come soon, because the last time for registration is March 31st, 2024. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Kajal. So that was a good overview of one of the very major schemes that is present in the state for entrepreneurship. Dr. Raj, as someone who works, you know, in the state on the ground with entrepreneurs, with students, you know, how do you see? I mean, what is the mindset that you see, that you view amongst the people on entrepreneurship? What is the work you're doing with students and even entrepreneurs to enable the ecosystem of starting up in the state? So 2 questions for you.
Once this government came to power in 2019, so one of the main things the government tried to do was like to create the mindset among the young people to take up entrepreneurship.
A little closer. Yeah.
So one of the main things the government tried to do was to create entrepreneurial mindset among the young people. So young people means like a lot of creativity, lot of new energy. So this could be harnessed in a better way. So the government tried to encourage in a big way for this entrepreneurship. So I mean now as a seed cell, I mean, as a Sikkim Entrepreneurship and Economic Development Cell, it is an organization patronized by Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim, Shri P.S. Gole sir. So our main job we started was to create mindset among the young people. So I mean we've tried to conduct lots of awareness program in all over in the state of Sikkim. And then we realized that if you really want to create entrepreneurs today, then it's important to have this entrepreneurial mindset among the students also. Because today's our whatever education we are getting in the schools are only making them ready only for job only. So today if you do a survey and if you ask anybody after the college or a master's level, 95% want to go and do a government job or get a job, but nobody wants to do nobody wants to be an entrepreneur. So that is one of the huge challenges we are facing. We faced. I think it's the same for all the states also. So as an organization, we try to create mindset. Now we are really giving them mentorship. We are trying to get them a market, access. And now you see in every month, some of the entrepreneurs are in Delhi. They are visiting Pragati Maidan and all that. Recently, this department is also bringing. So I think our organization is trying to create the mindset among the young people. So I'm sure that in the days to come, our people will also become they will be able to create huge startups. And to share you one data that till now from Sikkim, no company has been listed in the National Stock Exchange. It hasn't been listed till now. In that sense, we are very underdeveloped in that sense. But then, if you just go to the data and see that in the year 2024 only, $13.7 billion has been invested through venture fund in this country to the young startups. And then we hardly got any money for. So So that is also one of the challenges that tomorrow, even you can attract, say, 10% of the money to our state, to our young people, then we can really develop tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, so that's what, yeah.
I will just, before I move on, I'll just ask you, I'd like to, elaborate a bit on this point about mindset change you mentioned. Can you give us 3 examples? Because that's the toughest thing to do, right? I mean, intangible things, changing a mindset. So can you give us examples on how exactly it is done?
See, like, the greatest motivation can be your own peers.
Okay.
So, no matter how many talk you will give it to your young people, additionally, you are able to show them some example, they won't do it. And you have to create a people whom you can relate to.
Okay.
Today, if I talk to, say, Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg and all that, that's fine, they're doing at the global level. But, I mean, somebody sitting in a village will be more inspired seeing his neighbor what he's doing.
Yes.
Tomorrow, suddenly, that guy is now not doing a job, regular job, and is creating enterprise, and is doing fine in life. He's buying the good things in life. So then these young people will definitely will take up that particular thing, will take up this entrepreneurship, and I think that's the huge thing. And I think the friend sitting over beside me is one of the best example from Sikkim. He has been one of our ace entrepreneur. I think he has really motivated a lot of people to take up entrepreneurship. I think we need people like him also in Sikkim. So I mean, so coming back to your question, like we're trying to create role models among our own people so that tomorrow they can inspire our own people to take up entrepreneurship.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Raj. So Revaz, so if many of you might not know, while he now works with the government of Sikkim, before that he founded 35 startups. No mean feat by any chance.
Thank you so much.
So Revaz, you have been a serial entrepreneur in a state where, like as Dr. Raj said, that there's this whole mindset that government job is the best. So if you can talk to us a bit about what led you to start not 1, 2, but 35 companies, and then we can move on from there. Yeah, thanks.
Firstly, thank you so much for inviting me in the panel. If I have to recall myself when I was 19 years old, when I first started my current venture, Any Taxi, which I am still running it, the only thing that I wanted to do was I wanted to express my freedom, and I wanted to express through entrepreneurship. There was nothing else. I wasn't thinking about profit. I wasn't thinking about making it big. I wasn't thinking about being somewhere someday, but I just wanted to give my 100% towards what I was doing then. And it just went on, one idea after another. For me, it was like any idea that comes onto my mind, I used to go ahead and try. I believe in failing fast and trying out new ideas, because I always believe that till the time I'm young, till the time I can take risk, I will. And I still continue to take a lot of risk in terms of my startups and my ideas and how and what we can do. Thank you.
So before I move on to Mr. Gupta, since you mentioned the word risk, so now you're working with the government to create the entrepreneurial ecosystem, right? And you also mentioned this whole philosophy about build fast, act fast, fail fast, right? So how are you now translating this into the whole ecosystem you're building around startups?
Firstly, I think Sikkim is a beaming example towards youth empowerment. Thanks to Honorable Chief Minister, that me as a very young entrepreneur, I have been given a responsibility as OST to Honorable Chief Minister for skill development and entrepreneurship. And the role which I have been given the responsibility of, I think this role includes lot of taking risk, lot of policy advisory, lot of policy framing, a lot of lobbying with bureaucrats. So the game has just begun. I think Sikkim in next 4 years, under the able leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, we will see a drastic change in ecosystem, and I'm very positive about the government and how ecosystem is evolving, and how what it was before 2019, before Honorable Chief Minister assumed the office. Post 2019, before 2019, there wasn't a single startup which raised private equity.
Okay.
And in 2021, a Sikkimese company, our guest, they raised a private equity from Netfee Northeast Venture Fund. Me myself, I think I was the second person to raise a private equity. So I raised through different angels and different VC, not exactly a VC fund, but people who run VC funds. So they invested as an angel. So after that, I think there are a lot of startups right now, like Agapi, Sikkim, who has recently raised a FDI, foreign direct investment. So Sikkim is opening up. Sikkim is just gearing up to the larger startup ecosystem, and I think we will not be lacking behind. And with the role which I am given responsibility of, we will see, maybe we might even touch 100 startups raising money by the end of 2030.
Okay, interesting, and that's, I mean, you have closed on a very positive note. And since you were talking about investing, we have a star investor in Sikkim from Sipla. Mr. Gupta, Sikkim is very critical for Sipla. They have 3 plants there. So can you talk about what makes it a very strategic location for Sipla and pharma industry in general?
So, first of all, thank you. I am extremely privileged to be part of such an esteemed panel and to be present in front of such a wonderful audience and the people who belong to Sikkim, such a beautiful state full of greenery. Thank you so much. I'm Vipul Gupta. I'm working with Sipla as Vice President and Head of Corporate Affairs, and today I'm representing Sipla. And as you said, Sikkim is a strategic investment for Sipla because we have 3 manufacturing facilities in Sikkim. We started our first manufacturing plant in 2007. Then over a period of time, we came up with 3 plants. And basically, the kind of ecosystem, the kind of incentives being offered, the kind of ease of doing business, policy-friendly environment, these are some of the key things which really supported pharma industry to grow in that region. And that's one of the strategic location for us because it caters the need of Northeast India and many other places. And our products not only is coming to India, but we are fulfilling the requirement on a global platform from our Sikkim plants. And as we talked about that in the last session, that education is really rising and skill set is really increasing. That's another reason to be a strategic choice because we are getting very good resources or very good people from that reason. So all that factors make us to invest in that particular region and a strategic choice to be in Sikkim.
You spoke about subsidies and EODB, ease of doing business in Sikkim. So vis-a-vis from other states as compared to, can you give us 2 or 3 examples on what makes the subsidies more attractive vis-a-vis other states, or what makes EODB more attractive in Sikkim than other states?
So, like other states are also offering a lot of incentives, but what we feel that Sikkim is a very friendly state. We have very, what you say, ease of doing business. Whenever there is a problem, we can meet with people, we can discuss with them, and the issues get resolved at a very, very fast pace. So we have that sort of, what you say, freedom to get access to a lot of things. Other thing is that environment is very, very friendly, which make it really one of the strategic decision to invest over there. Then we have seen the transportation, the road, everything has improved significantly over the past few years, which is really giving boom to the pharmaceutical industry. So these are few of the factors which we really feel has really helped in terms of establishing a very strong network and fulfilling our mission of giving access to the medicines to the patients or to the well-needed population.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, or Mr. Gupta. Mr. Kumar, coming back to you, the whole MSME sector in India has this problem of dwarfism. Of the 6.3 crore MSMEs that we have, 99.5% are micro in nature, right? And another bigger problem we have is our micro companies remain micro. They don't become small, small doesn't become medium, right? So as you represent industries department, as you work on different initiatives there, how are you planning or how are you ensuring the MSMEs in Sikkim are able to scale up nationally and internationally?
This is a very important question for Sikkim, because in Sikkim also mostly all the enterprises are micro nature. They mostly do business within 1 crore rupees. So that's why another main constraint is the number of MSMEs. Last few years we increased the number. That is the main priority, because they are mostly into informal sector. Now we brought them into formal sector. Now next aim is to scale up the production or services. That's why now we are doing all the marketing and branding activities. Now almost in every year we participate almost 20 to 25 major exhibition, trade fair, buyer-seller meet, vendor development programs. We do all these activities. Even tomorrow we have investment summit, Northeast Investment Summit at Pragati Maidan. So we are participating all the national major events, exhibition, trade fair, buyer-seller meet, and we are doing our own program also in other states. Last month we have done in Ahmedabad, buyer-seller meet. We had almost 200 buyers. They were asking for different products of Sikkim, whether it is spices or say we have a hard churpi, that is called hard cottage cheese, and we have multiple fruits, vegetables, then handicrafts items. So very, very high value items are there in Sikkim. So that we want to export to within India, as well as we want to export to foreign countries. Even last month we released an incentive, kind of export subsidy to one local MSME. They exported Dalle chili, that is a specialized chili in Sikkim, very small but very pungent. These are all high value products having a lot of demand. But we are exploring all those demands so that we can encourage them to export, whether within India or outside, so that they get interest and they get more production. So this is our main aim, marketing and branding.
Very interesting, and certainly a very big gap that MSMEs face. Dr. Kajal, Unnati scheme has received over 320 applications as of now, as of today. So can you give us a lowdown on the kind of sectors from where interest has been received? And I will, in the interest of time, I would also like you to address this another question on a lot of government schemes usually don't see a lot of uptake, right? So what are you doing different with Unnati?
I totally agree with you. It's not easy, and there is a lot of hesitation. And I believe given the procedural delays that we saw in the past, we had complex environment, and we had the promotional issues. So a lot of I would say technical nuances which were creating a lot of obstacles for us to work together. In this scheme, it's now almost 370 applications and more have come to us. But Sikkim, I mean, I'm little, I would say, disappointed that we have only 10 applications, and we really need to give it a big push, because this is something which I don't want that Sikkim should be left behind in any case. All the government officers who are sitting here, I would nudge you and request you that this scheme has a lot of potential. And we have, as you asked me, what's different this time? It's something that we have tried, that we should bring transparency, we should bring the deadlines, we should make it more transparent to the people and fix the accountabilities for the people, so that there is no delay, and we would try to process cases on a timely basis, which brings the confidence in our investors that yes, this is something which is doable, and they should be availing the benefits within the given time frame, and that's how we want it. So one of the major change that we brought in this scheme was that we have appointed, a project management unit in Delhi, and I have almost 15 people for the 8 states, the project implementation unit, which will be helping my government offices in the various states to help them process, because there are many technicalities which I have seen in these states people are not aware. The documentation, this lacks. People don't know what kind of documentation will be sufficient, and there is a lot of back and forth that happens between the DIC office, it goes back to the applicant, and in this the whole momentum is lost, and the people feel that, okay, this is not working and perhaps I should not pursue it further. So what we have done, the first thing is to give you the hand holding. We have appointed people who are trained, who have the background in financing and everything, so that they can help you to apply, to fulfill the requirements as desired and required by the scheme notification and their guidelines. The last times, I believe the portal had a lot of problems because it was not working properly. A lot of network issues are there in these areas due to disturbing weather and other fiber optics and other problems. This time we have created a very fully dedicated portal which is working and which is not creating any more troubles. I mean, of course, it's a technical thing. Once in a while we do face troubles, but the troubleshoot is done and we take care of that. So we have a dedicated team here to make sure that your portal is working. Then I also have a dedicated staff for your grievances, so that if you apply, you contact us. We try to ensure that we give you replies on time and clarify things that you don't need. I have appointed my people one-on-one. They are having interaction with the investors. We are also working together with the Ministry of Donor. A lot of road shows have been done, a lot of promotion has been done. Further, today I'm sitting here, I'm promoting Unnati. That's the biggest example I can give you, that today I'm happy at least these 100, 200 people who are in this room will not go back, and now they can go and tell, all right, there will be 200 further, and this chain will be created who will go and promote Unnati in Sikkim. And I hope to see, a better response from Sikkim state in this coming time, in this coming months. So I believe this scheme is now being dealt in a very, different way. I have put the deadlines. If people do not respond on time, we will take the cases to our level and we'll process it, and will not make you suffer, and the cases will not linger on for longer as it used to be. So I hope that will help. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Raj, as you work with SEED, as it's called, Sikkim Entrepreneurship and Economic Development Cell, earlier you spoke about the work it does with students on mentorship, changing the mindset. Can you also talk about, because how are you creating this whole ecosystem? How are you to ensure that the local entrepreneurs, like as Mr. Kumar said, that a lot of entrepreneurs in the state are still informal in nature, maybe very small. So how are you creating that ecosystem for them to ensure that they are able to access funds when they need, they are able to get the technology that they require? And also, I would like you to highlight the impact, if you can share some numbers on entrepreneurs impacted, businesses scaled up, something around those lines.
Regarding building of ecosystem, one of the main things this organization is trying to do is trying to be a catalyst. So it's trying to be a bridge between government, between the entrepreneurs and the other agencies also, which are there. Sometimes what happens, like some organizations work in a very silo level. They are not able to come in the one table and discuss about so many things. So I think CM Saab wanted us to do that only. So once he formed this organization, the mandate was to try to be a bridge between the government and the entrepreneurs. Sometimes government bureaucracy may not be able to go to that level, which we are able to do as an organization. So our mandate are different. We are mission driven to do what we are trying to do. And so in that sense, the innovation centers, then you have government policies also. There also you need to penetrate, and not only penetrate, then also see that these policies which are meant for entrepreneurs also reaches to the entrepreneurs also. Sometimes there are fantastic schemes are there for the entrepreneurs, but people are not able to take it. They don't know it. And there, once seat came into firm, then we are really doing that. Now the numbers are really speaking. Just now you were talking about our numbers, like see what impact we have done. See, before 2019, there was only 3,000 around Udyam registrations were there. Udyam registration is the matrix then which you can count as an MSME. Now we have got around 15,700. After this government came to power. I think for this, I think everybody needs clapping for this, I think. So once this government came, PS Gole government came, the numbers have right now is 15,700. So within the 4 years, you have make it 2 times double. So this is one of the huge achievement. And of course, like in Sikkim, there is a very thin line difference between a startup and MSME right now. That I'll accept. This is like, which is something which we cannot change within a year. So, but I will assure you that in the coming 5 years, as my friend shared, colleague shared, we believe that now, we discuss also that in the coming 5 years, this is going to be the golden era for entrepreneurs of state of Sikkim. With such a visionary and supporting chief minister we have, then we have, there is a seed sale which is working for the government only, and then young people who are not only doing businesses, but they're also coming into the government, like he being now OST of the government of Sikkim. So I think, we are very much positive in the days to come. I think we'll create a lot of entrepreneurs from Sikkim. We'll have a lot of startups. Numbers will really go up. Right now, the numbers, as per the definition of DPIT, may not be many. With that we accept, but then we are on the process. In the years to come, a lot of things will happen. That the whatever numbers ma'am was sharing me, that number also we knew that there are only 10 numbers. And by the way, we are working very hard to increase these numbers also with the department only. And so I'm sure like we are quite positive that the impact will really increase and the ecosystem will really become robust in the days to come. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Raj. Rivaz, a lot of times we have spoken about the schemes, we have spoken about what the work being done on the ground, but a lot of times what we need is a vision. And there is one such vision which is called One Family, One Entrepreneur. Can you talk to us a bit about that and how that is enabling or rather shaping up the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the state, going above and beyond the schemes and policies that exist?
Thank you. I think this is a vision which Honorable Chief Minister has envisioned for Sunaulo, Samriddha and Samarth Sikkim, which is again aligned with the Vikasit Bharat, the mission of the Honorable Prime Minister. So one family, one entrepreneur is something a lot of people, until they understand the science and maths behind it, they find it very vague. So I just want to explain how the Sikkim government is envisioning this program. So I have been closely associated with the self-help groups of Sikkim. We have around 5,500 self-help groups, which has more than 50,000 members. And to talk about numbers, out of this, if you see the NPA, so SHG, they have a community revolving fund, close to about 100 crores. And they have taken around 200 crores in terms of credit. So, and if you talk about NPA, out of this credit, you'll be very surprised, and maybe you can find this data online also. So the national average is 2.20%, whereas the NPA of SHGs of Sikkim is 0.73. I think that is very remarkable capacity which the self-help group holds. So right now, behind this vision, we are trying to funnel these SHGs into MSMEs and startup. The Honorable Chief Minister, in the current budget, he has earmarked money for Chief Minister's Self-Employment Scheme, which is a grant of up to 3 lakhs, which can be availed by different SHGs and entrepreneurs in Sikkim, which are like who don't have facility to different credits. And again, beyond that, people who have access to credit, there is a skilled youth startup scheme, which is again a flagship scheme of the government. Apart from that, to skill these SHGs and youths of Sikkim, Sikkim Inspire is a flagship project which is funded by the World Bank, and commerce and industry is one of the priority department along with skill development. So me as a OSD for both of these important roles, skill development and entrepreneurship, I see that if you see a filter, a funnel where 55,000 women who have access to credit, who have a very good, and like basically 0.73 is I think a remarkable percent in terms of NPA that you can achieve. And when they are already disciplined, when they have access to different skills, when they have market opportunities. So for SHGs, there's a dedicated brand called Swayam Sikkim, which is again launched by the Honorable Chief Minister in 2024. So they have a focused portal. They are also working towards, so they have a brand identity. So they're working towards how they can market these products at a global level. So we recently had a talk with Amazon, Saheli, and also Flipkart. So we are trying to work towards how we can basically pivot, galvanize all of these SHGs and slowly move them towards MSMEs and startups. And 55,000, Sikkim has a very small population, which I think a lot of us know. So 55,000 households in Sikkim means almost 60 to 70% of rural households. So that is the penetration. So one family, one entrepreneur, to a lot of people who don't understand the maths and science behind it might be vague, but government is working with a vision. Government is determined to make it possible. And we have the right team, we have the right people in place, and I'm sure in next 5 years, we will surely see the vision of one family, one entrepreneur, which is under the Sunaulo, Samriddha and Samad Sikkim, which is golden, prosperous Sikkim coming to reality. Thank you.
Thank you. And 70% of the target is met, I believe, with the SHGs, right? Mr. Gupta, can you, I'm going to now, I see the time's up. So in the interest of time, I'm going to ask you for advice. What advice would you give to policymakers in other states who want to attract large players like CIPLA? What is it that you would want them to do more?
So as I discussed about, first of all, the policy framework. Policy framework should be very, very favorable, which really attract the pharma companies to go there.
Can you give some examples?
Yeah, like incentive schemes being offered in the state. That can be something which really attract the pharma companies. Then we talk about one of the key challenge we get in terms of getting all the approvals. If this is a single window clearance system, where all the approvals can be expedited or can become under a single window, it will avoid a lot of efforts or lot of hassle from the pharma companies. That's another thing. Then I talk about the skilled resources. So if really we have good pharma background resources or good pharma institutions which can really produce good, you can say, resources, that's another advantage. Then of course the good road and the transportation system which further add and boom the pharmaceutical supply chain to basically so that the mission of giving access to the medicine can be fulfilled. So these are the few of the things which can be taken into the mind while investing into any state. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was a very interesting panel. We heard from the entrepreneurs, the policymakers, the government, and the investors. So thank you, everyone. That will be all for this session. I would now like to call India Today's Managing Editor, S. Sahaya Ranji, to please come on stage to felicitate the guests. As you all are well aware, tourism is a major driver of growth for Sikkim, and in this session, we will explore how the state balances its natural beauty with sustainable tourism practices. For the session, Tourism, Sikkim's Global Model, please welcome the session speakers to stage. Mr. C.S. Rao, Additional Chief Secretary, Tourism, Sikkim. Shraddha Sharma, Founder and Director, SSPL, and President, Sikkim Hotel and Restaurant Association. And Karma T. Bhutia, Managing Director, Tashaling, Residency, Hotel and Spa, Marco Polo World Travels, Advisor, Travel Agents Association of Sikkim. Also requesting India Today's editorial or features editor, Kai Friese, to come up on stage and moderate this discussion. Over to you, Kai.
Hello. Good afternoon. Yep, that's clear. And I hope this will be a brisk session in the interests of lunch. Our topic is the global model for Sikkim tourism, but I want to start a bit louder. I want to start on a personal note, which is that my own journey as a tourist began in Sikkim many, many years ago in, I think, 1981. When I was just out of school, it was the first long journey I ever took in the country, and I went to Sikkim. On the way there, I met people who were very jealous because permits were very difficult at the time. It was not a global destination, but I made my way to Gangtok, of course, and Pemyangtse. I ate Dale chilies. I had a wonderful time. I couldn't get to the north where I really wanted to go. I couldn't get a permit then. But since then, I've been back several times. I've been to the Zuluk side, Nathang, to Yumthang and Lachung in the north, to Kechopalri. In the west, I've seen a lot of change and startling change in Gangtok. But now I'd like to ask you all a fairly general question about your own impression of Sikkim's tourism journey, and what has changed, what the major milestones have been. Perhaps we could start with you, Mr. Rao.
So, good morning, all the distinguished guests present here. Thank you to India Today for organizing this beautiful event and providing this opportunity to express our ideas before this August gathering. So, first of all, Kaisab, thank you very much for your question. You visited our state, our beautiful state in the year 1981. 1981, that was the first time. Then after that time, whatever difficulties you had, you have expressed it very beautifully. But those difficulties nowadays, they are not there. If you want to go to Nathula, then so far that guarantee, as a departmental head, I can give one guarantee. Whoever are interested to go to Nathula, that permit will be provided. That initiative government has already taken. Per day, we are allowing 1,000 passes to Nathula. Around 1,500 vehicles, they are going in peak season. But for visiting other places, suppose one is entering through 3rd mile and seeing for visiting Nathula, then if he is interested, he can come back by through Nathang, Kupup Nathang side. They can exit from that side. That facility, vice versa also, we have provided. That facility is there. Regarding tourism, just now Harshvardhan sir, he might have left, I think. He said government has taken a good policy in the year 2019. 2019, that was the year. Really, whatever he said, that time we got 1,33,000 of foreign tourists, inbound tourists in that particular year. After that, if you see, because of COVID or some XYZ reasons, we tried our level best to increase the inbound tourist number. We were unable to do it so far. Last year, only 84,000 foreigners, they visited Sikkim. Before that also, slightly 94,000. But this year chances are there. If you see the tourism sector side, day by day it is increasing, that footfall is increasing. As on date, earlier only 10 to 12% of Sikkimis, they used to earn their livelihood. But if you see the present scenario, directly or indirectly, around 30% of the population, they are earning their livelihood. If you see only directly 20% of the people of Sikkim, they are earning their livelihood. But this sector is doing very well. GDP wise, we are providing very good some identity GSDP, our contribution, tourism contribution, that is some 9.48%. 9.48%, that is the third major sector, you can say. First industries, then after that agriculture is there, then service sector, other service sector is there, then fourth one is the tourism sector. It is doing very well. People, they are very, very happy. Whoever are visiting the state of Sikkim, they are giving very good reviews. They are giving. So far, we haven't seen any adverse reviews. But we are changing our strategies to maintain the present some conditions. Maybe the environment, clean environment. A number of times we have discussed. Raj Chingappa Sahab also, he said very beautifully, he analyzed the scenario of Sikkim. That's all at this moment.
Thank you. Shraddha, you're a leading hotel entrepreneur of the state and also president of the Hotel and Restaurant Association. And I think you've been involved in getting in major corporate partners into the state as well in the Taj Group. Tell me about your journey in the tourism industry, and also a little bit about the extent to which you focus on the domestic market or the global.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the question. Our journey in tourism sector started in the year 2008. And we as a company, Skipping Stones Private Limited, we wanted to show Sikkim the way we saw our state, you know, to the visitors. So right now we specialize in developing hotel infrastructure at offbeat destination. And I find that part very challenging. Anybody can run or make a hotel in a place like Gangtok or a Peling, but when you start doing this in an offbeat destination, what you do is you spread the impact of this industry to rural areas, and the rural society can feel this impact of this industry. And today, like you said, you were in Sikkim about 1981. Yeah, so I would like to state one point out here. I would just like to make this point out here, is the journey of the tourism industry in Sikkim is a journey which has spanned over 4 decades, And this has been etched with hard work, blood and sweat of the stakeholders, so to say, of course, with a lot of support from the policy makers as well. And today, as we stand here, tourism is contributing, above 9% in this in the GDPs, and we have to, we are poised rightly to push this further, and put a target of about 20%. Why not? Sikkim as a state, we should be able to, tourism as an industry should be able to put that much, contribute that much.
20% of the GDP.
I mean, why not? Let's keep a target.
From 10 at the moment, around.
Yes, from close to about 9. And the way the thrust in tourism is happening from the center government also. And tourism has been identified as an industry with maximum growth potential to provide employment. And that is the pain point of every government today, how to provide employment to the masses. And tourism is the answer to that problem, is the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Karma, you're the real veteran.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I was saying you're the real veteran on this panel in tourism, so I'm really most curious to hear about your own journey in the tourism industry in Sikkim, though I know you've worked outside as well. Do tell us more.
First and foremost, I would like to thank India Today for organizing this. Okay, and I think it seems that you're most Indian to me because my journey is 3.5 decades. I started in 1994, and it's been a great journey. Looking back, your topic was tourism Sikkim's global model. Okay, when I look at Sikkim as a being in this industry for more than 3.5 decades, what I've gathered over the period of time is that 4 aspects which forms our tourism industry. That is, there is no research, there is no development. It's simple 4 A's. That's what I've experienced. I've been into mountain climbing, I've been into trekking, I've been into, I've been a driver, I've been a hotelier, you name it, So when I look back, when I gathered today, standing in front of all these people, 35 years in this industry, that 4 A's, and I've divided that 4 A's into 2 quadrants. Okay. 4 A's. First is your attraction. Second is your amenities. Third is your accessibility. Fourth is Atithi. Atithi as in guest. Okay, so first quadrant is yours, attraction. Attraction basically is product. So what do you attract? It's a product. And as we get into the next 50 years, our Chief Minister has rightly coined that word, Sunaulo Sikkim and Samriddha Sikkim, which basically means golden Sikkim, prosperous Sikkim. And as we get into the next 50 years, what I see is golden Sikkim. Okay, why? Because the tourism, as it provides 70% of the employment to the people, and not only employment, indirectly or directly, it helps, and it boosts infrastructure and revenue. It helps create state's image. It also contributes to the foreign exchange. And when you talk about product, Sikkim being such a small state with 7,000 and only 96 square kilometers, and 80% of that area is forest. Okay, now 80% area of that our state is forest. That means we are good in carbon footprint. And out of that 80%, 25% is reserved as Kanchenjunga National Park. It is designated as the mixed heritage site by UNESCO. So that's unique. And 80% forest. We have the 3rd highest mountain in the world. 8,595 meters. And it is technically the most difficult mountain to climb after K2 and Everest.
I thought it wasn't allowed to climb it.
Beg your pardon?
I thought it wasn't allowed.
No, the last people who climbed was, granted permission by the Chogel. But they were supposed to climb below 5 feet. Okay? So talking about the areas, and we have, within that small area, we have 4 climatic zones. Subtropical, temperate, alpine, cold desert. And within the period of 5 to 6 hours, you can literally go from subtropical to the alpine. Okay? And where would you find a beautiful, pristine lake just a couple of hours from your Gangtok? We have 660 plus species of orchids, 631 plus species of butterflies. And out of that, 50% of the populations of butterflies is in Sikkim. 575 plus species of birds, 30% is in Sikkim. And this is how unique we are.
Hotspot.
Yeah, and it is a vibrant and great biodiversity of hotspot. And it is, like 35 species of most rare orchids, 4,500 species of plants, And if you look at Sikkim being a kind of a people, when people look at it, it looks like a Buddhist circuit. You won't believe we have more than 190 monasteries compared to Ladakh, compared to other states, Buddhist monasteries. And Sikkim is the only state where we have all the 4 sects, Kagyukpa, Nyingmapa, Gelugpa, and Sakyapa. We also have a Bon monastery which predates Buddhism, you know. Yes. And being a global model, what do you want? And Sikkim, as the most important factor, our chief minister is the most popular chief minister of India. He's a global factor. And we are the most integrated state in the Union of India. These are the product, okay? Can I go on?
We had better move on, though I appreciate your passion. I really
so
do.
I'll get back to the amenities.
Yes.
Yeah, amenities.
Well, I think we should cut to the, I was going to ask another question, but
please carry on.
The second A, which was
amenities, okay?
Accessibility.
No, amenities, second. See, that is the first quadrant. The third quadrant is accessibility. That's dynamic. Okay? Accessibility and Atithi is dynamic. What I feel is that this amenities and attraction is a static, because product is static. Amenities, like as in amenities, you talk about the sightseeing points. We have the Char Dhams, we have the hot air balloons, we have bungee jumping, we have everything. But from the private stakeholders, we have the main amenities, the hotels, the resorts, the homestays, you know, and we we have almost 1,200 plus hotels, 800 of them in Gangtok. We can provide 50,000 beds every day, almost 24, 25 category hotels, you know. And when I say amenities, we are ready as a hotel. From, you name it, Taj Kutir, Taj Vivanta, Ramada, ITC. You also have a timeshare companies like Sterling and Club Mahindra. You know, and the homestays, you won't believe, recently the government scheme for the employment of the local people, they have given opportunity to all the unemployed people to create homestays. Sikkim is the state where you have the most traditional homestays in Lachung and Janggu area, where the royal families of Norway come and visit for the peaceful environment. Where do you find a global model than that? You know, that's amenities. Maybe the third and the fourth part I'll come later.
Okay, yes, but I am burning to get to the connectivity. As I'm burning to get to the connectivity or the accessibility issue.
I'm game.
Well, I will ask Mr. Rao or perhaps Shraddha, since Pakyong Airport, I mean, was a conspicuous and big and welcome scheme, but we ran into problems some time ago. I hear that it's about to open again. Highway development is, I know, going on apace, but requires work. There's ambitious plans for railway, which we heard about. I also heard rumors today of plans for a second airport. I don't know if that is verifiable, but yeah, Mr. Rao, could you tell us what is happening?
Regarding connectivity, there is, as on date, there is no plan for a second airport. First airport, that is the Pakyong airport, that is not under operation from last 1.5 years. SpiceJet, they have taken that responsibility under Udan, but their position is not good. That's why they are unable to operate that one. Except SpiceJet, no other airlines in India, they have that particular category, that Bombardier Q400. That aircraft is not available with other airlines. That's why that responsibility was given to SpiceJet, and totally even Ministry of Civil Aviation, they are depending on that. But very soon they are also very eager, and they are trying to find out some solution. We have given two alternatives. Either you expand the runway, present one is 1.75 kilometers. We requested them to expand it to 2.75. Honorable MP sir is here. He had given that representation to the government of India. Then second one is, we requested Air India to buy one Q400, Bombardier Q400. If they buy and operate for Sikkim, temporarily that problem whatever connectivity problem is, that will be addressed. Morning, our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, he has explained NHIDCL, they have taken up that responsibility. Only teething problems will be there for 15 days or some 10 days, that problem will be there. Sometimes they are blocking the road for taking up the remaining work. So few places, proper formation width is not there. They are developing that one. Then rail connectivity, Honorable Chief Minister, morning he said, by 27th we are going to get connectivity from Sivok to Rangpur. That is Majita railway station, that has already developed. After getting all these connectivities, then definitely there will not be any problem. Right now, whatever target we are keeping, only the thing is, if the NH10 is open, whatever target you keep, 20 lakh, 30 lakh, whatever number you are going to keep, we are going to achieve it. Because this is the dream destination.
Excellent, thank you. We're running short of time. The other recent big headline was the reopening of traffic on Natula for the Mansarovar route, which has been closed, I think, either since the Doklam crisis or COVID, I'm not sure. That's very exciting, of course, and that is also from June, yes, I think. Yes. So I would love to hear more of that, but I would also like to hear from the others about whether there's any speculation or hope that there might be increased traffic on this route that benefits local entrepreneurs, and perhaps even two-way traffic, bringing international travelers to India from Lhasa.
Okay. I'll answer that thing.
Okay.
Actually, regarding this Kailash Manasarovar Yatra, this got discontinued from 2019 onwards. Then after that, there was a COVID and some problems are there. Then again, from, you have rightly said, June 15th, we are going to get the first batch. Actually, this entire scheme,
how many
project,
people? How many travelers will that be?
10 batches they have approved. Yesterday, they have finalized the list also, first batch, second batch, third batch. Each batch is consisting 48 tourists, then 2 liaison officers from Ministry of External Affairs. That is 50% slot will be there in each batch. First batch, they are going to reach Delhi on 11th. Then that is almost 21-22 days tour. Then after 21st day, then 22nd day, they are going to reach Delhi. So first batch, they are going to reach Gangtok on 15th. Then they'll come back. Last batch, they are going to return on 24th of August. So 10 batches, 500 people will be there. But earlier through Uttarakhand they used to do good business. But this time,
is a much better route.
This time they have given 10 batches to Sikkim, 5 batches to Uttarakhand.
Okay.
So yesterday formalities have been completed, and 15th we are going to receive them in Sikkim. Okay. That is one thing. Second question.
Wonderful. Well, that I wonder if I can take it
Hello.
to.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Whether there's any prospect of increasing traffic, and maybe have you made any proposals from the private sector to the government for?
Yeah, we are planning. Initially also, like our association along with the hotel association, we've been envisaging growth in Mansarovar. Because of the COVID and the Conclave, there was a lull in those periods. Now it has started. But as a tourism stakeholder, what our aims and objectives regarding the Mansarovar is, this particular group is subsidized by Government of India, and it is handled by Tourism Department. What we envisage is, as a stakeholder, tourism stakeholder, this particular season of Mansarovar happens when there's a lull in our business. That is especially monsoon time, August, September, July, August, and especially because of the monsoon, the main Gangtok, Sikkim, we don't have tourists, and all from the people from the mainland also, they don't come. So during that period, the business starts in the cold desert area like Tibetan Plateau, Ladakh, Lhasa, Mansarovar. Okay. Now what we look for the future, our Honorable MP Saab is also here. This is our prayer, is why not, once this smoothen things out after 1 or 2 years, why not request the Government of India to provide certain quotas to the private sector? So what happens when there's a lull in Gangtok, the private sector we can have at least 50 to 60 groups so that we can, private sector can control that. Our hotels will flourish, people will go. And Mr. Freeze, you know something, that Mansarovar is the most sought after pilgrimage destination for the Hindus.
Yes.
You won't believe, I've got a friend in Canada, Hindu friends in Europe, America, they are willing to pay
people from the diaspora.
Any amount of money to take their parents to Mansarovar. And if you compare Nepal, Uttarakhand and Sikkim, Sikkim is the most easiest access because once you go through Nathula trade, you just hop into the bus, you just ride. And another aspect, because of during that season, another aspect is now there's almost 3 million footfalls in Lhasa. Okay, Lhasa, Sigache. And there is a lot of traffic towards other side, Rumbuk Monastery and northern side of Everest, because there's lots of climbing from that side. Now what we request our Honorable MP Saab also is that why not that all those traffic, see as a tourist, what they want is, they don't want to go one route and come back from one route. They would always love to have a circuit, okay? And when you have millions of foreign tourists, that is also foreign exchange. I'm not talking about, domestic. Foreign tourists coming to Lhasa, they visit Sigache. From Sigache, Ganze, Fari, and they can, come to Sikkim. And now, Sikkim already has an immigration center because of the Tibet trade. Okay, and we see in Nepal also, near Kakarbita, a small, I wouldn't say dingy, but small immigration center. There are 2 people just looking at the passport. They have the entry to India, they just stamp it. So we just need our guest foreign clients to tell them, okay, now Sikkim, we will accept you. From Tibet, from Lhasa, you don't need to go back. Please come through Nathula.
Yeah.
They would love to, and we just need to have a immigration center out there. Then another prospect of international tourism.
Sounds most exciting. Unfortunately, we're nearly out of time, so I have to ask you my most important question, which is, where should I go next in Sikkim? Where should I go next? Tell me.
See, I talked about all the branded hotels, Taj Kuti, Taj Bhivan, Taj Ramada. I've got a small hotel called Tashiri, you come to me.
Okay.
I will take care of everything. I've got a hotel.
Oh, good answer, good
hotel
answer.
In Lachung. I've got a resort in Lachung also. I'll take you for a walk.
Oh, I like Lachung.
And there'll be a long walk in the forest.
Okay. Shraddha, advise me. You, with the offbeat destinations, tell me where I should go next.
I believe there are a couple of new destinations that are coming up in Sikkim, like Yangyang is one of it.
Langyang.
Yangyang,
Yeah.
Very close to Gangtok and in the middle of, and it's a beautiful, pristine village, which has the longest ropeway, if I am right, and a skywalk is getting built around the region.
Wow.
And yeah, you should visit that destination soon.
I shall make the effort.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
I guess we're all preparing the itineraries in our mind for the next trip. Thank you everyone for sharing on even how infrastructure development is happening in Sikkim for tourism. Kai, I would like to request you to hand over the token of appreciation to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a well-deserved lunch break. We have a special spread of Sikkimese delicacies. We will resume after 30 minutes sharp for some exciting panel discussions on the other side. Enjoy your lunch and see you back here shortly. The panel, National Perspective, Sikkim, a Bird's Eye View, that will discuss Sikkim's role and potential within the broader Indian context. Joining us are Indrahang Subha, Lok Sabha MP, Sikkim, D.T. Lepcha, Rajya Sabha MP, Sikkim, and Mr. Sandeep Tambe, Principal Secretary, Science and Technology. Everyone, let's give them a warm welcome. Also requesting India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Raj Chingappa, and Special Correspondent Orkamoy Datta Majumdar to come up on stage and moderate the discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know an after-lunch session is always a little difficult to manage and get people's attention. I think some people are still having their lunch, but we will proceed with our thing. I'm very delighted to welcome Indrahang Subha, the Lok Sabha MP of Sikkim, 36 years of age, one of the youngest we have, I think, in this. And then, of course, we have D.T. Lepcha, who is a veteran, Rajya Sabha MP from Sikkim. And we have got Sandeep Tambe, who's the Secretary, Science and Technology. And he sits here because he's got a very interesting project that is, could have national implications. But let's start with you, Indra Subha. And take a look at Sikkim in terms of the national perspective and your experience. You're a two-time parliamentarian, I would gather, right?
This is my second term.
This is your second term. So you already got a feel of what the nation thinks of Sikkim and what you think the nation should think of Sikkim. So if you could start with some impressions as to how much would you want to change? What are the perceptions of Sikkim when you see nationally? And what would you like to change? And where do you see the center coming in to help out in some ways?
As far as the Sikkim's position in the national perspective is concerned, that I believe that Sikkim, as rightly said by Honorable Chief Minister, that Sikkim is one of the most integrated state of India. So with different communities having a diverse ethnic diversity within a very small area in a landlocked Himalayan state, bordering 3 international countries, one that's with China, Bhutan and Nepal. And in a very strategic position that Sikkim has got its, share of attention from the national government, the union government as well. Being a small state, in the parliament, we are just 2 people representing the entire state of Sikkim, one in Lok Sabha, that I have had the opportunity to represent 2 terms. This is the first year of the second term. And a very senior veteran leader, D.T. Lepcha sir, he is in Rajya Sabha. It's been, I think, 1 year.
Right. And he was an MLA earlier.
Yeah, he was. But he is a veteran in Sikkim's politics. So I think he has had his experience in state, and now he's in the parliament. So in parliament also, despite, just a single member party, and of course representing the entire state, we have had our opportunities to, raise the issues concerning to our state, Sikkim. So I don't feel that we have been left behind, but I still feel that Sikkim has such a huge potential that government of India, they have been helping us for last 50 years. And if they help us more, then we can achieve much more than what we have achieved till date.
Okay, we'll come back to that particular point of where the government can help you. Let me get Mr. Lepcha in at this time. And you are also representing the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is ruling in the center, right? So that also gives you a certain, maybe a little more advantage, I don't know. But if you look at 2 or 3 issues that you would like to focus on nationally, that Sikkim wants urgent attention to, what would be those 2 or 3 issues you feel you need to raise?
Thanks for the question. सबसे पहले तो मैं इंडिया टुडे को आंतरिक हृदय से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि आज इस ओजस्वी सदन में आपने जो मुझे बुलाकर यहाँ जो सम्मान आपने दिया उसके लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। और जिस तरह से आपने अभी बोला कि लोन बीजेपी एमपी, यस दिस इज करेक्ट। ये इसके लिए मैं सबसे पहले तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी को मैं आंतरिक हृदय से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। साथ में सिक्किम का सम्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय श्री प्रेम सिंह तामाङ जी को भी मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ।
I love the bonhomie, सबको good relations.
विशेष करके श्री प्रेम सिंह तामाङ गोले जी के आशीर्वाद से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
अच्छा,
ये मैं खुला आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। और सिक्किम के संदर्भ में आपने जिस तरह से अभी बोला कि एक दो जटिल जो इशू है, जैसे हमारा एमपी साहब ने बोला, सीनियर एमपी है, 2 बार एमपी लोकसभा से चुने हुए हैं। इसमें सबसे पहले भारत सरकार ने यदि सिक्किम को कोई जटिल इशू के लिए मतलब यदि अटेंशन देना है तो सबसे पहले भी ये बात निकल चुका है, सभी ने बताया है कि एक तो कनेक्टिविटी, सबसे पहले तो कनेक्टिविटी है। दूसरा जो एयरपोर्ट का इशू है, अभी जो हमारा सिविल एविएशन का सेक्रेटरी अथवा एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी CS राव जी ने बताया, ये एयरपोर्ट का इशू, ये सब होने से और रेलवे लिंक ये होने से सिक्किम सचमुच में देश में 1 नंबर स्टेट होगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं।
वेरी गुड पॉइंट।
स्टेट और सुंदर स्टेट। आपको पता है सिक्किम में जो कानून व्यवस्था है वो सबसे अच्छा है, उधर क्राइम नहीं है, एकदम उधर का जितना भी जो आम जनता है उन लोगों का हॉस्पिटैलिटी बहुत अच्छा है, इस टूरिज्म में बहुत आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और इसलिए मैं यही बताना चाहता हूँ कि मतलब सिक्किम के लिए जिस तरह से अभी इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ने अतः मोदी जी ने जिस तरह से देख रहे हैं 2014 से अभी तक, जिस तरह से मोदी जी का सरकार आने के बाद, बीजेपी का सरकार आने के बाद जिस तरह से सिक्किम का तरक्की हुआ है, अभी उस हिसाब से ज़्यादा नहीं 2029 तक सिक्किम सचमुच सब कुछ सभी में आगे बढ़ सकता है। इसलिए मैं यही बताना चाहता हूँ कि जिस तरह से हमारा सम्माननीय मुख्यमंत्री है, यंग एंड एनर्जेटिक है और बड़ा डाउन टू अर्थ है, जिस हिसाब से वो काम कर रहे हैं, इससे देश में एक सिक्किम एक नमूना के तौर में ये आगे बढ़ेगा।
Thank you, and very good points you made on connectivity and this thing. Let's come to Sandeep Tamba in the sense that the experiments that you're doing, briefly tell us and how you think it can be replicated elsewhere in the country as well. Please go ahead.
We'll have a
you have a little, we do have a nice little video for you all to see.
So that everybody understands the context.
Yes. No, please. Can we have the video played, please?
There was a time when glaciers stood tall, rivers flowed steadily, and nature remained undisturbed. Wildlife roamed freely, forests thrived, and communities lived in harmony with their surrounding, relying on the land's natural abundance. Over the years, as cities expanded and forests disappeared, human activities across the world caused temperatures to rise, melting glaciers faster than ever. This disrupted the nature's balance, creating massive unstable lakes in the mountains. Then came disaster, a glacial flood. A sudden breeze sent torrents of water crashing down, destroying roads, villages, habitats, and livelihood in moments. Wildlife lost their homes, ecosystem fell into imbalance, and vital economic asset of the state, farmlands, forests, and infrastructures were swept away, leaving behind devastation. In order to mitigate the disaster's impact, the state government of Sikkim launched a multifaceted response with approaches like whole government approach, inclusivity, empowering women, the concept of think global, act local, among others. Efforts were made to carry out the work around the sacred glacial lake with utmost sensitivity, taking into consideration the religious belief and custom of local communities. Sikkim has pioneered implement a 4-step GLOF mitigation approach that mirrors medical diagnostic, remote sensing preliminary checkup, field studies detailed test, mitigation planning treatment plan, and implementation administering treatment for high-risk glacial lakes. Interdisciplinary scientific methods have been deployed to better understand the vulnerable lakes like hydrometeorological study, electrical resistivity tomography, bathymetric investigation, discharge study, slope stability assessment, and GLOF modeling study. Drawing on global experiences from countries like Peru, Nepal, and Bhutan, techniques such as retention structure, siphoning, pumping, controlled breaching of existing channels, artificial open channels, reinforcing terminal moraines, moraine open cut, and dam tunneling could significantly enhance the state's preparedness. The state is actively partnering with central government agencies and experts to reduce the risk from future GLOFs. The devastating consequences of climate change are undeniable, but so too is the power of resilience and proactive governance. By learning from the past and working towards a sustainable future, we can mitigate the worst impact of climate change and build a more equitable, secure, and thriving world for all.
Let's give them a warm round of applause for that. And a quick word from you as to how this can be replicable in the rest of the Himalayan nation, Himalayan states and nations, if you want.
Yeah, so as most of you are aware, 2 years back, in October 23, there was a massive glacial flood from South Lonak Lake. For those who, most of you may not have seen a glacial flood, just imagine a 20-meter high wall of water with boulders, debris, the size of this platform hurtling down. So all our highways, our bridges, our habitations, our infrastructure, all that got devastated. 2 years back, the state got pushed back in its development trajectory. So the vision that was given to us by the Honorable Chief Minister was, we have 320 glacial lakes in our small state, so how can we protect our infrastructure from future GLOF events? And climate change is a reality now, so glaciers are retreating, and new glacial lakes are being formed, existing glacial lakes are becoming bigger, and the risk is there. So not only in Sikkim, across the Himalayas, there are hundreds of lakes which in future may pose a new kind of disaster which we haven't seen. So the South Lonak GLOF event was like a wake-up call for the whole nation, that this is a new disaster, we are now facing it, and how can we protect Sikkim from this kind of disasters in future. So the Honorable Chief Minister brought a whole-of-government approach, 6 government departments, 2 central agencies, the academia, 2 authorities, district administration, local communities all got together as one team. And Sikkim is a pioneer now to start assessing the hazard of these lakes, identifying which are the high-risk lakes. And as you know, water is the hazard. So can we reduce the amount of water in that lake? Can we create a retention structure so if the flood comes, we can hold the flood waters for some time and discharge the water slowly after that. So these are some of the innovative mitigation measures that are being planned for the first time in the country. And doing any activity is very challenging because you're doing it at 17,000 feet, at high altitudes, at sub-zero temperatures. But the government of Sikkim is very committed that we will demonstrate for the first time in the country how we can do GLOF risk mitigation. So though we are a small state, we have big dreams of becoming the best in the world in GLOF risk mitigation.
Very warm round of applause for the work that they're doing. And Arko, you take for the next round of questions. Go ahead. He's our expert, resident expert here on Sikkim. Go ahead.
So, my first question would be to the Mr. Honorable MP from Lok Sabha. Indra sir, you and both Mr. D.T. Lepcha as well, the two of you have raised several times in the Parliament questions, as Raj sir already had asked, about connectivity. And one of the major questions that you have raised in the Parliament is the question of including 12 tribes in the scheduled tribe list. For you people, it is a very important and crucial thing. Where is Sikkim at the moment about identifying and, taking this forward, these 12 tribes?
जब सिक्किम 1975 में 22nd स्टेट बना इंडिया का, तो उस टाइम में सिक्किम का इंडिजिनियस जो कम्युनिटीज़, ऑल थ्री, भूटिया, लिप्चा एंड नेपाली ऑफ सिक्किमीज ओरिजिन, एक साथ में 371F के अंतर्गत प्रोटेक्शन के साथ इंडियन नेशनल्स बने। उसके बाद अभी जो सिक्किम का डेमोग्राफी है उसमें से भूटिया लेप्चा कम्युनिटीज़, दे हैव बीन ऑलरेडी enlisted in the scheduled tribe. In the later in 2003, लिम्बू और तामांग दो कम्युनिटीज़ को इंक्लूड किया गया। उसके बाद जो लेफ्ट आउट कम्युनिटीज़, जो सिक्किम के इंडिजिनियस पॉपुलेशन में से 12 एथनिक कम्युनिटीज़ को ट्राइबल स्टेटस से वंचित हुआ, उन लोगों को ट्राइबल स्टेटस नहीं मिला। तो सिक्किम स्टेट का बहुत पहले से ही ये डिमांड रहा है कि जो लेफ़्ट आउट कम्युनिटीज़ है, लेफ़्ट आउट इसलिए कि सिक्किम के जो सारे एथनिक कम्युनिटीज़ में एथनिक कम्युनिटीज़ जो है उनमें से लेफ़्ट आउट हुआ है ट्राइबल होने के लिए, क्योंकि वी आर ऑल प्रोटेक्टेड अंडर 371F ऑफ आर्टिकल 371F ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया, जिसमें हमारे पुराने लॉज, हमारे पुराने सिक्किम के जितने भी प्रोटेक्शंस के लिए बनाए गए लॉज है वो सब आज भी इन्फोर्स है अकॉर्डिंग टू 371F। तो इसमें से लेफ़्ट आउट कम्युनिटीज़ को ट्राइबल बनाना था, वो आज तक नहीं बन पाए हैं। तो लास्ट 6 इयर्स में हमारे गवर्नमेंट ने इसको सीरियसली लिया है। ORGI से ये प्रपोजल्स बार बार रिजेक्ट हुआ, 2-3 बार, एक बार आई थिंक 2017, इफ़ आई एम राइट, तो 2017 में भी इसको रिजेक्ट किया गया। उसके बाद हमारे सरकार आने के बाद CM साहब के नेतृत्व में अभी एक कमेटी बना है जिसका एथनोग्राफिक रिपोर्ट बनाने की स्टडीज़ अभी चल रहा है उस कमेटी में। तो एथनोग्राफिक जो रिपोर्ट बन रहा है, ये रिपोर्ट बनने के बाद हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इसको फिर से रिकन्सिडर करेंगे, क्योंकि ये इक्विटी की विषय है, ये जस्टिस के विषय हैं। जिसको ट्राइबल मिलना चाहिए था वो मिला नहीं, पॉलिटिकल कुछ इस तरह का इनजस्टिस हुआ है। तो हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि 12 कम्युनिटी जो लेफ़्ट आउट है उनको भी अपना जस्टिस मिलेगा, उनको भी शेड्यूल ट्राइब बनने का पूरा जो हक है ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से मिलेगा। और हमारे गवर्नमेंट भी इसको बार बार सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में हर प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी से, होम मिनिस्टर, ट्राइबल मिनिस्टर, और जहाँ जहाँ भी हम इसको लेकर जाते हैं, CM साहब भी इसी मुद्दे को बार बार उठाते रहे हैं और हम भी पार्लियामेंट में बार बार उठाए हैं, हमारे DT साहब ने भी ये सब किया है। तो वी आर ऑप्टिमिस्टिक कि 50 इयर्स अभी हुआ है, तो 50 इयर्स में तो एटलीस्ट सभी कम्युनिटीज़ को जस्टिस मिलना चाहिए। लिम्बू और तामांग को भी जस्टिस मिलना चाहिए, जो सिक्किम लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली में अभी तक शेड्यूल ट्राइब का सीट अभी तक मिला नहीं है, उनको भी मिलना चाहिए। तो आई थिंक 50 इयर्स जब हम कमेमोरेट कर रहे हैं, तो 50 इयर्स तक सिक्किम में इसी एथनिक वायलेंस कभी नहीं हुआ। सोशली वी आर वेरी लिबरल, पॉलिटिकल जो जस्टिस मिलना चाहिए, अगर ये जस्टिस भी आज 50 इयर्स कमेमोरेशन में मिल जाता है तो आई थिंक सिक्किम में और पीसफुल तो है ही, इसको प्रोलॉन्ग कर सकते हैं हम, इसको और भी पीसफुल बना सकते हैं, और सिक्किम ब्यूटीफुल तो है ही, और सभी कम्युनिटीज़ के लिए ये जस्टिस भी रहेगा।
मूविंग ऑन टू DT सर, सर मैं आपसे एक थोड़ा अलग सवाल करना चाहूँगा। इन सिक्किम हैज़ अ वेरी यूनिक केस जहाँ पे when elections happen, as Raj sir was mentioning, the SKM and the BJP, they fight against as political contenders. But when once the election is over, the contention, the opposition is no more there. You act like a group, you act like a team, you function like a team in the national, in the parliament as well and in the state as well. This is a very unique case of very, harmonious living, जो रेस्ट ऑफ द नेशन में शायद नहीं है। आप उसके बारे में आप थोड़ा बताइए।
सबसे पहले तो ये यूनिकनेस के बारे में क्रेडिट गोज टू आवर ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर श्री प्रेम सिंह गोली साहब, क्योंकि उसकी वजह से जिस तरह से सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के साथ रिलेशन रख के वो काम कर रहे हैं स्टेट के लिए, इसका क्रेडिट गोली साहब को जाता है, चीफ मिनिस्टर को जाता है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से आज मुझे एमपी बनाया बीजेपी का, एक स्टेट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का बीच में एक माध्यम, एक क्या बोलते ब्रिज की तरह, उस हिसाब से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। और जिस तरह से अभी प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी जिस तरह से हमारा चीफ मिनिस्टर को जिस तरह से उसको कॉन्फिडेंट लेकर वो काम कर रहे हैं, तो इससे लगता है कि मतलब सिक्किम में जो कुछ भी समस्याएं हैं, जो चाहे पॉलिटिकल हो चाहे सोशल हो, जो भी हो, आने वाले दिन में ज़रूर ये सॉल्व होगा, ज़रूर ये समस्या का समाधान होगा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से हमारा चीफ मिनिस्टर काम कर रहे हैं अभी देश राज्य के लिए, राज्यवासियों के लिए, जिस तरह से हमारा एमपी साहब ने बोला अभी 50 इयर्स का ये चल रहा है। अभी सुबह हमारा चीफ मिनिस्टर ने बोला कि 29 को प्राइम मिनिस्टर आ रहे हैं, तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर सिक्किम में आना, इसका मतलब ये है कि ज़रूर हम लोगों को आशीर्वाद देंगे, हम लोग ये चाहते हैं। इसलिए सिक्किम का जनता, सिक्किम का पब्लिक जो भी है बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ज़रूर आशीर्वाद देगा। अभी तो सिक्किम का लोग भी बोलने लगे हैं कि मोदी जी है तो मुमकिन है, बोलने लगे हैं। अभी मोदी साहब का जो मन की बात है, पहले तो हमारे सिक्किम के कोने कोने के लोग गाना सुनते थे नेपाली, अभी मन की बात सुनने लगे हैं। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि मोदी साहब जिस तरह से सिक्किम के लिए सोच रहे हैं, ज़रूर आने वाले दिन में ये सब समस्या समाधान होगा।
Mr. Tambe, as we saw in the video, you had also mentioned to me earlier that there other states governments have also spoken to you, and you have also sent the report at the central level, and the center is looking into it. How do the other Himalayan states, which may also face such risks, replicate what you are doing in Sikkim?
Yeah, so there is a National Disaster Management Authority at the Government of India level. So as per its assessment, there are 189 high-risk lakes across the Himalayas. 40 of them are in Sikkim. So when the other states also saw the kind of impact that GLOF can do, for example, Sikkim is a small state. Our annual budget is like 16,000 crores. The one glacial flood event in one night, it caused a direct impact of 18,000 crores. So when other states saw that kind of economic impact that glacial flood can do, and they also have those high-risk lakes, they are all in partnership with Sikkim. They are coming to us, they are learning from us what kind of studies have to be done, how do you assess the susceptibility of a lake. After that, how do you understand which lake you have to intervene, which lake you have to just wait and watch for some more time.
Which are the states that has
Yeah, so Himachal Pradesh is learning from us, Uttarakhand is learning from us, Arunachal Pradesh has approached us already to guide them. So in many ways, the studies that we are doing, the synthesis of knowledge that we are developing, the policies that has been made by the government, and the mitigation plans. So these are being developed by Sikkim for the first time across the Himalayas. So in many ways, we, because of our experience, and we were like the first responder to the disaster, we are naturally the leaders now. And in terms of the studies, in terms of the science that has been created, in terms of the policies that the government has made, the mitigation plans that we have made, which we'll be implementing. So we are, whatever we are doing is for the first time. So from our experiences, many states and many countries, Nepal and Bhutan, will also learn from us.
Good, I think there's a good round of questions. We've got about 7 minutes left, so we are celebrating Sikkim's 50 years. And you all, particularly you, will look at another 25 years and possibly the chief ministership for you as well at some point. But if you had to take a leadership role and looked at, say, the 10-year perspective, what would be the 4 or 5 things you would say immediately you would like to start now so that Sikkim prospers then?
Steve, in number of panel discussions, we have already discussed about the accessibility that we have today and what we aspire to have in the future. So first thing is accessibility that we have. We are not satisfied. We want a better accessibility, better infrastructure. We look ahead to have good connectivity where people can, even without incentive, they can come and, invest and create jobs for the skilled personalities in Sikkim. We look ahead to have very good institutions, both educational and other institutions, whichever is required. You won't believe that only in 2007, even the founding vice chancellors are here, we got one central university.
Oh.
So we merged into the Indian Union in 1975, and having a central university in only 2007, that means we had to struggle for more than 3 decades to have one central university. And after having that central university, within a time span of 1 decade, that we have had enough, quite a number of PhDs who could join higher education,
right,
colleges, and teach our youngsters. There are few personalities who have made their deep impact in the field of research, not only in social science research, but also in core sciences, research in the core sciences as well. So we aspire to have a global, institutions of global standing, which can help us generate more human resources, who can lead us in all the fields. We want leaders in corporate sector as well. We want leaders in academia as well. We want good leaders, better than us, in political field as well, who can understand more than us, who can understand things that future desires. So these are the things, institutions. We would like to have good institutions. We'd also like to, I have urged time and again the central government to look into the issues which is actually specific to the Himalayan region where Dr. Tambe is working on. Because, I have said them bluntly, I have said many times in the parliament that the entire flooding situation that you are having in the plains is somewhere from the Himalayas. And why do you forget that?
Right, good point.
So when you have a flooding, you have the helicopters to go, you have ministers to go there, and you see the misery that happens because of the flooding.
Right.
But if you don't work on mitigating the point where this flood has started, then there is no meaning going around. So the Himalayan region is one such region from which we have all the freshwater sources. We have many issues that we are facing right now in the Himalayas. So we also focus on sustainable development. We feel that whatever development we do today should sustain for the future generations as well, as we have borrowed this earth. So we should leave this earth greener than what we have,
You've really made a good case for yourself, given a vision which we look forward for you to implement in the next 10 years.
Thank you.
Arko, why don't you ask Mr. Lepcha your question?
I would like to repeat the same question, sir. जैसे 50 years हो रहा है आपका, अगले like the government has already made a time capsule. अगर जो like 50 years बाद खोला जाएगा for the posterity, messages आप सबसे लिया जाएगा. अगर जो message आप देना चाहते हो for the posterity, like 5 things that Sikkim and the central government should work on to make Sikkim a better place for the Sikkimese people and also for the tourists probably.
जिस तरह से आपने बोला ये 50 years बाद के लिए अभी के प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट काम करने के लिए, इसमें मैं अपने तरफ से बात रखना चाहता हूँ कि मतलब गवर्नमेंट कर रहा है, लेकिन अभी का यंग जनरेशन है ना, उन लोग भी थोड़ा मतलब पॉजिटिव होना चाहिए. विशेष करके अभी का यंग जनरेशन जो है, जो पढ़ा लिखा भाई बहन है, उन लोगों को मोटिवेट करने के लिए बड़ा ये थोड़ा सा जहीं भी हो, नॉट ओनली इन सिक्किम, जहीं भी हो, मतलब इसमें थोड़ा दिक्कतें आती है. जैसे हम लोग टूरिज्म की बात करते हैं, होम स्टे की बात करते हैं. अभी जैसे इन लोग जैसे वाइट कॉलर जॉब, सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट जॉब की तरफ उन लोग जाते हैं. उसके अलावा मतलब उन लोगों को अपना प्रोफेशन में अथवा प्राइवेट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए उन लोगों को मोटिवेट करने के लिए थोड़ा टाइम तो लगेगा ही, लेकिन मुझे मालूम है, मुझे लगता है क्योंकि आने वाले दिन में ज़रूर मतलब ये सफल होंगे, क्योंकि सिक्किम ऐसा राज्य है जहाँ पीसफुल राज्य है, उधर शांति है, उधर कोई क्राइम नहीं है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2 क्या है, उधर जो छोटा स्टेट होने की वजह से, पॉपुलेशन कम होने की वजह से उधर कोई ऐसा मतलब क्राइम अभी तक हुआ नहीं है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है आने वाले दिन में मतलब ज़रूर सिक्किम आगे बढ़ेगा। और जिस तरह से सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट सिक्किम को देख रहे हैं, सिक्किम के डेवलपमेंट के लिए जिस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, और 2014 से अभी मतलब आने वाले दिन में और से सिक्किम आगे बढ़ेगा।
Sir, if your project is already a very forward-looking project. You're working to save the lakes as well as the property and the people downstream. Where do you see this project, or do you have any other projects in mind which could benefit Sikkim in the next few years?
Yeah, so this project has taken off, but we still have to create an impact on the ground. And one thing I'm confident about this project is it is going to sustain. Why I say that is because it is a make in Sikkim model. Our Sikkim geographers, our glaciologists, our hydrologists, our engineers, our managers, our ecologists have actually made this model and they are going to implement it. So I'm sure that if you have a make in Sikkim model, that model will evolve, it will innovate, and others will come and learn from us. So the main thing that I wanted to demonstrate in this project on the behalf of government is that typically when you talk of Northeast, you say it's a very beautiful place, people are very hospitable, nature is very beautiful. So through this project, we want to show that in science and technology also, we can create an example for the nation from the Northeast.
Excellent, and let's give our three panelists a very warm round of applause for what they've spoken. Indra Hangsuba, D.T. Lepcha, and Sandeep Tamar. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So requesting you to please stay back on the stage. Thank you everyone for sharing the need for sustainable development and preserving the Himalayas. Raj, I would like to request you to please present the token of appreciation to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I can sense some post-lunch lethargy in the room. Can we get over it and have a very warm round of applause for the speakers? As we look ahead, this session will focus on Sikkim's future vision, development goals, and the path forward for its another milestone year. For this session, Future Sikkim at 47, let me invite on stage Bigma Norbu Sherpa, Speaker, Sikkim Legislative Assembly. Welcome, sir. Yuguan Tamang, Press Secretary to Chief Minister. Bikash Basnet, Political Secretary to Honorable Chief Minister. And Professor Mahendra P. Lama, Center for South Asian Studies, School of International Studies, and founding Vice Chancellor of Sikkim University. Moderating this session is Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor, India Today. Welcome, everyone. Over to you, Anilesh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very, very interesting session which we have. 4 panelists, who are manning 3 great institutions in Sikkim and driving the development and the futuristic, the goal which has been set by the Chief Minister. Honorable Speaker is with us, who is manning a very unique assembly where all 32 members are of the ruling party and there is no scope for opposition voice. So this might be a luxury which other speakers in the country doesn't enjoy. Then we have 2 gentlemen, Vikash and Yogan. These young boys are manning Chief Minister's office, bringing in a lot of new innovations, which is bringing in efficiency in the CM office in Sikkim. Then we have Mr. Lama, Professor Lama, a very known face in Delhi's strategic affairs circle. He understands Northeast like back of his hand, and he has written the vision document for Northeast for Government of India. He is very respected name in the strategic, especially from the Northeast perspective, and he was part of the National Securities Advisory Board also. Professor, welcome. And Speaker Saab, as we all understand from Delhi, 32 members from the same ruling party. CM Saab has also, briefly mentioned about it. Sir, help us in understanding that how do you ensure that since there is no opposition voice, but still the opposition's voice outside is resonated amongst among the members or amongst the assembly. Then, sir, we can come back to your favorite topic of tourism. Help us in understanding this, sir.
Yeah. Hello. अभी तो ऐसे ने कि जैसे अभी जितने भी असेंबली है हम लोग का वहाँ पे क्या होता है कि अभी एजुकेटेड पर्सन है और इशू बेस टॉपिक में डिस्कशन होता है, तो अभी जो भी बाहर इशू होता है तो वो इशू बेस में टॉपिक में डिस्कशन होता है. ऐसे उसमें जैसे इशू बेस में टॉपिक में क्या डिस्कशन होता है उससे तो जो गवर्नमेंट में है उसको भी पॉजिटिव फीडबैक मिलता है, इसीलिए डिस्कशन तो होते हैं. लेकिन इशू बेस्ड डिस्कशन है, पहले पर्सनल डिस्कशन नहीं होता है. इशू बेस्ड डिस्कशन में थोड़ा स्पीकर को भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता है, वो तो खुलेआम जैसे डिस्कशन करने लगते हैं. वो बाहर जो डिस्कशन जो क्रिटिसिज्म होता है उसी के ऊपर में भी इशू बेस्ड डिस्कशन होता है असेंबली में.
तो सर, इफ वी foresee this as a Viksit Bharat and Viksit Sikkim vision which Prime Minister is inculcating in all the states including Sikkim, do you think this is very healthy for the democracy to have one party ruling the assembly as well as the discourse, or you play a devil's advocate, or you intend to play a devil's advocate and bring in the voice of the people as well?
विकसित भारत के लिए जैसे जो भी अपोजिशन को तो एकदम मेन रोल है ही, और जैसे जो डेमोक्रेसी में अपोजिशन नहीं होने से तो डेवलपमेंट नहीं होता है. लेकिन वो जो भी अपोजिशन वॉइस रेस करता है उसी के ऊपर में हम लोग का असेंबली में वॉइस रेस होता है. वो तो ये पॉजिटिव पॉइंट लेके जैसे लीडर ऑफ द हाउस इसमें काम करते हैं, तो वो इसमें कोई बड़ा ये नहीं है सर.
Okay, so Yugan, if I can come to you, if opposition voice is missing in the assembly, but I'm sure it is available across the board, and people must be raking up issues. So you are one of the ears of the Chief Minister. How do you use technology and other things to gather the feedback, and also help us in understand that how you use the modern digital and the creative economy to inculcate many of the ideas which CM wants to push in?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Basically, I would really like to thank India Today as well, because despite Sikkim being the 22nd state and a very tiny Himalayan state, Sikkim hardly appears on the national television. So I would like to really acknowledge India Today for dedicating an entire day for Sikkim. So, and when it comes to the point of having, no opposition, the dissident voices in the state of Sikkim, I guess the question itself proves that the democracy is very dynamic and vibrant in the state of Sikkim. Otherwise, you would not have raised the question. Because you being in the media, that you know that there are the voices which has been raised amidst the people and the public. And that is how you got to know about the opposition. So I guess that question itself answers you that the democracy in the state of Sikkim is very vibrant, despite the fact there's no single representative of opposition in the Sikkim Legislative Assembly. And I guess that proves the very able and a very visionary leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister of Sikkim. Like, despite, as you said, like, there's no opposition in the state of Sikkim, but as rightly the Honorable Chief Minister pointed out this morning, like, winning 32 seats in the assembly is not just about celebration, but it is also about the responsibility. And we highly know our responsibility and critically know that the democratically elected government has all the responsibility to govern the people and to give them what is right and what is justifiable. That's one aspect. So, and the other part, I'd like to really focus on the question that you put up, like, how do you moderate? I feel our Chief Minister is a very young Chief Minister. And when it comes to young, I feel, of course, we talk about potential, but at the same time, I feel he's a learning Chief Minister, and he has a very inclusive mindset. And inclusive mindset also reflects that how are the young people in the state of Sikkim are included in the governance, so that it gives a clarity that what is the young population who comprises of 55% below 40 years are the actual voters in the state of Sikkim. So he understands what are the young people in the state are thinking. So that is why you can see a very young MP. That is why you can see a very young political secretary. That is why you can see, consider me young as a press secretary. That is how you see OSD. We are all 40 years and below the age group. So when the young people are included in the governance, I feel a learning Chief Minister is rightly pointing out that I'm a learning Chief Minister. So we are open up to criticism. We are open up to suggestions. We are open up to advices. So I believe this government, post-2019, under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister Sri Prem Singh Tamangolek, is a very inclusive and a celebrated government which actually celebrates the voices of the people, whether that be from the ruling front or whether that be from the opposition front. So I get being us in the government gives us a lot of years to know the ways and the means that how we can really moderate, and at the end, how we can really take Sikkim our way forward and bring about the holistic development in the state.
Thank you, Yogan. Because if, you know, he has touched upon the issue of the demography, that like Sikkim is young, your CM is young, you all are young, and younger generation across the board have different aspirations. They're looking for better jobs, aspirational jobs, as well as newer opportunities. And you are helping Chief Minister manage a lot of political things as well. So how do you communicate, you know, both ways? The aspiration of youth, as well as while talking to the political counterparts, how Chief Minister is positioning, you know, this demography. Prakash.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity, India Today Group, and to come on your questions. Like Mr. Yugan has spotlighted on how Chief Minister works, how he functions. We have a very dynamic Chief Minister who always thinks of people, who is always around the people. In fact, he is known as the people's leader. Wherever he meets the people or wherever like people greets him, he understands the problem and he instantly goes on the solution. He calls the bureaucrats or any other officers, related officers, and he tried to instantly get the solution. And other thing is that we being part of India, we are very fortunate to have a dynamic Prime Minister who is always supportive to Government of Sikkim. In any problem, he simply calls our Honorable Chief Minister and he tries to sort out the problem. We were in very bad shape during the time of COVID-19, and as soon as COVID was over, there was a massive tista flood. At that time, we got huge support from Government of India, and that support went into directly into the grassroots people. So also, our Chief Minister has various cells inside the CMO. Like, I don't know about the other states, but in other states,
Chief Minister discretionary grant is mostly used for the disaster related thing. But in Sikkim, we have various cells inside the CMO, like giving out the scholarships to underprivileged children and giving grants to entrepreneurs and helping out the patients who are having their treatment in various parts of country. These all are the things, like he is very dynamic, he all times care for the people. That is why he has been termed most popular CM for 2 times by your group, that is India Today.
Thank you very much. Professor Lama, we heard from 3 gentlemen that how they are manning 2 institutions amongst themselves. You are given responsibility of Sikkim University as a Vice Chancellor there. But before, touching upon your role in Sikkim University, there's a unique geographical location of Sikkim. You have dealt with national security aspects and vision document for Northeast as well. So we all understand that Prime Minister has, his deep interest in developing Northeast. And recently we have seen a very good highway coming up in the Northeast, which will be connecting us to Burma. Sikkim's perspective, rail connectivity may come by 2027, but it's very difficult to reach Sikkim. So how complex do you think the situation is vis-a-vis the national security, and especially when Sikkim is surrounded from almost all 4 sides from the foreign countries, although Nepal and Bhutan are friendlier country, and the situation in Bangladesh has changed, and only some kilometers of Chicken Neck is there, but still, the issues with China and Bangladesh are there. So connectivity-wise, how difficult do you think the situation is, and especially when now Mohammad Yunus government is talking, freely about that Chicken Neck and inviting China to be part of the BIMSTEC agreement. So I just wanted to prick your mind since you are around. So help us in understanding from that perspective as well.
Well, thank you very much, Achilles. The Honorable Prime Minister's vision about Vikashit Bharat is being steadily matched by what our Honorable Chief Minister says about Vikashit Sikkim. And he has a team now which is being constituted that talks about 9 goals and 9 missions. We call it 2047 Nawa Lakshya and Nawa Sankalpa. And in this critical 9 goals of Sikkim, which very, very beautifully and magnificently gel with what Honorable Prime Minister says about Viksit Bharat, one of the key aspects, I would say, is connectivity. Our Honorable Prime Minister, in his interactions with the 16th Finance Commission just a few months back, said that Sikkim is the most integrated geography of India, yet it is the least connected geography of India. And it's absolutely correct. We continue to remain as the least connected. So what do we do it? Because it's in connectivity that we would be able to enter into Prime Minister's goal of Act East policy, linking entire East India, Northeast India, and rest of India with Southeast Asia and East Asia. It is with connectivity that we would be able to use India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway. It is in this connectivity only we would be able to use what you call the deep sea port that is being developed by Japan in Bangladesh, right? So it is very, very crucial for us. What we are thinking is by 2047, we would have absolutely what you call it, very challenging goal, because the global powers competitiveness, which is now being played all around India, I think we need to be prepared for that. So we are thinking of a world-class highway, right? We want quite a few helipads in Sikkim that would be interconnected with Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, to northeast part of India and rest of India. We would like to have new economic corridors. We have done Nathula in 2006. We would like to have Chua Vanjang, as Honorable Prime Minister mentioned this morning, with Nepal. We would like to have similar kind of economic corridor with Bhutan. Therefore, what is very critical for us is using these corridors as what you call it, promoting or conserving our both national security interest and our national power interest. But more than that, I think if you give me 3 minutes more, I would like to say that, you know, in our vision for 2047, among the first vision is, of course, Sikkimese identity. And Sikkimese identity is based on 4 pillars. First is our political history, 333 years regime of monarchy, protectorate state, then again 50 years of independence. And second pillar is, of course, what do we do? We are the biodiversity hotspot, nature, water, mountains. How do we conserve them? This is our identity. And third identity pillar is, of course, cultural ecology, harmony, peace, music, folk literature, and all kinds of soft powers we have. And the fourth, of course, is the critical legal constitutional status of Sikkim under 371F. Therefore, among the 9 critical targets we have, besides this identity conservations by the Sikkimese people and the rest of India, the second very critical goal is how do we transform Sikkim into a new growth pole of India. We have the highest per capita income. What we are saying is, today we have about $6 billion worth of GDP, gross domestic product, and by 2047, if we have to really contribute to $15 trillion economy that is being discussed by the Honorable Prime Minister, we have to contribute at least $75 billion, and this is where. But in doing that, what is very critical in Sikkim today is we are trying to change the development model, because in the last 50 years, despite development, despite our high per capita income, despite we being organic, despite so many positives, what has happened is the cream of development in Sikkim has gone out of the state. Therefore, because we followed the same development model as followed in Tamil Nadu, as followed in Jammu and Kashmir, as followed in Bengal or somewhere else. So our Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, is very clear that unless and until we change the development model that retains maximum cream of development within the state, we will not be able to do something substantive and transformative. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. You know, so these are, sir, some of the lessons which I learned in my college. When an intelligent professor is talking, never disturb him. So which I followed. Thank you, Professor Saab. Speaker Saab, if I can come to you, like Professor Saab was talking, that CM has the vision of changing the development model. But the mainstay of development model of Sikkim remains tourism. Maybe because of some bit of connectivity issues, you know, we saw a lesser number than the potential tourists reaching Sikkim, or that may be designed because, you know, that will impact geology as well. So help us in understanding कि सिक्किम में आप लोग किस तरीके से जो tourism है वो आप inculcate कर रहे हैं कि वो पर्यावरण को भी दूषित ना करे और सिक्किम की इकोनॉमी को वो स्ट्रेंथन करने में मदद करे, और अगर हम 2047 की बात करें उसके लिए क्या ट्रैजेक्टरी जो है सिक्किम सरकार तय कर रही है?
अंडर द लीडरशिप ऑफ ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर श्री प्रेम सिंह तामाङ, अभी थोड़ा सा ये नेचर बेस्ड टूरिज्म से लेके अलग सा टूरिज्म करना चाहते हैं कि वो ऑलरेडी डायरेक्शन भी हुआ है कि जैसे विलेज टूरिज्म में काम करना चाहता है कि जैसे विलेज टूरिज्म में क्या होता है कि सिटी का जितना भी लड़का लड़की है जितना भी है उसका जैसे मिल्क तो रोज़ पीता है लेकिन भैंसे कैसे कैसे निकालता है, उसका एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, वो एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करने या प्रैक्टिकल में अभी ब्लेज में जा रहा है। जैसे होम स्टे टूरिज्म है, होम स्टे में टूरिज्म में भी अभी बहुत सा काम हो रहा है। जैसे पहले 1000 टूरिज्म जो भी होम स्टे में काम रहा है उसको गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से दिया है। होम स्टे में क्या होता है कि जैसे बर्ड वॉचिंग ग्रुप आते हैं, बर्ड वॉचिंग ग्रुप में तो एकदम सुबह रात को 3 बजे उठ के उसको चाय पिलाना होता है। लेकिन होम स्टे में क्या होता है कि अभी होम स्टे वहाँ पे कैसे चल रहा है कि जैसे उसको होम स्टे होमली फील्ड या जब मेंबर उसको की दिखाया जाता है, किचन यहाँ पे है, सब कुछ दिखा के वो जैसे ओनर नहीं उठना पड़ता है, खुद बना के चलते हैं और रूम कहाँ पे सब कुछ दिखाया जाता है। और रात का खाना में एक साथ में बैठ के फैमिली मेम्बर इंजॉय कर सकता है। कभी कभी किसी का माँ किसी दूसरा कंट्री में था, किसी के पिताजी दूसरा कंट्री में, ऐसे ही वो फैमिली एज ए फैमिली मेम्बर वो जैसे फेस्टिवल मनाने भी आ जाता है। वो जैसे हम चाहते हैं कि जैसे फ्लोरा एंड फौना में टूरिज्म कर सकते हैं, वो डायरेक्शन है। वो फ्लोरा एंड फौना में तो बहुत रिच है सिक्किम। जैसे फ्लोरा एंड जैसे 515 वेराइटी का ऑर्किड सिक्किम में मिलता है, ऐसे 60 वेराइटी का प्रिमुला, ऐसे ही जैसे 36 वेराइटी का रोडोडेंड्रम। और जैसे वो फ्लोरा एंड फौना में तो बहुत रिच है, मोर देन 5000 एंड अबव फ्लोरा एंड फौना मिलेगा। ऐसे ही मेडिसिनल प्लांट में भी जैसे ऑल इंडिया में अराउंड 6000 है तो 424 तो सिक्किम में मिलेगा। इसी के ऊपर में जैसे हम टूरिज्म करना चाहता है और कल्चर टूरिज्म करना चाहते हैं, कल्चर में टूरिज्म हो। जैसे कल्चर में अभी सिक्किम गवर्नमेंट का एक नोटिफाई हुआ कि जो भी ऑफिस हो या स्कूल में हो, एक दिन अपना ट्रेडिशनल ड्रेस पहन के जाते हैं। तो हेरिटेज कल्चर को भी बढ़ावा दे के उसी में टूरिज्म करना चाहते हैं। और अलग से जैसे हम लोग चाहते हैं कि ज़्यादा मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, मेरे पास में एक्सपीरियंस है, नॉलेज है, लेकिन एनर्जी नहीं है। इसी तरफ से जैसे मॉडल स्कूल बन रहा है, जैसे हम लोग का एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर के पास में मॉडल स्कूल है, वहाँ गवर्नमेंट चाहता है कि जैसे अभी मार्केट का रिक्वायरमेंट है कि जैसे नॉलेज भी हो, एनर्जी भी हो, जैसे एक्सपीरियंस भी हो। इसीलिए मॉडल स्कूल हम लोग ऐसे जैसे लोग को प्रिपेयर करता है कि तीनों में एक साथ करके, इसीलिए जैसे एजुकेशन में टूरिज्म करता है, हेल्थ सेक्टर में हम लोग टूरिज्म में जा रहे हैं कि हेल्थ सेक्टर में बहुत सा डेवलपमेंट करके अभी बहुत सा जैसे हेल्थ चेकअप के लिए सिक्किम से पहले बाहर जाते थे, अभी सिक्किम में आने लग रहा है। बहुत सा यूनिक तरह का टूरिज्म करना चाहिए, पिलग्रिमेज टूरिस्ट बहुत सा अभी इतने टूरिज्म पिलग्रिमेज टूरिस्ट है, बहुत सा जैसे बन रहा है। जैसे एग्जांपल हम लोग का 4 धाम है, जैसे 4 धाम सामडुपची और वृंदावन धाम बन रहा है। और एक यूनिक चीज़ बन रहा है कि मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में है कि स्टेयरवे टू हेवन, वो ये स्टेयरवे टू हेवन बन रहा है। ये कंप्लीट 26 तक ये कंप्लीट हो जाएगा तो स्वर्ग डायरेक्ट जा सकते हैं आप लोग। जैसे आप लोग के भी इन्विटेशन है, आप स्वर्ग जाने के लिए नहीं, वो देखने के लिए आप लोग भी, महाजन जी आप भी आ जाइए और पीछे बसने वाला भी आ सकता है वो देखने के लिए।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू शेरपा जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। योगन, Professor Saab talked about changing the development model. So CM Saab must be talking freely, and expressing it. How feasible do you think breaking the present mold is, inviting the newer investors and bringing in zones? And secondly, from you as well as from Bikash, I want to understand, how is he communicating many of these demands, because he is an ally of NDA. But still, your state requires a lot of demands. How he brings in, those type of conversation in center?
See, we are a very tiny Himalayan state, so definitely when it comes to the holistic development of the state, it has to be in a very holistic approach. So when it comes to development, people may have in mindset that it is all about the infrastructural development. But Sikkim has focused about not just infrastructural development, but not risking the culture and the heritage, which is the tangible and the intangible cultural heritage. Sikkim is not just about products anymore. Sikkim has to be not just exporting products, but now Sikkim has to export ideas. Sikkim has to produce human resources which can actually lead the whole country or lead the whole world. So apart from that, I feel now when the Honorable CM has been focusing on one of the main area where we can really talk about, which has been youth-centric, is about the entrepreneurship. So Likewise, when it comes to entrepreneurship, before the panelists have already spoken about one family, one entrepreneur. But Sikkim, at these 50 years, we are coming up with a very
actually, we are running short of time. May I, bring in Vikas?
I just want to make
because see,
point.
We are in Delhi, so we want to understand that how the Honorable Chief Minister is taking up many of these demands to his allies here.
Yeah, actually, I just want to continue with Mr. Yugen. In fact, we are running out of time. So, thing is that already Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has termed all northeastern state as Ashtalakshmi. It has a great philosophical and wider meaning. And Sikkim being part of Ashtalakshmi has a significant meaning, and I think Narendra Modi ji wants to develop Sikkim as well as entire northeast zone as a zone of prosperity, economically sustainable, and he wants to see everything is sustainably growing in till vision till 2047. So always like Narendra Modi ji has been our guardian, and we as a government in Sikkim, we are always there to implement whatever programs and policies are being sent by Government of India, and we want to march ahead for the Vikasit Bharat 2047 rigorously, and whatever is there we want to implement strictly and move ahead.
Thank you, Professor Saab. Last word is for the teacher. We are very uniquely poised. Sikkim is young, Sikkim is moving ahead, and you are there at Sikkim University now. What sort of new innovation have you done with your experience here at JNU? Or what sort of new innovation, sir? My request this time is to please be brief, because we are extending this time. So,
well, thank you. Well, I'm no longer with Sikkim University. I continue to teach in JNU. But let me complete. 3 quick things I would like to say. Among these now lectures, one of the most critical lecture is to make Sikkim the green capital of India and the green destination of global world in every sense of the term, right? Organic to green tourism to green energy projects to green industrialization. And besides this, we would really like to play a critical role in supply chains. We have rich designs in the state of various communities. We have used traditional medicinal practices in this state. We would like to really be a part of the Asian supply chain on this. And for this HCM is very, very clear. 2 large words I would like to say is, we have now developed, despite all problems, idle power projects. And we have so much of installed capacities. And we would like to export this electricity to Myanmar, to Southeast Asia, to Bangladesh, because Government of India has already told us that we have the cross-border energy trading guidelines of 2021, so you can produce electricity and send it to any other countries nearby, right? But the most critical thing for us is we would like to do something big. We have practiced, experienced, and experimented in many ways, so we have to do big things, selective industrialization. We don't want Tom, Dick, and Harry and come to Sikkim and invest. We would like to be absolutely selective as far as investment projects is concerned. A Vietnamese, a Thai, a Singaporean, someone from Europe, someone from North America would come and invest. Selective green investment projects in South Asia, both indigenous and foreign direct investment. The last quick point I would like to say is we have to play a big role. Say, for example, in the TISTA management projects, 80% of TISTA flows in Sikkim. Yet we are not included in the TISTA negotiation process with the countries nearby. So we would like to be a part of this hydro-diplomacy project in India. We would really like to have all the institutions, both the tangible and intangible items of Sikkim, should be at least 4 of them by 2047 should be included in the World Heritage List. This is what we are dreaming by 2047, and this would really consolidate and solidly contribute to what you call our national security interests, national interests, and our national powers also. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Professor Lama. So with this, we conclude today's discussion. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, gentlemen. May I now request Pradeep Sagar, Deputy Editor at India Today, to come on stage to present token of appreciation to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is with someone who needs no introduction. When you think of Indian football, one name that instantly comes to mind is Baichung Bhutia. In this session, we will hear from the legend himself about what shaped him, the role of Sikkim in nurturing athletic talent, and what the state and the country can do to support its future stars. Please join me in welcoming Baichung Bhutia on stage, along with Nikhil Naz, Consulting Editor, Sports, India Today TV, to moderate this discussion. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Next to me, as was just mentioned a short while ago, a man who needs no introduction, 100+ caps for the Indian team, 40+ international goals, the second highest in the history of Indian football. Arguably the greatest footballer to have played for India. Let's have another round of applause for Baichung Bhutia. Baichung, always a pleasure to talk to you. We go back a long way. First thing, how does it feel to be in a hot and humid Delhi from fine, balmy Sikkim, where it must be, what, 20, 22 degrees? How does it feel to be in a city that you visit very often?
It feels great because I think I've had wonderful memories in Delhi when I played here. Obviously, when you speak of football, my football school's headquarters is based in Delhi, so I keep coming to Delhi quite often, and my kids are studying in Gurgaon, so we have a house here, so Delhi is like a second home.
If Delhi is second home, you should have continued with politics as well. Why have you quit politics?
No, I think I had my share of politics, and now it's been almost a year and a half I've quit. Very happy. I think something which I've tried, and I feel that it's time to really move on and do something in other sectors, and which I think I'm very, very happy right now. So yeah, politics is always there, and politics obviously is in every sector of it, whether it's tourism, football, education, politics is going to come in. But I think it's very important for a lot of sports person to come into politics, because I keep saying this because I think every success for all the sports person is through their own dedication, sincerity, and discipline. I think if that kind of discipline, sincerity, and honesty for their success that they've achieved in sports, they can bring into politics, I think India and Sikkim and Northeast would really do well. And I hope a lot of sports person comes into it. I know that cricketers are never going to come in because I think they've had share of their success, so they don't want to come into it. But I think it's very important for them to come in, because through politics, policies are made for every sector, including sports. So once you have right policies in sports, I think India can become one of the most strong sporting nation, which we are trying. And now Honorable Prime Minister and Government of India is trying to host Olympics in near future. And that's where I think we need to really make sure that we develop and produce a lot of sports person that goes on to win Olympic medals.
You summed it up so well. So I hope you're not retired from politics permanently. There's no retirement age.
You never know.
You never know. Okay, so that door is open, because like he says, you need good people in politics. I hope, like a true fighter that you were on the football field, you continue to fight here, get back into politics. Okay, I want to talk to you about a lot of things, about Sikkim, of course, about sports in Sikkim, and also the general health of Indian football, which at the moment doesn't seem very good. But let's start with Sikkim. Very interesting that I don't want to reveal his age, but it's available on internet. He is the same age as the state of Sikkim. So that's incredible. Were you the first one in your family to be born in India?
So, yeah, I think I was the first child to be born as an Indian. And all my elder brothers and sister and my, obviously, family, a lot of people from Sikkim would identify. So I'm very, very proud Indian. I was born as an Indian, so I'm very proud Indian. But yes, growing up days as a child, it was very different, because you hear stories of father because, they just lost the country. So growing up days for me was a different story of India then, because obviously they had a sentiment for, he was a pro-king thing, and that just lost the country. And also, I got to hear a lot of stories within our village as well. There's a lot of riots that happened. I think my grandfather's house was burned. His house was looted. So there are a lot of negativity stories growing up. But I think over 50 years, things have changed. I think we've progressed so much. We've been one of the most peaceful state. We've been one of the most productive state. And for me, I feel very proud to be an Indian. And now I've got kids. So they get to hear a lot of good stories, our Indian success stories. And I'm very happy when I speak to my kids. They're just teenagers now. And I would want them to be sports person, go on to play for India. If not, even they can go on to become, in Air Force like their grandfathers. So, very proud Indian. But yes, growing up, listening to a lot of stories through my father, I think I had a very different picture. But I think life has to move on. And everybody now, I think in Sikkim, all the Sikkimese people are, I think, very proud to be part of India. And we progress and develop so much.
Right. So you're actually the perfect example of that transition. Baichung himself, he's seen it from his father to himself, and now his son as well. I'll get to sport. That's your forte. Northeast per se overall has been that region in India that's contributed immensely to sports in India. Where do you see Sikkim's contribution? Because you've got other states, neighboring states, that on the face of it seem to have done better. You've got Manipur and Assam that has a rich legacy. Of course, Sikkim has produced footballers and boxers, but where do you see the future of sports in Sikkim?
No, I think for us, Manipur sets up such a high standard for all the other northeastern states to catch up. But I think Sikkim over the years have always contributed for sports in India in a smaller way, but there has always been, especially in football. If you look at from the 70s, I think we had Jerry Basi that went on to play for India. Then 80s, 90s, we had Pem Dorji. Then I played for quite some time. And now if you look at the current generation of Indian players from Sikkim, we've got Ashish Rai, we've got Lachenpa playing. So that contribution has always been there in football. Just not football as well, in other sports, like we've got Tarundeep, who's an archer, Olympian. He's been, last Olympics, he was part of the Olympic team in archery, in Asian Games as well. So there has always been a contribution for sports in a smaller way when you compare with other Northeast, especially Manipur. Obviously, we've got a long way to catch. But I feel that there's always scope for us to improve, and there is potentials. But yes, we'll have to do a lot of work.
See, the simple question is, and I'm talking as an Indian, you know, even when I was coming in, everyone's asking me, why can't Sikkim give us 10, 11 Baichung Bhutias? That's what we need at the moment.
I think it's possible, I think. But yes, again, if you look at Sikkim, sports is very, very popular, especially football. And I don't know, you should visit Sikkim during 15th August time, and a lot of people are here from Sikkim. Every village, every corner of Sikkim, there is a football tournament along cultural event going on. So a lot of the village people even would not know what is 15th August, but they know that it's a football and a cultural thing. So for us, I think in Sikkim, what is happening with a lot of our sporting events, we are celebrating as a festival, because that becomes a festival, 10-day festival. We have Governor's Gold Cup. All of us look at as a big festival, football plus cultural thing. But it's important at the same time, with the festival, the popularity is very important. But at the same time, parallelly, we should make sure that there's a development program going on as well. So 10 days of 15 August of culture and football, after that, nothing happens. We need to look into grassroots to make sure that they're playing every week, competing every week, which is more to copy from a European football structure, sports structure, so that the grassroots football or any other sports, there are kids competing, training every week. Every weekend they're competing and competing. Through the weekdays they're training. And it's just not for Sikkim, but I think overall, if you look at football culture in India, I think that is the system we need to bring in. But unfortunately, I think I'm with Federation, I'm in executive committee meeting through elite sports person. The difficult and sad part and the sad reality is I think we need to still make sure that we have Vision 2047, but just keeping it Vision 2047 in paper is not going to work. The work has to be done in the grassroots level. So I think that is where, and it's not very costly at all. It's just making sure that you're organized, because every school, every government has got sports department, they've got physical teachers, physical education teachers there. So it's just about organizing and making sure that the grassroots kids are getting to play every weekend within their own villages, and maybe twice a week they're training through one of those physical education teachers, so that the process is not just for 10 days of competition, finish it. And you need to have a longer period. That's what exactly a lot of community works are done in Europe, and that's where a lot of players are produced for a lot of big clubs.
Okay, because you touch upon Indian football, and that's also an area of interest that I want to speak to you about. I'll get back to grassroots, I'll get back to Sikkim. You talk about Indian football having a Vision 2047. It's been more than 2 decades I've covered Indian football. I remember Sepp Blatter, the FIFA president, come here in 2012, say India is a sleeping giant, and maybe 2024, 25 we'll be playing the FIFA World Cup. We are sitting in 2025, we're still sleeping. Are you worried about where Indian football is? Because that goalpost keeps getting shifted.
No, because I'm connected with football from grassroots to even, right now, again with Federation, I had my own football club in Sikkim once upon a time, which is still there in a smaller level. And with Baichung Bhutia Football School, we are the biggest grassroots football program in India, with more than 6,000 kids training every day. So yes, there is a worrying factor. I'm in the Federation, we obviously have a lot of debates and discussion.
And sometimes it's very difficult to convince people within the federation to really make sure that we need to make sure the football, in the grassroots is done seriously. But you try and put a lot of restrictions are something which is very, very difficult, which is not nice. First of all, to start an academy, they're asking you to get license to it, which is, we want kids, more and more kids to come and play. We want as many academies all across India to come and play. So if you put on restrictions at starting an academy, getting certificate to play, and then if your kid is from any other state, you can't play in that particular state, represent another state. So you're trying to cut down a lot of talent. And I'll give you a biggest example of a girls under 15 team. So I think a few years ago, Lakshadweep won the under 15 sub-junior girls championship. And the entire team of Lakshadweep were the girls from Haryana. So, the Haryana girls actually went on to play finals with them. So this remaining 20 girls, they were not selected, they were talented because the state had such a huge talent. So 20 players from Haryana were already selected. So the remaining girls, so they decided to go and play for Lakshadweep. And in that tournament, Lakshadweep played against Haryana and they went on to win. And some of the girls went on to play for India right now.
It's an incredible story.
Some of the girls went on to play for India right now. Now, when you come in the federation and put restrictions saying that you are from Haryana, you are from Manipur, you can't represent certain states, then you're cutting out a lot of talent. Because if you look at Northeast today, we don't have great academies because a lot of the players have to come out of Northeast and play in academies in Delhi, Bombay or Bangalore. You've got Reliance academies, you've got, Tata Academy. So the Northeast states have challenges. It's very difficult to run a club and an academy because there's a huge cost. So when these kids, talented kids don't get that opportunity in Northeast or for example, Jharkhand, there's no football. Jharkhand today in sub-junior girls and boys, they have the maximum number of players playing for it. If they don't move out of Jharkhand and come and join Minerva's or Baichung Bhutia football academies or Sudebas here in Delhi, then they don't get that platform. But then in federation, if you try and cut that, saying that, no, you come from different state, you can't play, then you're losing out a lot of talent. So I think a lot of policies will have to be made so that, the talented kids, at least in the grassroots level, you give them that access to play and not put restrictions on the kids. If you're talented, you're not from there to that, then you're trying to cut a lot of kids to stop playing football. So which is very, very unfortunate.
But the question is, you're part of the technical committee of All India Football Federation.
I'm not part of the technical committee. I was there. I've resigned because of certain things that
That's
I don't
what we don't want you to do
right now.
We don't want you to resign from politics or AIFF. How do we fix this issue?
No, again, see, everybody is aware that I fought an election for All India Football Federation. I wanted to fight it purposely because Kalyan, obviously, is a junior footballer than me. I know him very well. I purposely wanted to fight because if you look at Indian Football Federation elections, Mr. Das Munshi was there. He ran the federation for 25 years, no elections. After that, Mr. Praful Patel came in, 20 years, no elections. So for the last 40 years, Indian football had never had an elections. We never knew who's there, who's coming in, what are the elections happening. Obviously, I'm not saying they didn't do bad. They did really well for football. Mr. Das Munshi really contributed so much. Mr. Praful, I think, has done so good for football, making it professionalism, brought ISL to it. I wanted to fight it. Obviously, I was fighting against the entire system to it. But it's important when you have a government backup or anything, you need to bring in the right people. The government obviously wants sports person to come into federation. We've got a Supreme Court case going on as well. And it's great to see that central government is pushing a lot of sports person to come into the federations and associations. But at the same time, when you back it up, you need to bring in players with that credibility, experience to make sure that your sport or your association or your federation grows. I think with Kalyan, we obviously now a lot of people who's helped during that time in the government are regretting how disastrous it has been. From 95 ranking, we've gone on to 130, and I think it's been one after controversy or the other. So it's very unfortunate that's happened, and now we are hearing that our national coach, who's just been put in for last 3 months, is planning to resign after certain matches, which is very, very unfortunate. So I think we need to get in right people. There are a lot of sports person who are great, who can help. And I strongly feel a lot of our iconic sports person have to speak out.
for the benefit of the sports. And I feel sad sometimes, people, great cricketers, I don't want to take the names out, but there have been a lot of things that they can contribute positively to speak out for the benefit of Indian sports. They choose to stay silent. And that is sometimes, which is not the right thing. So that's why for me, if I have to respect any sports person, and my idol would be Dhanraj Pillai, because I think he's been one of the legend. But at the same time, I've seen him play. I've been in the Asian Games camp with him. But whenever he felt that any sports, any hockey player or any other sports person has been getting injustice, I think he's always stood there and spoke about it. So I think that is what we need, because if the elite sports person who's seen the world, who's been to Olympics, who's been to Asian Games, who's have that experience, don't come back and speak and say we need this kind of changes for sports to grow, then who's going to speak? A village sports person who plays in a district or a village is never going to speak. So these guys will have to speak for the development, not to criticize the state or a department or a government, but for the positive changes. If these guys don't speak, who's going to speak and who's going to change Indian sports? And then we're always, after every Olympic, we're saying, kya ho gaya, ek hi medal jeeta, itna kam jeeta. I think that is where we need to change it.
I must compliment him at least for speaking out, because a lot of other sportsmen don't do that. I'll get back to the grassroots program, but before that, one final question on Indian football. Because most other sport, you see them progress. The state of Indian football has been such that we used to be sub-100 in the 90s when Baichung was playing. You've gone out of 100. The last time you were sub-100 in the ranking was 2017. You're sitting at 127. Most countries improve. We are only getting worse with time. The moot question is, will the people sitting here and you and I, in our lifetime, ever see India play a FIFA World Cup? Because we're going back, not forward.
You never know. I think in life, if North Korea could play FIFA World Cup, I'm sure India can. And good thing is, FIFA has increased the number of World Cup participating team from, I think, 32 to maybe 64. The difficult part for India was because Asia has got 60+ country. We only get 4 quotas from Asia to qualify for the World Cup. And those 4 quotas are taken by Japan, Korea. Australia, by the way, plays in Asia for qualifying. So Australia takes 1. So we've got only 1 left. That's always taken by Iran or Saudi. So it becomes impossible for a country like India, or even including China as well. China has been trying to play World Cup. They have not been able to play it, because China today is the biggest investor in football in the world. The amount of investment they've done for the infrastructure, youth development is the highest in the world. They have not been able to play. So the competition levels are much, much more challenging. But yes, I think we need the right generation of players, 7, 8 of them to be born around the same time. We need our grassroots football program to be very, very strong, which the kids are getting to train every day, play every week, competing once in a while, and have good education program for the coaches. Because I feel one of the major challenges right now for Indian football is our coaches has to be educated and trained to coach those footballers. And that, I think, there is a still huge gap. And I know a lot of my friends have gone on degree in coaching, they've got A license, professional license. But a lot of them, when I speak to them, they're just trying to get the certificate. And which is very, very unfortunate. And they're trying to get from somebody easy, senior coaches, nahi iske saath karega to mera pass ho jayega, ye mere saath pehchanta hai. I think that is not your goal. I think you need to try and get trained and get certified from highest good quality trainer, instructor, so that you're learning. When you pass out, you're learning something and coming in, just not the certificate. So when you pass out, I think you need to pass out with good knowledge, just not get the certificate. So that's where I think coaches education program is another factor where we need to really work.
Is there a better chance, because I see a lot of women in our audience, is there a better chance of the Indian women's team playing the World Cup ahead of the men's team?
Much better chance.
Wow.
I'll tell you why.
Maybe the ladies can show us the way.
No, again, it's the same thing. Again, for women's also, the number of teams have increased. Good thing with India is, one good thing is, if you look at men's, the Gulf countries dominate men's football. They own all the biggest clubs. PSG is bought by Sheikh from Dubai, Qatar Airways have bought Man City. But when you look at the Gulf countries, women football is not big. But men's football, I think, is massive there. So one of the reasons why the competitions for women becomes obviously a little better and more opportunity and more chances is half 20 or countries, I think, would not even participate. But no doubt, but women football, obviously, in India is much better ranked than in men's football. But again, coming down to grassroots and the investment and the thing, we don't have a single women football academy. Baichung Bhutia Football Schools is the only one residential football academy for girls today in India. But we don't have for girls in that level who goes on to play for Indian Women League. So I think that is where we need to make sure that lot of federations, lot of academies will have to come and invest in girls football in that elite level, so that your coaches in your training and your competition level is much more higher. And I feel that women football has got much more better chance to play World Cup than men's football.
I mean, that's been the case of Indian sport for the last few years, is the women winning more medal at the Olympics as well. In terms of, you said grassroots is another thing that you have to concentrate on. You have to do a lot of things when it comes to coaching education. I know that you do a lot through your Baichung Bhutia football schools, pan-India, but focusing especially on Sikkim. What are the steps that you've taken as a sportsperson of repute to ensure that these little issues are sorted in the state of Sikkim at least?
I think in terms of Sikkim, because our geographical location, the landscape becomes very, very challenging to really start your own football academy. In fact, I've just bought 15-20 acres and we are setting up a nice sports excellence center in Siliguri. Now, to do that in Sikkim becomes very, very difficult, because first of all, to get that land, and then again, the investment in just making a football ground is huge. So the challenges in Sikkim to create infrastructure is very, very difficult. I think with Sikkim, I had United Sikkim Football Club. We were the second professional club from Northeast to qualify for I-League, which is the highest league in India. Lajong was the first one. And, through that, because those days ISL wasn't there, and I brought in investment, but it's very, very difficult to run a football club in that level to compete with best of East Bengals and Mohun Bagan, because we don't have corporates there. We don't have youth sponsors, corporates to sponsor the team. So I could only manage it for 3 years. And during that period, the budget of the club used to go around, because we were playing the highest league, competing with Mohun Bagan, East Bengal, and the big clubs around India. Our budget was around 3 to 4 CR, and obviously other big clubs were huge. Even to raise 3-4 CR for an entire 1 year was a nightmare for me to really do it. I did it for 4 years, and then just could not sustain it. So that was one of the big challenges. So I think with Sikkim, what we can do is we can, have a great with government. I think has been doing promoting a lot of sports throughout. Our CM has been very sports-loving person. But at the same time with Sikkim, what personally I think to invest and bring it, like what I've invested in Siliguri or other places, becomes challenging in Sikkim. We had a tie-up with academy when United Sikkim was playing in the league, and that was the time I think a lot of the academy players got that exposure to compete with some of the best players across India, and one of the boy went on to play for Under-17 World Cup, Komal Thattal, during that time. And that was the same time when United Sikkim had a tie-up with Sports Academy, and he represented United Sikkim in Under-13 tournament, and that's where Federation Academy picked him up from there. And then within 2 years went on to play for Under-17 India. He was the first. So I think those kind of initiative has to be done. I think with Sikkim, what is happening is there's a huge interest with sports and football. Now we have to differentiate between the festival, because we take it everything as a festival. There's a football tournament in my village. It becomes a festival in my village in Tingitam with cultural program. That is great. But at the same time, as I said earlier, we need to have a parallel development programs going on with the schools in villages in different parts. And that is where I think we'll have to work on it, because I think we've got huge talent, just not in football, but other fields. Archery is one of them. Tarundeep has gone on to play for India in Olympics. And there are other sports. Boxing, I think, has got great future. So that is something which I think we can collaborate and work together for, making sure that football and other sports really improve.
We're running out of time, but one final question. Before that, you heard the story of United Sikkim that Baichung mentioned. If we have any corporate big...
And again, coming to United Sikkim, so when United Sikkim qualified for the I-League, we had only 1 or 2 Sikkimese footballers playing in the highest league in I-League. When United Sikkim qualified, we assigned 30 member players. Out of 30, 20 players were from Sikkim. So within a year, you had 16 to 20 players of Sikkimese players playing in the highest league. Today, ISL, I think we've got only 4 or 5 Sikkimese players playing. But once you have a team playing I-League and ISL, then your number of players playing in that highest league just goes up. And that is what, but again, to sustain it is a big challenge there.
Well, that's what my request here was. If there are any corporate bigwigs, marketing or sales geniuses, maybe touch base with Baichung after he's done. Maybe revive United Sikkim. Who knows? Where from those 30 players we get even more. That answers the question of where do we get more Baichungs from. Final question, Baichung. Apart from the technical difficulties that you were facing and things that can be done better to make Sikkim a sporting hub, the Chief Minister was here. You said that he loves sport as well. If you had to send out a message to the people of Sikkim, to the Chief Minister, of things that can be done, maybe, I don't know, combine tourism with sports, various things that you could think of out of the box that could make Sikkim a sporting destination for the rest of the country?
I think if you're looking at future of Sikkim, apart from sports, obviously sports, I think we need to get a good structure right. I think Sikkimese people are very sports loving. We've got a great government that really encourages sports. But we should differentiate between sports, having just a festival for 1 week to 10 days, and have a parallel development program which is going on for a longer period of time, and getting that platform to compete and train with good coaches is very, very important. Second thing, few things. I think there are a lot of things which I feel we can do it in Sikkim, but I would say take 3 points from there for future of Sikkim. Not in sports, but other fields. I think first thing for Sikkim now going forward, I think we need to look into sustainable development. I just heard, Professor Lama sir saying about green Sikkim. I think that is where we need to go in. We can't spoil Sikkim, which is green, beautiful. In the name of development, we can't really destroy it. Today, sadly, there are 40 plus pharmaceutical companies coming in. We've got 30 plus universities in Sikkim. Sikkim is a 6.2 lakh people. It's very important that we bring in development on a very sustainable way. In the name of development, we can't destroy our forests, we can't destroy our culture, identity, which is very, very important. I think there's going to be huge influx. So I think that is where we need to really go and make sure that our development is through sustainable development. Another thing I would see is, I think Sikkim today, in terms of birth ratio, I think fertility rate, we are very, very low. We are just 1.1, which is one of the lowest in India. What scares us is because of fertility rate, for all the Sikkimese, we've got 3 communities, the Bhutia, Lepchas and Nepalese. For us in Sikkim, we've got the lowest fertility rate today in India. So what happens is we might start losing our culture and identity with that because demography is going to change, or through development, we have a lot of influx coming in. It's very important for any of us to make sure that our identity and culture is preserved. Within Sikkimese as well, if you look into Bhutia community, I think we've gone minus in terms of fertility rate. So that it is that bad. So I think that is where we need to make sure that our culture identity is saved. Respecting, obviously, country, everybody has to make sure that we are a proud Indian, but at the same time, also make sure that we are proud Sikkimese and respect and save our culture and identity, which is very, very important. Third is, I think through sports we can change, because Sikkim, again, has got a lot of great things. We are a very peaceful state, we are a green state, we are one of the most developed states. Per capita, we are number 1. But there are 1 or 2 negative sides to it, which is Sikkim is one of the highest in terms of suicide rate for over a decade now. It's been there for a very, very long time. And this is where we've really got to tackle and handle it well. And that can be done through, I think, sports programs. So no matter we are highest in per capita, we are such a developed state, but somewhere down the line, our youth today, I think, are committing suicide. And we are number 1 in India today in terms of suicide rate. And that is where that challenge is through sports or through different programs. We need to make sure that our youths are empowered, and they can stand and they can start working, and not try and only make sure that they're spoon-feeded. So we need to make sure that their talent is utilized, and that can be done through sports. So these are a few things, I think, which we have to tackle. But otherwise, I think Sikkim has been one of the biggest examples to a lot of states across India. And as everybody I've been hearing from morning, we are organic state. With organic, obviously, there are a lot of challenges that is coming because I come from a farming background. Once we become organic, our data in Government of Sikkim and Government of India is our agriculture production has come down heavily. I did my schooling. My father did my schooling through cardamom cultivation. He used to, get cardamom, sell it, and pay our education. Today, cardamom, we were #1 production of cardamom, but somehow through some kind of thing, we're losing completely. So I think government will have to do a lot of research to bring back, agriculture. Through pharmaceutical, that has come so much. We've lost some of the best rice field, which is some of the most beautiful, paddy fields across Sikkim. So I think these are the things where we need to make sure our generation is focused in agriculture, which has been our main source, and tourism. That's where I think if we can have a sustainable development for Sikkim would be great.
All right, we're completely out of time, but these 3 points really sum up that Baichung is not just a sporting icon, but a great ambassador for the state of Sikkim, just the way he summed up all the problems that they're facing. Thank you so much, Baichung, for taking our time and speaking to us.
Thank you, Baichung, for this very candid conversation. We have prepared a special portrait for you by our group photo editor Bandeep Singh of India Today. I would like to call on stage Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO of India Today, to present to you our token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, I can understand your excitement, but I would request you to please settle down for a bit. We have to start the next session. The next conversation is with some very incredible women changemakers of Sikkim. From breaking barriers in politics and government to building businesses and scaling summits, like literally, the panel brings together voices that are shaping the future of the state. Please welcome on stage Raj Kumari Thapa, Deputy Speaker, Annapurna Ali, IPR Secretary, Rinzing Choden Bhutia, CEO and founder of Agapi Sikkim, Sernia Palmo, founder of Palmo Handicrafts, and Everester Manita Pradhan. I will also be moderating this session, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everyone. So we have an incredible panel here of a lot more female legends here on stage. We'll start with Rajkumari ma'am with you. You are the first women in Sikkim who created history by being first women deputy speaker. So can you talk to us about, like Sikkim is quite forward looking when it comes to gender roles. So can you talk to us about, the state of women in the state, the role of women in the state, and how they are being empowered to take on more leadership roles in public?
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to express my warm gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Sikkim and India Today for providing us this wonderful platform. This platform itself is a great example of human empowerment of our state. Yes, indeed, it is indeed, this is a great pride and great responsibility to have been as a first woman deputy speaker in Sikkim Legislative Assembly. और मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि सिर्फ पर्सनल अचीवमेंट्स नहीं है, सिर्फ राजकुमारी थापा के अचीवमेंट्स नहीं है, और ये है रिफ्लेक्शन ऑफ आवर ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर्स प्रोग्रेसिव विजन्स, जिसके तहत आज सिक्किम के सभी बेटियों के लिए, बहनों के लिए और माताओं के लिए ये एक ग्रेट अपॉर्चुनिटी है। ये प्रोग्रेसिव विजन के तहत आज सिक्किम में पॉलिटिक्स में भी हमारे बहन, हमारे महिलाओं आगे बढ़ रही है, और इसके साथ साथ सिक्किम में एक ऐसा माहौल है जहाँ पर महिला होने से कोई पीछे रहना नहीं पड़ता है। एक उन्नतशील और विकासशील एनवायरनमेंट थ्रू डायनेमिक लीडरशिप के कारण से ये बना हुआ है। और सिर्फ वर्ड में नहीं, सिक्किम हमारे राज्य में महिलाओं को सिर्फ वर्ड में नहीं लेकिन एक्शन में थ्रू कंक्रीट पॉलिसीज एंड एक्शन के तहत आज सिक्किम के महिलाओं को विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में इतना ज़्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रहा है, जिसके कारण हमें देखने को मिलता है कि ग्रोइंग ऑफ वुमेन रिप्रेजेंटेशन इन डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स लाइक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, पॉलिटिक्स, एजुकेशंस एंड इन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप। इसमें हम यहाँ पर बताना चाहते कि आज सिक्किम में जो हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट है उसमें 50% हमारा वुमेन्स लीड कर रहे हैं, 42 में 21 हमारा वुमेन है। इसी तरह से वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में इस 5 साल में मोर देन 56% अभी हमारा बेटी और बहनों वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इसी तरह से स्टार्टअप में भी और विभिन्न सेक्टर्स में, एजुकेशन में भी अभी हमारे बेटियों ही आगे बढ़ रही हैं। सिक्किम ये एक ऐसा बोल सकते हैं कि हमारा स्टेट हमारे देश के बाकी राज्यों में से एक वुमेन फ्रेंडली स्टेट बोला जा सकते हैं। और ये एनवायरनमेंट ऐसे दिखाने के लिए नहीं, लेकिन हमारे वहाँ एक उदाहरण सेट किया है कि जिस वुमेन में जो पोटेंशियल है, जो क्रिएटिविटी है, उसको आगे ले जाने के लिए सिर्फ उनका ही नहीं, सरकार का भी बहुत सहयोग है और हमारा गवर्नमेंट चाहते कि हमारे राज्य की बेटियों, महिलाओं देश के अन्य राज्यों से भी आगे हो सके डिफेंस सेक्टर में। ये हमारे राज्य के माहौल, वहाँ पर कोई महिला होने के कारण पीछे बैठना नहीं पड़ता है, लेकिन फोर्सफुली आगे ले जाने के लिए सरकार हमारे साथ में है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। Thank you, Raj ma'am. So Annapurna ma'am, so like what Raj ma'am very clearly shared how women are represented in public roles as well, but Sikkim is still a very traditional society. So do you think that can sometimes be restrictive for women to be ambitious or to take on some roles or or go venture into areas that are male dominated?
Thank you, Sudhal. Thank you, India Today, for having us here. We are so proud to be here, all the women. Actually, like ma'am was saying, let me add to the statistics. In the government of Sikkim, in the gazetted posts, out of the number of officers in Group A and B, we have 13,333 women and only 2,021 men. So we are a part of society, and yes, we are a traditional society, but luckily our tradition does not say that women cannot be ambitious. So we can have ambitions, and I think we are succeeding.
So that's truly a role model that one needs to emulate. Certainly a lot of other states as well. Moving on, we have two entrepreneurs. So Rinzing, we'll start with you. Can you give us an overview about, I mean, a lot was said in the earlier session about the, the landscape for MSMEs and startups in the state. But from your perspective, as a women entrepreneur, how do you see the opportunities for you that are there in Sikkim? And how do you see it has evolved in the last 30, 40 years?
The entrepreneurial landscape, not just in Sikkim, overall has changed significantly in the last couple of years. And there are many factors which comes into play, Just to cite a few examples, digital transformation. The rise in e-commerce platform, cloud computing, mobile application has given entrepreneurs access to global market with very minimum cost. And secondly, I would say a shift in societal values. Like we come from a society where government job is given the highest priority, right? It still is. But we can actually see the shift in mindset slowly, that entrepreneurship is, now people are talking about entrepreneurship. Parents are okay with, kids starting up with their own startup. So that is a huge change that I've seen in the past couple of years. And other factors would be inclusivity in entrepreneurship, the support that entrepreneurs are getting from entrepreneurs from diverse background, underrepresented backgrounds like women, various other communities. Though that has kind of, we can see those changes. And the other factors, I would say is, I think there are, lots to add, but these are the few points that I would like to, everybody to reflect on.
Thanks, Rinzing. Sharnya, I would also like to speak to you. You are a very young entrepreneur. So what inspired you to start a brand that actually tries to support and encourage local crafts, in a very contemporary format? And do you also think that, as representing Sikkim, it's somewhere your responsibility to bring that narrative, the culture, the crafts into the mainstream?
First of all, I would like to start by thanking India Today for having us here. Yes, I believe that it is my responsibility, not only in an emotional way, but in an economic way as well, that it is my responsibility to show Sikkim's artistic legacy, to create a platform where our heritage, our culture, our story is being told to the entire global platform. The reason why I started Palu Handicrafts, focusing on local artisans, is because this cultural crafts in the market was untapped. This market was untapped, and the artisans who are dedicated to this craft was neglected because they were not given the platform to sustain their livelihood. So I wanted to act as a catalyst. Palmo Handicrafts as a business acts as a catalyst for the local artisans to provide them sustainable livelihood, because local artisans are the hands that will preserve our culture, our creativity as Sikkim's artistic legacy. So I wanted to build a bridge, I wanted to create a catalyst, I wanted to be the catalyst to provide sustainable livelihood to the artisans who are responsible, who are the backbone of Sikkim's artistic legacy. Thank you.
Thanks, Palmo. Now we have a very interesting woman right here. So Manita, I'm not sure if everyone knows, Manita is a Everester, and not only that, she has, from the world's highest 7 continent peaks, she has already climbed 5. So Manita, literally, you have climbed 5 summits, metaphorically and literally. So can you tell us, like, mountaineering itself, mountaineering, trekking, is a very male-dominated sector. So what led you to, आप mountaineering में कैसे आए, आपकी journey कैसे शुरू हुई, and आपको encouragement, support, family से मिला, state से मिला, कोई institution से मिला, थोड़ा आप हमें उस बारे में बताएंगे?
Thank you. First of all, mountains know no gender. Mountain, nature, आपको male और female का definition ही नहीं देता है वहाँ पर. आपको मेल हो या फीमेल, आपके पास बराबर का क्षमता होना चाहिए ऊपर जाने के लिए. एज इफ अभी फुटबॉल का बात हो रहा था, तो मुझे लगता है कि वहाँ पर भी सेम है, मगर माउंटेन्स में जेंडर में डिफाइन नहीं होता है कि आप मेल हो, आप आगे आ जाओ, ऐसे वाला नहीं होता है. आपको ज़्यादा प्रायोरिटीज़ मिलेगा, आप डोमिनेट करो लड़कियों को, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा. तो you're welcome, mountains welcome you all. तो मेरा जर्नी जब मैं क्लास 9 में थी, तब मेरा जर्नी स्टार्ट हुआ. एनएसएस से ट्रेनिंग दिया था, तो मैंने वहाँ पर ज्वाइन किया था. सो लेटर ऑन मैंने तब डिसाइड कर लिया था कि आफ्टर 9 जब मैंने बेसिक कंप्लीट किया, तो आई डिसाइडेड कि ये तो मेरा टाइप का कुछ नहीं है. फिर आफ्टर लेटर ऑन मैं बढ़ती गई और मेरा थोड़ा दिमाग खुलता गया. तो आई रियलाइज़ कि मुझे कुछ डिफरेंट करना है, क्योंकि सब तो डॉक्टर्स बनता है, इंजीनियर्स बनता है, एवरीबडी गो फॉर एनडीए ऑफिसर, फुटबॉलर, ना, सो मेनी थिंग्स. तो मुझे घर में भी मेरा बैकग्राउंड भी ऐसा ही है. आई एम, माई मदर इज शेरपा, नो, दैट इज़ वाई आई थिंक मेरा वो हो गया, खून में आ गया कि आई वॉन्ट टू डू डिफरेंट. तो आई थॉट मैं क्या करूँ. तो एक दिन ऐसे मैं देख रही थी, तो आई रियलाइज़ कि मैंने कोर्स किया है, बेसिक कोर्स. आफ्टर दैट मैंने वहाँ पर सर्च किया कि क्या क्या होता है. मुझे लगा था कि सिर्फ कोर्स करना है, मगर स्कूल में जैसे पढ़ना होता है ऐसे पढ़ना होता है. वहाँ पर भी पास भी होता है, वहाँ पर फेल भी होता है. फेल हुआ तो आप वहीं पर रह जाओगे, बेसिक की यहीं पर, और पास हुआ तो आप एडवांस में चले जाओगे. फिर एडवांस में भी सेम थिंग, आप क्लास 10, 12 पास करते हो ना, सेम थिंग गोज़ ऑन माउंटेनरिंग कोर्सेस. सो ऐसे ऐसे करती जब मैं गई, तो आई रियलाइज़ कि अभी मुझे क्लाइंब करना है माउंटेन. ऐसे आपको बेसिक में भी थोड़ा हाइट गेन करवाते हैं, एडवांस में भी करवाते हैं, मगर मुझे लगा कि अभी मुझे 6000 करना चाहिए. तो सबसे पहले मेरा है तेंजिंगखांग, वेस्ट सिक्किम में जो है, हम लोग के गोचिला के पास, वो मैंने क्लाइंब किया विद द टीम ऑफ आवर टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट. जब हम लोग का फर्स्ट सिलेक्शन हुआ था 2012 में, तब मैंने तेंजिंगखांग क्लाइंब किया. उसके बाद आई रियलाइज, ओ या आई कैन डू इट मोर देन दिस, मैं कर सकती हूँ. 6100 में आराम से कर सकती हूँ. तो ओ गॉड, आई कैन डू इट. सो उसके बाद मैंने करती गई. इतना ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट भी नहीं होना होता है. फिर मैं 6000 से 8000 नहीं मार सकती. फिर 6500, 7000 करते करते मैं गई. तो बहुत सा डिफ़िकल्टीज़ आया मुझे इन बिटवीन. इतना ज़्यादा मैंने कभी प्रेशर हैंडल नहीं किया था, मगर मैंने वहाँ पर, जैसे हम लोग के यहाँ पर जनरल लाइफ में तो हम लोग ऐसे बहुत से फेसेस करते हैं ना, तो माउंटेन में भी सेम है. मगर वहाँ पर क्या सिखाते हैं ना आपको कि टीम वर्क, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कैसे करते हैं, लीडरशिप कैसे करना है। तो वो जहाँ पर मैंने माउंटेन में सीखा था, मैंने जनरल लाइफ में भी वही अप्लाई किया, तो वो लाइन से मैं क्रॉस हो गई। एंड देन इन 2021 आई सेलेक्टेड फॉर द एवरेस्ट। और एवरेस्ट करने के बाद अभी एवरेस्ट का कहानी लंबा हो जाएगा आपको, तो आई एम गोइंग ऑन नेक्स्ट। एंड देन आफ्टर दैट इन 2021 आई क्लाइम एवरेस्ट। एंड 22 में आपने जैसे पूछा कि आपको किस चीज़ से आई एम इनकरेजिंग माई सेल्फ, तो मुझे लगा 2022 में मुझे जब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ सिक्किम ने सिक्किम रत्न से नवाजा, तो आई फील सो प्रेस्टिजियस माई सेल्फ कि सिक्किम रत्न इज़ द हाईएस्ट सिविलियन अवार्ड ऑफ सिक्किम, नो। सो तब मुझे लगा कि ओ दे बिलीव इन मी, so I can do whatever I want for the young youths. So उसके बाद मेरा 7 Summit का journey start हुआ.
Thank you. That's a very inspiring story, Manita. So, ma'am, we have already spoken a lot about how women in Sikkim have equal opportunities. पर उसके बावजूद बहुत सारी schemes हैं for women in this state. अम्मा scheme, बाहिनी scheme, वत्सल्या scheme. तो वो क्यों हैं फिर? और अगर हैं तो हाउ आर दे हेल्पिंग विमेन?
थैंक यू सो मच। ये एक बहुत ही बढ़िया क्वेश्चंस है। जो आपने बोला जेंडर इक्वलिटी है स्टेट में, तो फिर ये वुमन के लिए विभिन्न स्कीम सरकार क्यों बना रहे हैं? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं ये बोलना चाहती हूँ कि हम भगवान मानते हैं, उसमें सबसे पावरफुल वेल्थ, नॉलेज एंड पावर का 3 देवी है जो जिसके बिना संसार नहीं चलता है। इसी तरह से सिक्किम में जेंडर इक्वलिटी है, वुमेन एंड मेन इक्वल है एवरी सेक्टर में। फिर भी हमारे स्टेट का हेड चाहते हैं कि जो वुमेन के अंदर में जो पोटेंशियल, मैंने पहले भी बोला, वो बाहर आना चाहिए। और इसी के लिए अभी जो रूलिंग पार्टी है सिक्किम में, सिक्किम क्रांतिकारी मोर्चा पार्टी, इसके सम्माननीय अध्यक्ष प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने नारी मोर्चा को रिप्लेस करके इतना अच्छा संबोधन करते हैं दे दिया है कि नारी शक्ति। इसीलिए नारी के अंदर जो शक्तियाँ होती है, जो समाज के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण होगा, और ये बाहर आके डिस्ट्रक्शन नहीं, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट के लिए, सोशल वेलफेयर के लिए महिलाओं के अंदर के शक्ति बाहर आना चाहिए पॉजिटिवली। ये करके ये जो संबोधन नारी शक्ति करके हम नारियों को, महिलाओं को संबोधन करती हैं। तो इसीलिए जो ये स्कीम है, वुमन रिलेटेड स्कीम से जो गवर्नमेंट ने शुरू किया है, जैसा कि बहिनी योजना, ये जितने भी स्कीम्स हैं जेंडर इक्वलिटी के लिए नहीं, लेकिन सोशल वेलफेयर के लिए, सोशल डेवलपमेंट के लिए, राज्य को और आगे ले जाने के लिए किया है कि महिलाओं की तरफ से, क्योंकि महिला जो होते हैं वो बहुत डेडिकेटेड होता है। इसलिए ये जो बहिनी स्कीम है, ये स्कीम 2019-20 से स्टार्ट हुआ है। इसमें शायद हमारे राज्य ही फर्स्ट राज्य है ये स्कीम शुरू करने वाले, क्योंकि हमारे बेटियों के लिए जिसकी आर्थिक स्थिति कमज़ोर होता है, इसके जब ये मेंस्ट्रुएशन का टाइम होता है तो बहुत ही दिक्कत और बहुत ही प्रॉब्लम्स फेस करना पड़ता है स्कूल में। तो इसीलिए क्लास 6 से लेके कॉलेज तक अभी फ्री सैनिटरी वेंडिंग मशीन्स इंस्टॉल किया है, जहाँ से जो बच्चे, जो लड़कियाँ स्कूल जाती है उसके लिए सोचना नहीं पड़ता है, वो फ्रीली स्कूल जा सकते हैं ये टाइम में भी। और मोर देन 18,000 स्टूडेंट्स इसका लाभ, गर्ल्स स्टूडेंट्स इसका लाभ उठा रहे हैं अभी तक। इसके साथ ही में जो आमा स्कीम है, जो BPL वुमन, मैरिड वुमन, जो 40 इयर्स टू 60 इयर्स की वुमन के लिए ये स्कीम है। पर ईयर 40,000 महिलाओं के जो 40 ईयर्स से 60 ईयर्स बीपीएल फैमिली के वुमन है जो गवर्नमेंट सर्विस नहीं करते, उसके लिए ये डायरेक्टली एनुअली 40,000 उनके अकाउंट में सरकार डिपॉजिट कर देते हैं। ये क्यों करते हैं? क्योंकि इसके ये जो अमाउंट उसमें डालते हैं तो अपने महिला उस अमाउंट को अपने परिवार के और अपने आर्थिक स्थिति मजबूत बनाने के लिए वो अमाउंट को, वो राशि को यूज़ करते। इसमें और फिर भी इसमें जिसका ट्रांजैक्शन ज़्यादा होगा, अच्छी तरह से ज़्यादा होगा, डिपॉजिट बढ़ाएगा, उसके लिए भी सरकार ने एनुअली एक अवार्ड डिक्लेयर किया है। जिसका ट्रांजैक्शन स्टेट में सबसे अच्छा होगा उसका फर्स्ट प्राइज़ से 3 लाख रुपीज़, सेकेंड प्राइज़ से 2 लाख रुपीज़ और थर्ड प्राइज़ से 1 लाख रुपीज़। ये इनकरेज करने के लिए, क्योंकि वो अपने आप में आर्थिक रूप में स्ट्रांग हो सके, इसलिए ये स्कीम लागू हुआ है। ये हमारे स्टेट में मोर देन 14,000 वुमन इस स्कीम का लाभ उठा रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ में वात्सल्य स्कीम, अभी जो पद्मश्री अवार्डी बाईचुंग भुटिया साहब ने जो फर्टिलिटी रेट का यहाँ पर मेंशन किया है, इसी को संबोधन करने के लिए हमारे राज्य सरकार ने 2021 से वात्सल्य स्कीम करके शुरू किया है, जो IVF ट्रीटमेंट के लिए ₹3 लाख गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से प्रोवाइड करते हैं, जिसके कारण अभी मोर देन 280 कपल ने इसका फ़ायदा उठाया है। और हम ये एक सिर्फ फर्टिलिटी रेट बढ़ाने के लिए नहीं है, ये एक माताओं को माता होने का, मदर होने का ये जो प्राउड मोमेंट है, इसके लिए भी है। जिसका शादी के बाद भी जो कपल का बच्चा नहीं होता है, वो सबसे संसार में सबसे ज़्यादा दुखी होता है। लेकिन इस स्कीम के तहत हमारे सिक्किम के मुख्यमंत्री साहब ने जो शादी करके जो मैरिड कपल का अपना चिल्ड्रंस नहीं होता है, उसके लिए बहुत ही बढ़िया राहत दिया है। ये एक धार्मिक स्कीम भी हम बोल सकते हैं। इसी के साथ साथ में अभी जो हमारे वहाँ पर है आमा सशक्तिकरण योजना, इसमें सिक्किम सरकार ने जो बीपीएल फैमिली है उसके लिए हेल्थ, माताओं का हेल्थ कंसंट्रेट करके उसको मद्देनज़र में लेके अभी पर ईयर 4 गैस सिलेंडर खाना पकाने के लिए फ्री में सरकार अभी दे रहे हैं, पर ईयर 4 सिलेंडर्स। इसके साथ साथ में अभी हम यहाँ पर बोल सकते हैं, पॉलिटिकल फील्ड में बोलना पड़ेगा, हमारे स्टेट में अभी जो लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट है इसमें 50% रिजर्वेशन, ह्यूमन रिजर्वेशन है। लेकिन 50% ह्यूमन रिजर्वेशन के साथ साथ अभी हमारे लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट में मोर देन 50% ह्यूमन है। जैसे कि उदाहरण के रूप में हम बोल सकते हैं, हमारे वहाँ पर 6 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, 6 जिला है, उसमें जिला पंचायत अध्यक्ष और उपाध्यक्ष करके टोटल 12 नंबर्स होता है। उसमें देखने से 50% होने से तो 50-50 होना चाहिए था मेल और फीमेल, इसमें हमारा 60% है, क्योंकि 7 वुमन है अध्यक्ष और उपाध्यक्ष एक पोस्ट में, 7 नंबर्स फीमेल का है। तो इसमें हमारा जो ग्रासरूट लेवल का पॉलिटिक्स से जो अपने गांव राज्य के लिए और राष्ट्र के लिए सुंदर और विकसित राज्य बनाते हैं, उसमें अपना ये रोल निभा रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ अभी गवर्नमेंट ने डिक्लेयर किया है जो पुलिस पर्सनल में रिक्रूटमेंट होता है, इसमें वुमन को 50% रिजर्वेशन देने के लिए ऑलरेडी अनाउंस किया है। इसका पॉलिसी बना के गवर्नमेंट दे देंगे। इसमें ये करने से भी जो हमारे राज्य में वुमेन सेफ है, बेटी भी सेफ है, माँ भी सेफ है, बहन भी सेफ है, लेकिन फिर भी और स्ट्रॉन्ग दूसरों को भी सहयोग करने के लिए स्कीम बनाए है। मैंने यहाँ पर जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है, हमारा वहाँ पर वुमन लीड स्टार्टअप में 75,000 से ज़्यादा हमारा बहन लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व है। जैसे कि SSG का जिक्र हुआ है पहले सेशन में, तो हमारे स्टेट में मोर देन 5600 SSG से, जहाँ पर हमारे महिलाओं जो गांव-गांव में जो रहते हैं उनके लिए इस सेक्टर में आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे महिलाओं को विभिन्न सरकार की तरफ से SSG के माध्यम से भी आगे ले जाने के लिए, विभिन्न फील्ड में लीडर बनाने के लिए आज सरकार बहुत ही काम कर रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ में हमारा स्कीम, स्टेट का स्कीम सब बोलेंगे तो यहाँ पर टाइम नहीं है, अभी बाकी को भी समय देना है। मैं इतना ही बोलूँगी आज यहाँ पर, जो ये मंच है, ये मंच भी सिक्किम के वुमन के लिए बहुत ही बढ़िया मंच है। और सिक्किम में हमारे सरकार चाहते हैं, मैं पहले फिर भी बोलना चाहती हूँ कि सिक्किम के बेटियाँ किसी राज्य से, किसी देश से, किसी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय से कम नहीं होना चाहिए। इसीलिए मनीता जैसे बेटियां दे दिया है और ये 2 एंटरप्रेन्योर से ऐसे कईयों बेटियों को आगे ले जाने के लिए, जन्म देने के लिए सरकार अभी हमारे साथ में। तो हमें लगता है, मुझे विश्वास है और हिस्ट्री हम हमारे देश में बनाएंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू। We heard a lot about the government schemes that are there in the state. But if we look at your success story, how much of it was due to your individual and family support, and how much of it would you attribute to the institutional support? If you could share, throw some light on it.
My individual success story, yes. Family support is a major role. And I don't think in Sikkim there's such a problem as you're a girl, you stay back and you don't study and don't do this because you have to look after the kitchen and your family. No, they give us an equal opportunity. I think that's why there are so many of us over here today. And like I told you, the statistics also show that. So, yeah, I was a mother when I sat for my exams, and I had just delivered my second child. So, yeah, but my family was very supportive. And they still are, because we have to travel a lot in our field. We don't have any fixed timings. So my family is very supportive. And my children are there for me always. So that is also counts for a lot. And as for the institution, yes, since we are more women in the institution now, in the hierarchy now, I think we support each other, and the men are also very supportive of us. So there are individual cases of harassment, and it's not that there are no cases. There are cases, there are police cases, but those are individual cases. And that is, I think, up to that individual. And society does not look at them in a proper way. The society helps the weaker person who was oppressed. So that counts a lot.
Great, thank you, Annapurna ma'am. Rinzing, so I'm going to ask you 2 very short questions, and if we can just, because I know the time's up, we have not been able to finish 2 rounds. So yours was the first startup that actually got foreign direct investment to the state, right?
Yes, we did.
So what does it take for a young startup as yours to be that first one to be able to attract? What did you do differently that others couldn't? And after that also, I would like you to also add a bit about, because yours is also an impact-led brand. And a lot of times investors have a very clear eye on profits. But for an impact-led brand, purpose is equally important, right? So how do you balance purpose and profits, and especially when there are investors sitting on board?
So firstly, bringing FDI wasn't easy at all. We really slogged our, we really worked hard to bring in the FDI. But what really set us apart was, probably our authenticity and the impact that we were trying to create. And at Agapi, we are constantly trying to redefine, who holds the power, who benefits from what we are doing, and the value which is created by centering the, knowledge, the traditional knowledge, trying to create that local ownership. And so all these factors, played a major role in bagging the FDI. And also, I think I can proudly announce today that we have just managed to close our second round of investment. And we have about 3 American institutions, investing in us. So, and coming to your next question, how do we balance profit and our mission? So Agapi's mission is completely embedded in our, business model. It goes hand in hand. We cannot, coexist without the other. We coexist together. And talking about investors at Agapi, and as well as with the kind of investors that we have on board, we kind of measure our profit not only in terms of revenue that we generate, but the impact that we have on our society, the impact that we have on our community, but at the same time being mindful about the effect that our products leave on the environment. So I think, it just goes hand in hand, and we've been blessed with impact investors who not only look at the numbers, so yeah.
So that's what responsible capitalism is, isn't it? Yeah. Sernia, I would like to now, ask you about, you're in a very traditional sector and you are trying to give a modern shift to it. Do you see among the youth, are they interested in the sector, or you see that there is a renewed focus in your own history and identity? A lot of it is which is related to your culture and craft and heritage. A lot of it is what you're trying to do. And also, do you think it has changed from sustenance-based enterprises to more value-driven businesses?
So we can see a major shift in subsistence-based models, business models, to value-driven models, especially the younger generation, the young people that I represent. We are more driven towards, of course, profit is one of the major reason why we start a business. But apart from that, we are more driven towards bringing social impact and promoting our culture, our heritage, and giving it a global platform. So the younger generation is especially taking a very active role in promoting, preserving our heritage and culture through various ways, not just in an entrepreneurial manner, but in various ways they are trying to provide that platform towards the culture, the heritage as we speak.
Thank you. Thanks, Palmo, for this. My last question. Manita, you have spoken about your journey, the support you got. Can you also give us a view on, how are you now working with a lot of young children, young adults in the state to encourage them to take up mountaineering, outdoor sports, adventure sports as a possible career choice?
Thank you. Long time before मैं as an instructor काम करती थी, तब तो encourage करना वहीं पर हो जाता था. Nowadays I go to schools ना, तो मैं वहाँ जाके first of all फिर जाके सिर्फ आपको बोलना नहीं होता है कि आप आओ और करो. It's a live and dead game. तो आपको उसमें बहुत सा चीज़ें जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है. What you own, आप outdoor स्पोर्ट्स कर रहे हो, माउंटेनियरिंग कर रहे हो, ट्रैकिंग जा रहे हो, हाइकिंग कर रहे हो, तो आपको क्या बेनिफिट्स होगा, आपको पहले ये बताना होता है. For example, now we have lots of people around, politicians, footballer, and public representatives, and so many people are here. So everyone have their own illness with their own, no? सबके पास होगा, बीमार तो रहेगा ही रहेगा. So nowadays, young youths are facing kind of depression and anxiety. So मैं ही वहाँ जाके ये बोलती हूँ कि आप लोग को सिर्फ ये as a trekking नहीं लेना है, आपको सीखना है. You connect with the nature. No, you're all the time with the phone. You're not able to think about anything. No, so come and join with us for the benefit of your bright future. Of course, आप बाहर जाओगे तो you can learn. अभी आपको बाहर ऐसे नहीं जाना है फिर. You have to come with us to the mountain, to the jungle. You'll learn. आपको आप वहाँ पर सीखोगे टीम वर्क कैसे होता है. As a general life में भी आपको बहुत सा काम टीम वर्क में करना पड़ता है. ऐसे करके मैं मोटिवेट करती हूँ स्कूल्स, कॉलेजेस में जाके.
And of course, I mean, a lot of these mountaineering teaches us about life skills, resilience, perseverance, जो और कोई I think नहीं सिखा सकता है. And teamwork especially because mountains पे तो it's all about life and death. Yes. So thanks a lot for these such thought-provoking insights. I mean, we all love this discussion. May I now request Baichung Bhutia to please come on stage and present token of appreciation to our incredible women on stage. पहले Our last session for the day is on what Sikkim is globally known for, its green governance. A lot has been said throughout the day. It has been established how Sikkim is first fully organic state in the country. It has pioneered sustainable forestry. A lot more on this will be discussed in this session on how the state has achieved this, the impact it has had on the ground, and the roadmap ahead. Please welcome on stage Pradeep Kumar, Forest Secretary, Sikkim, Dr. S. Anbalagan, CEO, Sikkim Organic Farming Development Agency, Buddha Singh Subha, Kiwi Man, Swapan Mehra, Founder and CEO, Iora Ecological. Moderating this session is Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor, India Today. Welcome everyone. Anilesh, over to you now.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There is always advantage and disadvantage of moderating a last session. The interest levels either can be very high or could dip a bit. So there is no fault of mine. It's no job of yours to make it more interesting. Although this is a very interesting subject, and I always remain interested in agriculture. Sikkim is a example for the entire country how to not only be organic but also to stay organic. We have already seen that Sri Lanka tried it, and they not only agriculture collapsed but their economy also collapsed. I understand economy has a lot of dimensions, Pradeep Kumarji, but if we see the ecology of Sikkim, despite opting for organic farming and natural farming, Sikkim's area under forest is constantly either remaining stable, but CM Saab today told us that it's actually increasing. So it's a double, it's a very complex thing. Help us in understanding what secret sauce do you use where you are increasing not only the organic and natural farming, but also expanding your areas under forest. Pradeep ji, mic is yours.
Thank you so much. You put it very succinctly. So what I'll do is, just to get a perspective, I'll start from something which is just the opposite. So maybe I'll not talk about the forest and environment first. I'll talk about something which is thought to be just opposite. As my previous speakers have already said, Sikkim is one of the fastest growing economy. Sikkim has one of the highest per capita income in the country. Sikkim has the lowest infant mortality rate in the country. So if these are the things, if you tell to somebody, one of the image which will conjure up in the mind is, it must be really a very polluted city. A lot of development going on. Lot of deforestation must be going on. And that is where Sikkim busts that myth. As you said, how is that possible? As my previous speakers have said, Sikkim is just 0.2% of the geographical area of India. It harbors around 26% of biodiversity of India. It is one of the biodiversity hotspot. As you yourself said, Sikkim is one of the very few states in that part of India where Sikkim has shown the increase in forest cover. Sikkim is a state which has the second highest what you call the carbon density in India. So you must be wondering, as you said, what is that secret sauce, as you said, for making this possible? The secret sauce lies in the innovative green governance of Sikkim. As Professor Lama had said, few things. That is where the secret sauce lies. If the time permits, maybe I'll explain few points, but in the first round, I can just say there are few innovative programs, as Honorable Chief Minister himself said. The program like Mero Rukh Mero Santati, they have no parallel anywhere, not just in India, but across the globe. Programs like Mero Batu Mero Boat, My Road, My Plant, My Child from Wild. You can go and adopt a child from wild, that is, you can even adopt a wild animal. You have programs like, many other programs, because if I start narrating, this will be a long list, but maybe in the second round, I would like to explain one or two programs where you will actually get that essence and, as you said, the secret sauce for doing this thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sir, as I proceed further, Mr. Anwalam, between you and Budh Singh ji, I want to understand, there is a common perception that if we consider organic farming, there are certain things which comes to any entrepreneur's mind is, how will I get the access to the real market? How will I will get the real price, whether that price discovery is correct or not. How is your state agency helping these entrepreneurs like Budh Singh ji to not only reach the correct market but also in the price discovery?
Yeah, thank you. Before answering your question, I would tell that this is part of what we have done till date. Is that earlier we have been concentrating on the production side policies. We wanted to become organic and we concentrated on becoming organic through certifications. So now comes to your question, is that now we have shifted focus from the production side policy to the marketing side policy. So this is where we are intervening as a government. We have done with the production, the certification part. Now we have to concentrate on marketing the organic commodities. So this is where we have started creating infrastructural facilities, institutional mechanisms, as well as our marketing strategies. So there is no dearth of market in the domestic sector as well as the international sector. So the market is huge. There's huge potential. It's just about linking the producers with the buyers. So this is what we are doing now. And when it comes to the pricing, buyers are willing to pay more for the organic commodities, and it's just matter of plugging the gaps. It's like fixing the jigsaw puzzle. So that is where we are working on.
Budh Singh ji, if I can come to you, as a bureaucrat, he has already listed, what the government is doing. But, we all hear a lot of stories about you and the efforts you have made in growing the organic kiwis. And it's not limited to, I can tell you, that your stories are not only limited to Sikkim's boundaries, but people, farmers and horticulturists in Uttarakhand and in Himachal also cite your examples. Yeah. So in a way, you are a national figure. Help us in understanding that still when the government is pushing organic farming, and it's almost now 9 years that organic wave is going through in Sikkim, what sort of challenges you still feel in searching the great, the best markets for your produce and in the price discoveries?
First of all, I heartily thanks to India Today groups, use rounds of applause for the India's group media. Media is one of the backbone of the country and a backbone of the state. That's why we are getting fantastic opportunity to disclose our ideas, just sharing my ideas. I am newly recognized. I am Kiwi man of the Sikkim. I'm Kiwi man of Sikkim. Just I getting the appreciation letter from Honorable Minister Puran Gurung's hands from. And before I
Sir,
get,
you can also take my endorsement. I can tell you, I track this sector.
Yeah.
You can take this endorsement that you are not Kiwi man of Sikkim, you are Kiwi man of India.
Thank you, sir.
Your stories have been told in Himachal, Uttarakhand and other parts where Kiwi is grown.
Yeah, I hardly try to make it the Kiwi man of the all over the countries. I have to. Just last year and 2024 and that is called December 5th to December 7th. I have to attend my international cell exhibition near Delhi, and this is the Yasubhumi sector number 25. I have to attend it. That opportunity also given me the government of Sikkim. I heartily thank you so much, our Honorable Dynamic Chief Minister, government of Sikkim, Sriman Prem Singh Tamangji. He is a very dynamic leader, our small state. Now he is encouraging every sector of farmers. And the farmers, just people know, just government of India, Narendra Modi ji is also looking after the farmers. Pen. I heartily thank to the Narendra Modi ji also.
If I can bring you back to the earth,
yes, sir.
Help us in understanding the challenges which many of your peers are facing, not only in Sikkim, because this will help policymakers like Pradeep ji and Annagalam ji, how those challenges can be addressed.
Yeah, challenges is the kiwi product, kiwi when we are cultivating, there is no challenges. Without this, kiwi is growing up. Because sometime where April and May season is, there is some problem of the hailstone. When that is the Almighty God is known very well, and we have to pray with the God, and that to stop to the hailstone. That is much only. But kiwi is very, sir, when I'm talking about with the kiwi, this I need more time, about the 1 hour. But now is no time, because kiwi is very potential for the human life. Kiwi fruit is the king of the fruit. We get full of the nutrient from kiwi fruit. We got vitamins from kiwi: vitamin A, vitamin K, vitamin C, vitamin E, folate and potassium vitamins getting from the kiwi. That's why we have to eat yearly. Anyhow, we have to eat the kiwi. How much price is high, then that is the no problem. But our health is a much problem. Health sector is very good for the kiwi. And if we are taking the lots of the
So more than farmer, you are talking like a marketing professional now.
Yeah.
So may I now move to Swapan?
I'm taking a little bit time, sir. Sorry to speak more. But kiwi...
Sir, my question is still there. What is your challenge?
Yeah, challenge is just a little bit marketing problem. A little bit I have to solve. I am luckily is there in the, I am a main tourist base camp. My place is very, all over the countries coming at my farm. And sir also visiting my kiwi farm. That's
thank you, Bulsingh ji. Now let me move to Swapan. Let me ask him question. I'll come back to you.
Okay,
Swapan,
sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Swapan, if I talk from the climate resilience point, the carbon accounting perspective, if we bring in, how do you rate Sikkim's performance? There, and plus help us in understanding that ecologically, those database which you also develop at IORA, how does that help various governments and how that can also help Sikkim?
Thank you. Firstly, thank you very much to India Today for organizing this very critical dialogue. And it's very opportune to greet all of you on the World Biodiversity Day. Today is the World Biodiversity Day, and the fact that we are celebrating it by celebrating Sikkim, which is actually a great role model for biodiversity conservation, is a great honor. So at IORA, we've had the privilege of working with Sikkim, the Sikkim Forest Department, for close to a decade, in which we've helped design a state-level conservation project, forest conservation project, which can benefit from carbon, and also do analysis on what has happened to the forest of the states for a decade. So Sikkim's forests and Sikkim as a state firstly embodies the whole idea and spirit of what we now call agroecological management of habitats, in which forests, agriculture and other ecosystems are seen as contiguous flows benefiting from each other. Sikkim has been able to sustain its forest cover almost intact for close to a decade, almost no change. And it's also one of the few states where the density, the moderate and high dense forests are more than 50% of the overall forest. Sikkim's forests are slated to approximately sequester about 3 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. Now, while that is not in gross numbers of massive contribution to India's national emissions, which is 3 billion tons a year, given the land mass of Sikkim and a per hectare basis, it shows what is possible if we are able to proactively manage forests in a better way. Sikkim's agriculture sector, 76,000 hectares, which have been converted to organic farming, annually avoid the emission of 500,000 tons of carbon, which would have otherwise been emitted if they used fertilizers and if the soil was not nourished through composting, etc. What this means is that in a very small state, which is probably less than 1% of India's geography, we are able to address about 1.5% of India's emissions, which actually is a great representation of the fact that it is possible to have conservation be a competitive advantage and not always a cost. Having said that, now there are some opportunities that Sikkim has to benefit from their conservation. One is that there is an emerging need and emerging demand for ecosystem services converted into commodities, namely the carbon market. There is a global carbon market. Sikkim is also trying to transact their forest carbon in the global carbon markets. There are some challenges. The Indian government has launched a national carbon market where this will be acceptable. And now there is a new emerging field called biodiversity credit market. So all of this is potentially a boon for Sikkim. If Sikkim was able to monetize its carbon biodiversity savings, it could get in excess of 150 to 200 crores a year just as incentive to maintain these ecosystems. One last point I want to mention from a climate resilience perspective, we saw Mr. Sandeep Tambe's talk in the video. I think that Sikkim also gives us a very good sort of a test bed or a sandbox to experiment and see that how investments in ecosystem conservation can avoid the risk of disasters. So in order to value those investments in the future, because right now the problem is that there is no value given to the risk avoidance characteristics of ecosystems. So I think that's another very interesting opportunity.
Between you and Pradeep ji, I want to understand, this carbon credit system and its trading in India is still at a very, very nascent stage. This could be the first test case where states' effort to create a carbon sink and those things could be monetized. Sir, have you devised some way of understanding that how much is the potential and how to basically use this trading platform? So what is the what is happening at your offices?
Yes, in Sikkim we have already floated what we call the RFP for carbon credit market. So it's close to 1 year. The work is on. So it goes through number of processes. So we have already completed 2 processes. So the work is on. So it's going to take some more time because this is how it works. It's not that you just go to market and start selling the carbon. There's a method of doing this. So we are in the process of doing this. So half the work is already done. So we have already selected the company which is going to evaluate and do the processing part.
In-house, whether have you done some study to understand how much is the potential state has? And then only you can go to the consultants and consultant like Swapan to determine whether your hypothesis is right or whether blending of organic needs to be more pushed. Then only you can strategize your carbon trading platform.
Yes, yes. A lot of work has already been done. When Swapan was there, they also had done some work. And incidentally, I have done a PhD. My PhD work is on Sikkim forest carbon itself. And in the meantime, the Forest Survey of India has also done. But to do it professionally and in a way where the market functions, we have already hired a company called Renew and Terry. They are doing the work on it.
Swapan, if you can tell us before I proceed towards the organic part of the story, how scalable is this Sikkim model? As you have already told us that it's 1% of the geography, and Sikkim's geography is also very unique. The other states don't have a similar geography, and you work with other geographies. How scalable is this model? And what sort of learnings do you see, coming from Sikkim, which other states can adapt if they don't want to replicate it? In adoption, what sort of, what is your takeaway?
Yeah, no, I think that Sikkim can potentially be a very good test bed for what we want to do in the rest of the country. I think Baichung mentioned something very interesting, that he as a farmer in his own field saw a decline in cardamom production when the state shifted to organic farming. There is a lot of studies being done on this. FAO gave an award to Sikkim. They documented some information. ICAR is doing some analysis to document and see that what is the opportunity cost reduction in yield, and for how long is there a reduction in yield, and what is the eventual gain in yield when you shift from an inorganic to organic system. So Sikkim as a state has done that over 13 years now. So first and foremost, the learning that we can draw from Sikkim is that journey. That what was that journey, what was the consequence of that journey, because I think it's very clear that the government of India is now running an organic mission, a natural farming mission, but there is a lot of clarity that this will have to be phased. If there is yield reduction in some place, it will be compensated from the others. That's one. The second is, some of the systems that we pilot in Sikkim are only replicable in the Himalayan region. But there is a chance for us to do more integrated pilots. I'll end with a very small example. The government of India, through its research institutions, is promoting very heavily the use of bio-inputs or inoculants as a substitute to fertilizers. Now, there is very little comparative test cases to see how biofertilizers will work in organic and inorganic areas, because you don't have that much organic area in the rest of the country. So Sikkim could become a very good test bed for us to do those trials, to document, and then replicate.
Dr. N. Palaganam, if you can help us in understanding, Sikkim's organic story is almost a decade old now. So there must be, test beds where you have seen how the trajectory takes shape. Because many of the states which we track on the organic side, since the models are very hybrid, so they also see the traces of pesticide, fertilizers. It's very hard for them to maintain the organic bit of the story. So help us in understanding that how the farmer's income trajectory, the yield trajectory, how do you see those trajectory taking shape in Sikkim? So these are some of the apprehensions people have, that farmers' income may go down because they may not find the premium markets. Second, they think that the yields may go down, so that's why the argument of promoting GM and hybrid variety also comes in. So what is the experience there?
Before I explain your question, one needs to understand how Sikkim went about and what were the conditions that were in place maybe 2 decades back. Sikkim, it lies in the Himalayan belt, and agriculture in the Himalayan belt is low input agriculture, which means the farmers don't use heavy inputs, or heavy fertilizer use or heavy pesticide use is not observed there. And historically, Sikkim has also done that. Even before we ventured into the organic movement, the farmers of Sikkim were using very little chemical inputs. So the average yield of commodities was less than the national average. When we went the organic way, when the transition took place, the withdrawal of chemical inputs was very less. So if I can give a statistics, the farmers used only 1/10 of the national average in 2003 when this announcement was made. And withdrawing that 10% didn't affect the yield at all. Had it been some other state, for instance, maybe Punjab or Tamil Nadu, where the use of chemical inputs was 80 kg per hectare at that point in time, And withdrawal of 80 kg of inputs would have drastically brought down the yields. It happens and it will happen if the transition happens from conventional farming system to organic farming system. And in case of Sikkim, it did not happen because the farmers were already using organic inputs, and when the shift took place, the yield reduction was not observed at all. So it plateaued rather than decreasing. Had it been some other situations, there will be a reduction in yield, and this is where the issue is. The farmers don't take it up because of this loss in yield, and he loses revenues or incomes, and he hesitates to go for the organic farming system. So this is where governments can pitch in to support them whenever there is a yield reduction or compensate them for the losses. And
so
in
I
Sikkim
have
state
also read some of the theses, Punjab Agriculture University, then Haryana's Agriculture University as well, where people are determining that after 3 years or 4 years of consistent organic farming, actually the income starts improving of the farmers, because the yield also stabilizes. But the factor there is that they have to find the market where they can charge premium. So that's why I repeatedly asking you that is there a government model which is helping farmer to identify that these are the premium markets where you can send your produce. This is the packaging which is required. Obviously certification is there. So how your government plays a role there?
See, if one has to enter into the organic market, so there are certain procedural formalities to be followed. So one cannot, just being an organic farmer, he cannot just launch his product into the market claiming it to be organic. There are procedures to be followed. Even in the organic industry or the market, a buyer also has to be certified organic. He has to be an organic handler. And unless he is an organic handler, he cannot buy an organic product because he has to sell it downstream as organic. So the chain has to be maintained, or the traceability has to be maintained in this case. So there is, as I said, there is no dearth of demand domestically, internationally. There are buyers who can take or consume your entire production. It's all about following the processes in the organic business, and you have the buyers there. As a government, what we are doing is, I told you that we have shifted our focus from just the production side policy. What I mean by production side is, we were concentrating since 2010 to 15 on getting the land certified. Certified, what else, what next? So that was the question we had in 2016. Then we started focusing on creating all those enabling environments for the farmers to market their commodities as organic, by which we have created our own brand, which is called Sikkim Organic, and that can be used only on organic commodities. And we are processing, we are trying to value add our commodities by setting up processing facilities, and we will be marketing them as Sikkim Organic. And there are procedures for even packaging, for labeling, which needs to be followed. So if the entire system is understood, there are buyers. They just lap your commodities.
Thank you, thank you. I'm actually a fan of the tea which comes from Sikkim, very flavorful. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Budh Singh ji, I am giving the last word to you. With same passion, tell us what other food you eat other than kiwi. And I also want to hear the health benefits of that fruit.
Yeah. Kiwi is the, just I'm trying, kiwi is the best of the best for the...
other than kiwi, sir, I don't want to hear the word kiwi.
Other also there is, apple also good, but kiwi is already, there is a Newton very...
Budh Singh ji, you are sitting in Delhi, here mango is the king, not kiwi.
Yeah, also,
and
sir.
thank you gentlemen, thanks for your time, and it was wonderful talking to you.
Yeah, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, Sonali.
Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing how development and sustainability can go hand in hand. May I request now S. Sahaya Ranjit, Managing Editor at India Today, to please come on stage to present the token of appreciation to our esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of today's conclave. Thank you once again to all our speakers, our audience for taking the time to join us today. I would also like to thank our sponsors once again, supported by Department of Information and Public Relations and our associate sponsors, Government of Sikkim. We now invite you to join us for high tea, which is being served outside the hall. We look forward to welcoming you next year. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.